It's about legacy. In Minot and Bismarck, SurfPro is your partner in transformation. We don't just build back, we elevate every space.
Great news! If you're looking for a new vehicle, Ryan Family Dealerships has the best selection we've had in years. You'll find fantastic offers from Nissan, Honda, Chevrolet, Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram.
Hold on. Ryan sells Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram?
Yes, we do, and we'd love to sell one to you. Visit one of our 5 convenient locations in Minot and Williston. Get your next vehicle from a name you know and trust. Ryan Family Dealerships.
This presentation on the PSP Network is proudly brought to you by PSP Network. It's game day.
That sinking feeling you get when this happens? That's oil change-anxiety. The anxiety of being without a car with a billion things to do. The fear of being overcharged. The stress of not knowing where to go or who to trust. But you never get those feelings at Valvoline Instant Oil Change, where you can watch us work right from your car, and we finish up in about 15 minutes.
We changed your oil and did our 18-point safety check.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Service you can see, experts you can trust.
Welcome back to a familiar picture. For those of you that have been tuned into the WDA Baseball Tournament all weekend, we're back at Corbett Field for the final day 3 of WDA Region Tournament action. It's 2 state qualifiers followed by the Region Championship tonight from Corbett Field in Minot. We start with a state qualification matchup between the number 6-seeded Williston Coyotes and the 8-seed Bismarck High Demons, who needed a play-in game to qualify for their trip to Corbett Field, and that's why we play the games. It's 11-17 Williston against 12-20 6:20 Bismarck High in our first of 2 state qualifiers this afternoon from Corbett Field. Welcome to the ballpark. I'm Owen Patterson on the call for every game of this West Region Baseball tournament, except for one. Bismarck High's matchup with Century yesterday, which was down in Bismarck, which we'll definitely be talking about a lot today. That one was a wild one. Looking at the box score from how they got to Bismarck, from Bismarck yesterday, beating their rival Century Patriots back up to Corbett Field for this afternoon's matchup. A 1-0 win in 13 innings for the Bismarck High Demons. They waited until the top of the 13th to score their first run of the game, which would end up being the game winner in an 8-seed versus 4-seed matchup, with the Demons coming out on top, the lower seed and the lowest seed in this bracket. And at least for the teams that qualified for Corbett Field, they are now in the state qualifier game against Williston, who set up this matchup on their part with a quarterfinal win over third-seeded Dickinson by a score of 4-3. And in the semifinal round yesterday, came back from down 6-0 to score 1 run in the top of the 6th and 5 more to tie in the top of the 7th, leaving the go-ahead run on third base before, in the bottom of the 7th inning, Williston would give up a bases-loaded walk to second-seeded Legacy in the semifinal round and lose to the Sabres by a score of 7-6, putting Legacy in the championship game and Williston in a must-win state qualifier here against Bismarck. This is the Valvoline Instant Oil Change pregame show with timely services that won't slow you down and no appointment needed. It's a stay-in-your-car, drive-through oil change. It'll take about 15 minutes at any of their service centers in Minot or Bismarck. Also find out what they do online at VIOC.com. Before we get more into this matchup, let's take a look at how we got here with a look at the West Region bracket after 2 days of competition here from Corbett Field. It started on day 1 with Williston's upset in the first game of the tournament. The 6th seed over the 3 seed. The Coyotes got out to a 3-run lead over the Midgets by the middle of the 3rd inning, before Dickinson would respond with 3 runs in the bottom half to tie the Coyotes at 3 runs apiece. Williston waited to the top of the 7th to score the go-ahead run, and their starting pitcher, Chase Collings, finished out the complete game win for the Yotes to put them in the semifinal round, and Dickinson into an elimination loser-out game against Jamestown. Legacy got the win over Jamestown later on that day, 2-1. Mandan would beat Century 11-6, and Bismarck in the quarterfinal round after beating St. Mary's in the WDA play-in game. They drew top-seeded Minot and just had a tough time against Minot's hard-hitting lineup as the Magicians put up 14 runs against Bismarck, pitching in a rainy 6-inning affair, which ended with a final score of Minot 14 at Bismarck 4. Then these teams went opposite ways in the bracket. Williston to the semifinal round. Of course, we talked about it, losing to Legacy on the walk-off wild pitch after completing a 6-run comeback and falling to the Sabres in heartbreaking fashion, 7-6 on the BNC National Bank scoreboard. The Coyotes flip sides of the bracket to the state tournament qualifier. Later on that day, the score would come in from Bismarck of an absolutely wild game. Bismarck and Century, a game that got moved due to our rain delay yesterday to keep those teams in Bismarck at Legacy's turf facility. Bismarck in 13 innings defeats Bismarck Century 1-0. They get 10 innings out of their starter, Tate Shaner. He's done for the tournament, but what a start in a game where coaches probably have a hard time figuring out how to use their pitching, especially in a tournament format in a 13-inning contest. But Bismarck was able to survive, scoring 1 run in the top of the 13th inning to move on to the state tournament qualifier against the Williston Coyotes today. The rest of the bracket, Dickinson defeated Jamestown 11-2 in yesterday's first game from Corbett Field that started at 2 p.m. They'll face the Mandan Braves, who lost on a walk-off in the 9th inning against Minot in extras. Their second straight game against Minot, they fall in extra innings. It was a 3-2 final score in favor of the Magicians to set up our second game of the day between Dickinson and Mandan, which will be followed up by our nightcap and the final game of 11 of this West Region Baseball tournament. Minot, the number 1 seed against the 2nd seeded Legacy Sabres, and after all the chaos we've had elsewhere in the bracket, it ends up being number 1 versus number 2 in the WDA championship game tonight. As for this state qualifier, it's number 6 Williston against number 8 Bismarck. We'll have more of this matchup preview when we return on the Valvoline Instant Oil Change pregame show. We'll introduce you to the starting lineups of this matchup, also the Northern Plains Heating and Air keys to the game, the national anthem, and eventually first pitch, which you all came here to see, between Bismarck and Williston on the PSP Network. It's state tournament qualifier day at the West Region Baseball Tournament.
How would you like to turn this into this? With Shaw's Crossroads Fuel to Food Reward Program, you can. Here's how it works. Pick up a fuel tracker card from any of our C-store cashiers. Every time you fill up with gasoline or diesel, use the fuel tracker card to record your gallons. Once you reach 1,000 gallons, you'll be eligible for a $10 gift card to Shots Crossroads Restaurant. Start earning your rewards today at Shots Crossroads.
There is no place like the country club. 18 holes of immaculate golf, along with golf simulator, PGA staff, club fitting and lesson, driving range and practice green, pro shop, delicious food, endless fun in the pool, and activities for the whole family. Learn more and become a member today.
Welcome back to the Valvoline Instant Oil Change pregame show ahead of our first of 3 games today from Corbett Field in Minot, North Dakota. It's good to see the sun for once in this region tournament. The temperatures definitely higher than they were yesterday. We had 50 degrees and rain all morning in yesterday's games. It was about 50 degrees and rainy to finish out the 3rd and 4th games of the day on Thursday as well. So good to see better weather here at Corbett Field for 3 very impactful games in this West Region Baseball tournament, the state qualifiers and eventually the WDA Championship. Before we continue on with this Valvoline Instant Oil Change pregame show with the Northern Plains Heating and Air keys to the game and the starting lineups before first pitch, it's time to honor the flag of our nation with the playing of the national anthem inside of Corbett Field. We'll turn it over to our public address announcer for the Star Spangled Banner. All right, here are your starting lineups ahead of the first state qualifier of today's triple header from Corbett Field as part of the West Region Baseball Tournament 2024. Starting with the visitors on the scoreboard, the number 8 seed, Bismarck High Demons, will be led off by their catcher Connor Harvison, then Quinn Hafner, Tanner Grossclose, Brady Vogel, the pitcher, Kieran Jurgensen bats 5th, followed by Drew Taylor, Tate Shaner, Coy Eckroth, and Aiden Rakowski. Tyler Connaught plays first base. He's being DH4 by Coy Eckroth. For the Williston Coyotes defensively, their starting pitcher is Jaden Iba. Iba came in and faced one batter yesterday against Bismarck Legacy. He would walk Lucas Vasey with the bases loaded and get the loss in the 7-6 defeat for Williston. Now he gets the start in the state qualifier game. Iba making his 9th pitching appearance of the year. This is his 3rd start. He's thrown 13 1/3 total innings with a win-loss record of 0-2. On the season, he has an ERA of 5.25 with 7 strikeouts and 10 walks. Williston got a great start in Game 1 of this tournament from Chase Collins. And in Game 2 of the tournament, they got Nick Rustad to pitch 6 2/3. He was pulled early on. They had a bullpen game yesterday. Did Williston. Max Heen delivered 2 2/3 of great innings of relief for the Coyotes. However, it was Iba that would get the loss, walking the bases loaded. The rest of the Coyotes defense before we get to first pitch. The catcher is Jackson Janot at first base. It's Chase Collins. The rest of the infield at second, Justin Ergens. The shortstop is Bridger Johnson. Connor Ekblad at third. Left to right in the outfield, Garrett Solberg, Caden Call, and Max Heen. Williston in the black, Bismarck High in the white. This WDA state qualifier is underway with the first pitch, a called strike inside to left-handed batting catcher for Bismarck, Connor Harvison. Iba pitches out of the stretch full time. The 0-1 offering misses outside to Harvison. Williston on the season, a record of 11-17. The Coyotes finished in league play 6th with an 8-10 record. Appeal to third base. Harvison did go. That's strike 2. Williston finished tied with Jamestown in the WDA standings for 6th place at 8-10. Of course, 6th place gets to Corbett Field without a play-in game. 7th has to play the 10-seeded Watford City, but at the very end of the regular season, Williston and Jamestown split. The Coyotes won by run differential by a matter of 1 run, beating Jamestown in the second game 10-0 after dropping the first game by 9 runs. 2-2 count to Connor Harvison. Jaden Iba, the pitcher for Williston, gets a swing and a miss. First K of the day for Jaden Iba. There's 1 out on the board for Quinn Hafner. Getting the start in left field today for Bismarck. A couple of lineup changes for them, at least in the batting order, after the 13-inning marathon yesterday against Bismarck Century that the Demons were, of course, able to win 1-0. One of 2 extra inning games played in the West Region Baseball Tournament a day ago. Ground ball to short. First pitch to Hafner. Picked up there by Bridger Johnson. The throw is in time, and Chase Collings the stretch at first base to keep that one alive for the Coyotes. Watch it again on the Ryan Family Dealerships replay. Ground ball to Johnson. The throw was a bit offline, but Chase Collings kept 1 foot on the base and makes the stretch to record the out. Williston's defense called upon in the first inning, and they make the play. Brings up with 2 outs and nobody on, the number 3 batter for Bismarck, Tanner Grosclose. Grosclose starting in center field for Bismarck this afternoon. Came in to pitch a little bit through 3 innings of relief and got the win against Bismarck Century yesterday. The primary center fielder for Bismarck defensively, batting in the 3 spot. Ground ball pulled down the first base side. Collected in foul territory by Chase Collings of Williston. He has to tie his shoe, and we've got a little bit of a timeout with 2 strikes on Grosclose. Brady Vogel, Bismarck's pitcher, he stands on deck looking for an opportunity to hit in the first inning. Didn't even get to the Northern Plains Heating and Air keys to the game in that pregame show. Moving these games along pretty quickly here at Corbett Field, as that's a called strike 3, and it's a 1-2-3 inning for Jaden Iba to start out this state qualifying game. 2 strikeouts in the first inning for Williston's starting pitcher. Now they'd like to get on the bats. On the BNC National Bank scoreboard, half an inning complete from Corbett Field and Minot. It's Bismarck 0, Williston up to bat.
Are you moving your business or your home across the town or across the country? We know it can be stressful. To ensure your possessions arrive on time, intact, and on budget, make your move with Jobbers Moving and Storage. Jobbers can help you with every aspect of your move. With our efficient step-by-step approach to move management, we can tailor a plan to suit your needs and schedule. With locations in Bismarck, Fargo, Minot, and Aberdeen, Jobbers Moving and Storage is your choice. Visit jobberswarehouse.com. It's Jobbers Moving and Storage.
The trick to throwing well is knowing where you want the ball to go. Like how the local bankers at First Western Bank and Trust take the time to learn about you and recommend the banking services like online banking or personal loans that keep your goals on target.
First Western Bank and Trust. You can bank on us.
Welcome back to the WDA Baseball Tournament State Qualifier game between Bismarck and Williston. We head to the bottom of the first inning. Here's the Coyotes batting order. Leading off, playing right field, it's Max Heen. The left fielder bats second, Garrett Solberg. Connor Ekblad bats third, plays third. Justin Ergens in the cleanup position, followed by Jaden Iba, Chase Collings, Jackson Janot, Caden Call, and Bridger Johnson. Bismarck High starting pitcher is Brady Vogel. While he's made a couple of relief appearances since his last start, that last start of the season came on May 9th. That was 16 days ago against the Dickinson Midgets. He got a 3 2/3 inning start, allowing 1 run on 3 hits, striking out 1, but walking 4. He left the game with Bismarck in the lead, 6-1. However, Dickinson would strike for 6 runs in the bottom of the 7th inning and walk off Bismarck 9-8. That was in the early part of May, as part of a 3-game losing streak for the Demons. Since then, Bismarck has won 4 out of their last 7, including 2 games in this West Region tournament. A play-in game win over Bismarck St. Mary's 7-3 on Municipal Ballpark, a loss to Minot here at Corbett Field, 4-14, and a win over Century, 1-0. They played 3 games in the region tournament, all at different locations. Now they're back at Corbett for game number 4, and the first pitch from number 4, Brady Vogel, is a called strike to Williston leadoff batter Max Heen. Heen was able to find his way on base yesterday against Bismarck Legacy in some crucial times for the Coyotes. Getting a base hit late in the game and scoring as part of a 5-run 7th inning for Williston in the comeback effort. They were able to tie Legacy through 6.5 innings at 6 apiece. He also delivered a huge relief pitching effort for the Coyotes, keeping that game in reach for Williston, eventually leading to the comeback. Ball to the backstop, blocked by Connor Harbison, as to readjust the pitch comm. Now, the only 2 teams I've noticed using the pitch comm devices from the dugout is Minot and Bismarck. There might be another team to use it, but the only I've noticed so far is the Magi and the Demons. Pitch outside. It's 2 balls and 2 strikes to Max Heen. Heen at the plate this season, batting .355. Leadoff batter with a .481 on base percentage. Gets on base, he can move. Stealing bases as well. It's part of his game. Playing in right field for the Coyotes today. Has a full count from Brady Vogel. Vogel, who does go from the full windup with nobody on base, facing his first batter of the state qualifier. Rolling a ball to short. Shaner will scoop it up, playing to his left. Left side play is made by Bismarck shortstop. That brings us to the Bismarck defensive arrangement for this state qualifier. Connor Harbison is the catcher. At first base, Tyler Knopf. The rest of the infield at second base, Drew Taylor. Tate Shaner's at short. Kieran Jurgensen at third base for the Demons. And left to right in the outfield, Quinn Hafner, Tanner Grossclose, and Aiden Rakowski. Nobody on, 1 out for Garrett Solberg. After a cold start to his tournament, Solberg really heated up against Legacy late in that game. Solberg was one of 6 straight Coyotes to reach base in that 7th inning. Solberg would go 1 for 4 in the semifinal round, also reaching on an error. He scored in the 7th. It was the last Williston run. 1 ball, 1 strike count from Vogel. In the turf, it gets away from Harbison. Nobody on base, no problem. 2 balls and a strike to Williston's left fielder, Garrett Solberg. The pitch from Vogel. Right-handed starting pitcher for the Demons. It's going to get past the diving shortstop, Tate Shaner, and just die out in left field. Solberg will reach on what should be a hit just past the diving glove of Tate Shaner. 1-out single for the Coyotes, and Garrett Solberg brings to the plate Connor Ekblad. Ekblad has been on base a lot for Williston in this tournament. He reached base every time he came to the plate against Dickinson, and then yesterday in the 7th inning also delivered with an RBI single to right. Solberg gets a good lead at first base, but it's a pitch outside for a strike to right-handed hitting third baseman Connor Ekblad. Ekblad playing third base for Williston today with their everyday third baseman Jaden Iba on the mound. Takes him away from his typical first base position. Solberg will run. He's a little bit delayed, but there's no throw down. Stolen base by Garrett Solberg. After the base hit, there's a runner in scoring position for Williston. Time to bring the Northern Plains Heating and Air keys to the game in this situation with 25 years of experience as your heating and air experts. The factory authorized dealer for Aero Seal. There's no other choice to seal your heating and air game than Northern Plains. Find them online at northern-plains.com. For Williston, we saw in game 1, they got out to a 3-run lead over Dickinson and end up winning in the end 4-3. Here's the 2-1 pitch from Vogel, a called strike. Evens the count 2-2 to Ekblad. But then, after giving up the first 6 runs of the game, they were able to tie against Legacy at the plate. So they've had early offense and late game offense. Now they just need to put it together for a full 7 innings here against Bismarck to try and qualify for the state tournament for the 15th time since 2000 and their first time in 5 years. Payoff pitch from Vogel. Takes off speed, but Ekblad will take this to left field. It will drop on the warning track. Quinn Hafner was not able to find that ball. Maybe the sun played an impact on Bismarck's left fielder, but Ekblad shot a fly ball right over Quinn Hafner's head in left. A look on the Ryan Family Dealerships replay. It's going to take a while here, so I'd like to remind you, with 50 years of experience, Ryan has been a trusted name for car buyers in western North Dakota. Shop their entire inventory at driveryan.com for one of their 5 locations, Minot and Williston. Hafner, he had to have lost the ball in the sun. He was not sure where that ball was going to land, and it dropped right on the warning track. Ekblad with a 1-out double to left field puts Solberg at third base. Solberg was only able to advance 1 base, waiting to see if that one was going to get caught. Now the cleanup batter, Justin Ergens, is due up for the Coyotes. 2 hits in the inning for Williston, looking for their first run. It's a ball missing low and outside from Vogel. Vogel again goes out of the stretch here, even with runners on second and third. Set. Fixes his grip on the baseball and throws home. Fastball past the bat of Justin Ergens. That's Ekblad's 3rd hit of this region tournament. However, he's been on base 6 times. Ergens late on it again. Vogel did good work with the fastball here in this at-bat to the Coyotes cleanup batter. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Payoff pitch from Vogel. Swing and a miss. It's going to get past Harvison. He does block it. The run will score, and Ergens is going to be safe at first. On the drop 3rd strike, Solberg. That was a dangerous play there. It skipped away from Harvison just far enough. Solberg was running right on the down angle. Nobody covering home either. The only play was at first base to complete the strikeout. But Ergens flying down the first base line is going to be safe. You saw it there on the Ryan Family Dealerships replay, and on the BNC National Bank scoreboard, it's Williston 1, Bismarck 0. The next batter for Williston is their pitcher, Jaden Iba. Hitting with a 1-run lead. The BNC National Bank scoreboard, your life is busy. That's why they will make managing your money easy with locations in North Dakota, Minnesota, and Arizona. Visit BNC Bank online at bnc.bank. First pitch now to Iba after a timeout. Runner goes. Ergens will have a easy steal of second base. Thought about sliding, didn't need to. There was no throw. 2 in scoring position again for the Coyotes. Jaden Iba, he brought in the tying run for Williston yesterday on a sac fly. Called strike. Bit inside to Williston's pitcher. At the plate this year, Iba is batting .344. He's driven in 23 runs, which ranks 2nd best on the Williston team, 5 behind Garrett Solberg. Even count, 1 ball and a strike from Vogel to Iba. Here's a throw after checking the runners a couple of times. It's 2-1. Vogel's worked up a pitch count close to 20 already, just recording 1 out in the bottom of the first. Facing his 5th batter in Iba. Sends a foul ball over the Williston crowd in the first base patio area. And unlike we've seen on the first 2 days of this tournament, fans taking shelter from the rain underneath the Corbett Field grandstand. It's a lot warmer out in the sun in the patio area. That one's going to hit Iba, and the bases are loaded now for Chase Collings. Williston with a big first inning here in the state qualifier game, as Vogel, who's been giving up a bit of contact earlier on, now gives a free base to Iba on the hit by pitch. Ekblad on third, Ergens on second, Iba on first for Chase Collings, batting from the left side. First offering to him is a strike. Vogel, we talked about in his last start, just struck out 1 Dickinson batter in 3 2/3 while walking 4. Gets a swing and a miss from Collings here to put him up 2 strikes on the batter. Already has a strikeout in the first. However, that strikeout's on second base. Pop up into no man's land in left field. Shaner can't get to it. Neither can the third baseman, Kieran Jurgensen, and everybody's going to advance on a bloop single to left field by Chase Collings. Just fending off a 2-strike pitch up in the zone. Popped it up, but nobody was there for the Demons. And that will drop for the Coyotes' 3rd hit of this first inning. The bases remain loaded for Jackson Janot. Solberg has scored, so has Connor Ekblad. 2-0 lead on the BNC National Bank scoreboard for the Williston Coyotes. And they were the number 6 seed in this region tournament. They drew Dickinson in the first round, beating the Midgets by a final score of 4-3, nearly hitting Janot. It is ball 2. Janot maybe thought that hit him in the elbow guard. Didn't settle it enough. Vogel finds the zone for strike 1. The regular season meeting between these teams came very early in the year. They have not met since April 9th. Ground ball to second base. Only plays at first, and Jeanette will bring in the run. RBI ground out to second base by Williston's catcher, and that'll bring up Caden Call, the center fielder. 8th batter of the inning for Williston. They've gone for 3 runs now on 3 hits. Second and third situation with 2 outs for the Demon defense. First one from Vogel to Call is a called strike. Go back to what we've been saying all of yesterday. The outside strike has been called a lot, both to righties and left-handed batters. Inside, not terribly too much. And too far outside, evens the count, a ball and a strike to Caden Call. Getting a big lead at second base was Chase Collins. It's a pitch to the backstop, but Iba stands like a statue at third base. It was a pitch behind Caden Call. Collins was ready to run from second base to third on the wild pitch. Instead, the runners stay. Remains 2 balls and a strike to Caden Call. Again, a running lead at second base by Chase Collins. He's getting halfway to third every pitch. Nobody holding him on at third base as Vogel pitches out of the full windup. Ball to the outfield would score Collins easily here. He's getting more than halfway to third base on the 3-1 pitch. It's a walk to load the bases once again. Vogel snaps his glove as he catches the throw back from his catcher, Connor Harvison, and now a serve for a mound visit by Harvison to talk to his pitcher. Williston has sent the entire batting order to the plate in the first inning. As Bridger Johnson, the 9-spot hitter for the Yotes, will step in. The 3-run first inning for Williston on the BNC National Bank scoreboard. They can try and add to it with 2 outs and Johnson at the plate. Johnson stands right over top of home plate. Ball 1. Vogel clearly frustrated with how this first inning has gone. Now pitching from the stretch with the bases loaded. That might have been the conversation there from his catcher, keeping the base runners honest after Collins got about a 45-foot lead off of second base. He still does on the 2-0 offering. It is a strike to Bridger Johnson. Johnson playing shortstop for Williston this afternoon. He will watch strike 2. Finds a good spot in the zone, did Brady Vogel. And now a payoff pitch to get out of the inning and leave. The base is loaded for Williston. Left it high. Johnson yet to swing in this at-bat, has worked a full count. Williston's runners will be in motion on the 3-2 pitch from Vogel. It'll be a quick one as he's not checking any of the base runners. Ball 4, and Bismarck has walked Bridger Johnson with the bases loaded, and the Coyotes have now batted around in the first inning, leading to another serve from mound visit, this time coming from the Bismarck coaching staff with 24/7 emergency service and trained technicians. Using advanced technology and specializing in fire and water cleanup and restoration, it's Serve Pro. Brady Vogel, the starting pitcher for Bismarck. He's thrown 2/3 of this first inning, allowing 4 runs on 3 Williston hits. That was the second batter he's walked. He also hit Jaden Iba. And there's also been a runner that reached base on a strikeout. Just 2 batters retired in this first inning despite getting the strikeout as well. It'll be a mound visit with the entire infield here for Bismarck as they try and work out of a troublesome first inning here against Williston, where the leadoff batter has come up once again, Max Heen. Heen led off the inning with a ground out to short. He's one of 2 Williston batters to not reach base. The other was Jackson Janot, who grounded an RBI ground out to second base. A productive out. Heen trying to do his part now as the 10th batter for Williston in the bottom of the first. As mound visit has concluded for the Demons. Brady Vogel again pitching out of the stretch. He's thrown over 35 pitches this inning, the unofficial count on the scoreboard here at Corbett Field. Get that update between the innings. Spinning pickoff move to second base, trying to get that last out on the bases. Not fool Williston one bit. And a good idea, because Williston's runners at second base have been getting tremendously large leads. First pitch now to Heen is taken for ball 1. And again, Vogel snaps the glove, catching the throw back from his catcher, Connor Harvison. Going to find some focus here to get out of the first inning. There's a strike. Harvison going to do his part and keep these balls in front and not give Williston any more free runs on balls to the backstop. That'll be ball 2, missing just up. Two-one offering, line to second base, and that will be the third out of the inning. Williston goes for 4 runs on 3 hits in the bottom of the first on the BNC National Bank scoreboard. 1 inning complete from Corbett Field. It's Coyotes 4, Demons nothing. Back with more of this WDA state qualifier matchup on the PSP Network.
What is performance? It's strategy, conditioning, precision, anticipating the unexpected, and executing. For some, it may be just a game, but in this field, there is no playing around. You need to give it your all. You need to give it the max. Ag Vision Max by Farmer's Choice. An all-in-one playbook for growers developed by agronomists specific to your goals. It's a precise guide to maximize your field's performance. Ag Vision Max.
It's Ike Heating Furniture World's 90th anniversary sale. Now's the time to celebrate, update, and redecorate. From furniture for every room to flooring that brings it all together, you'll find incredible anniversary savings on just what you want, just what you need. Step up to better sleep on a Sealy, Stearns & Foster, or Tempur-Pedic mattress, all comfortably priced. Plus, no interest for 5 years. Don't miss this one, the 90th anniversary sale. Going on now at Ike Heating Furniture World.
Two polar opposite first innings for these two teams at the plate. Bismarck was retired in order, 1-2-3 on 2 Jaden Iba strikeouts. They'll send the middle of the batting lineup to the plate in the second inning, led off by their pitcher Brady Vogel, who allowed 4 runs on 3 Williston hits. He also walked 2 and hit another, as Williston sent 10 to the plate in the first to take a 4-run lead on the BNC National Bank scoreboard. Iba starts with a strike as he faces again the Demons starting pitcher Brady Vogel. Check swing, a pitch that ends up in the turf and bounces to the backstop. This broadcast of high school baseball on the PSP Network is brought to you by Minot State University. With more than 96% of recent Minot State grads employed or continuing their education, MSU grads get jobs, period. Be seen, be heard, be you at MSU. That's Minot State University. Breaking ball in the zone from Iba. Puts 2 strikes on the board to Brady Vogel. A 1-2 count. Here comes the put-away pitch. Set up outside was Janot. But, of course, way too outside to Vogel. Seen Williston do that repeatedly in this tournament. They're looking for a chase on the outside strike, but nobody's really bid at the offering. Ball 3 will get away from Janot. There's a full count. Swing and a miss from Vogel. Janot will throw down to first to complete the strikeout. The 3rd K of the day for Jaden Iba. And now he has more strikeouts than walks this season. Solid inning and a third so far for Iba. He'll now face Keenan Jorgensen, the number 5 batter for Bismarck. One and 0 to Jorgensen, fouled off his front leg for strike 1. Next game up on the PSP Network, the other state qualifier game between Dickinson and Mandan. While this is a matchup of 6 versus 8 seed, combined 14. Next matchup is the 3 seed versus the 5 seed. Dickinson the 3. They've made their way through the elimination bracket with a win over Jamestown yesterday. Falling in the quarterfinals to these Coyotes. There's strike 2 now. Ball and a strike, followed by a ball and a strike. Mandan dropped their first game of the tournament last night, just past 9 p.m. against Minot, losing in 9 innings, 3-2. What a fun semifinal round we had yesterday. Should lead to 3 great games today. And that will be ball 4 to Kieran Jurgensen. So the first base runner for the Demons is Jurgensen on the walk. Now looking to move him around is Drew Taylor. And it's been said before, but I'll say it again. If that Bismarck High Century game was played at Corbett Field yesterday on schedule, we still wouldn't have left here until 1 a.m. this morning. And that one lasted about 4 hours down in Bismarck. Minot and Mandan was a 3-hour plus game. 1 strike to Taylor. Williston and Legacy, they went a long time as well with that late comeback by the Coyotes. Meanwhile, out east, the EDC just completed their quarterfinal round this morning with Shanley and Fargo South. That one had been postponed since Tuesday. 1 ball and a strike to Drew Taylor. But trying to find the control he had in the first inning and strike out to Vogel here. Blocked by Janot, but taking off for second base is Jurgensen, and he is out. His hand left the base. He's saying there's no way. He slid past second, and his left hand, which he was trying to keep on the base, left the bag. And holding the tag was Justin Ergens to pick up the second out. You see it again on the Ryan Family Dealerships replay. You can see he did slide past second base, but it looked like he kept his left hand on. Here's a line drive to left field, and with 2 outs, Drew Taylor puts another runner on the bases for Bismarck. Another look on the Ryan Family Dealerships replay here of the previous play. Jurgensen took off on a ball that was blocked by Janot, stuck with it and delivered a good throw to second base. It was not in time, but Jurgensen slides past second base, and the tag held by Ergens to retire Jurgensen. Strike 1 to Tate Shaner. Back at shortstop for Bismarck today after a 10-inning start against Century on the mound. He threw just 92 pitches. That's called pitching to contact. And was a shutout. Pickoff move, and the ball is dropped. Williston nearly had 2 outs in the second inning on the base pass, and they had Drew Taylor. He was going to be out if Collings just kept that ball in his glove. I think he tagged the helmet, and it popped out. What could have been for Williston. Tagged the helmet, and the ball came out of Collings' glove. Grounder to third now. Throwing to first by Ekblad. It's high. Collings, it goes over his glove. An error on the Coyotes. And that'll put Taylor on third base, and Williston, who's almost been gifted 2 outs, make it 3 now with that ground ball to third base. They have been able to convert on the last 2 to get out of this second inning. And now Bismarck, they need to make the Coyotes pay in their comeback effort early on in this game. A high throw from Connor Ekblad. It'll be an E5. Demons with 1 hit in the game. They've had 3 base runners. First pitch fouled right back to our camera by Coy Eckroth. After the Brady Vogel strikeout, Kieran Jurgensen reached on a walk and was caught stealing for the second out of the inning. Drew Taylor got on with a single 1 pitch later and was nearly picked off at first base. But Collings lost the ball out of his glove trying to apply the tag. Jurgensen took a foul ball, I believe, off the mask. So give him time to get Okay. There's 2 strikes now on Coy Eckroth. And Taylor again almost picked off at first base. He advances to third on the error, which Tate Shaner reaches first base on. Not ready to go again. Coy Eckroth, the batter for Bismarck. He's got 2 strikes on him. Jaden Iba looking to get out another scoreless inning. Payoff pitch from Iba. Runner goes. Swing and a miss. It's out of the glove of Janan. Oh, it's going to be a foul ball. Just ever so slightly did that touch the bat of Coy Eckroth. Shaner returns to first. Likely to run again with 2 strikes. Janot sets up outside with 2 strikes. He's in the other batter's box. Pitch inside. Grounded to second. And the play is made. Ergens over to Collings. And despite an inning full of miscues by both sides, including Williston, who committed an error in the field, they keep Bismarck off the BNC National Bank scoreboard. After 1.5 from Corbett Field, it's Williston 4, Bismarck 0.
Great news! If you're looking for a new vehicle, Ryan Family Dealerships has the best selection we've had in years. You'll find fantastic offers from Nissan, Honda, Chevrolet, Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram.
Hold on. Ryan sells Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram?
Yes, we do, and we'd love to sell one to you. Visit one of our 5 convenient locations in Minot and Williston. Get your next vehicle from a name you know and trust. Ryan Family Dealerships.
For decades, Nodak Insurance Company has been serving our state's residents in good times and challenging times. We come together for the greater good, from simple acts of kindness to company-wide efforts that make a difference in our community. It's who we are, rooted in North Dakota and ready to serve when it matters most. Nodak Insurance Company, agents with answers.
Darren Johnson, Cody Olson, and Scott Wilkins, your agents with answers in Mandan.
Serve Pro pitching change for the Bismarck High Demons with 24/7 emergency service and trained technicians using advanced technology and specializing in fire and water cleanup and restoration. It's Serve Pro. New pitcher for Bismarck is Tristan Scholes. Scholes, the sophomore right-handed pitcher for Bismarck. He'll replace Brady Vogel, who threw an inning today against Williston, allowing 4 runs on 3 hits. He struck out 1, walked 2, and hit another. There were no errors behind him. How about a 46-pitch first inning for Vogel, who already threw earlier in the tournament against Minot in the quarterfinal round. He threw 2 innings out of the pen, trying to quiet the storm of Minot's offense. Today, again, having a tough time silencing Williston's bats. He's allowed now 6 runs in the tournament while walking 6 batters. So the new pitcher is Tristan Scholes for Bismarck, who comes off of the bench, and it's likely to be it's not a straight switch, as moving over to first base is the pitcher Brady Vogel. So that we'll see where Taylor Knopp went, whether he was the player taken out of the game for Bismarck or not. That is still for me to figure out. But again, the new pitcher, Tristan Scholes for Bismarck. After a 1-inning start by Brady Vogel, he'll try and keep Williston in check as Bismarck has to put together a 4-run comeback at the very least throughout the rest of this game to try and qualify for the state tournament for the 11th time since 2000. First pitch that Scholes will throw is a ball missing outside to Garrett Solberg. Solberg led off the bottom of the 2nd inning with 1 out, a single, and would come around to score later on. He was one of 10 Coyotes to bat in the first. It's 2, 3, and 4 due up for Williston in the 2nd inning. Solberg, Ekblad, and Ergens. 1 ball and a strike. Williston's left fielder, Garrett Solberg, team leader in runs batted in. 1-1 offering. Stays in the zone. Solberg thought about the swing. Two-strike offering. Solberg sits on the off speed, pops it up right on the foul line, and the catch is made by Brady Vogel, who again moves from pitcher to first base. Well, Tyler Knopf looks like he is the one who will come out of the game. He was the starting first baseman for the Demons. Drops in for a strike on the first pitch to Connor Ekblad. It's going to hit Ekblad in the leg. And Williston has another one-out base runner. That's how they started the first. They would end up scoring 4 runs in the inning. And now with 1 out, Connor Ekblad is hit by the pitch. He's reached base twice in this game. Brings up Justin Ergens, who struck out but reached first and also brought in the run for Williston. Back pick here from the catcher, Harvison, but Vogel was well off of first base as Ekblad slides back in safely. 1 ball, no strike count to Justin Ergens. Tristan Scholes from the stretch. Will come home on the slide step. Sent out to right field, but that is going to drop and get past the glove. Here go the Coyotes. They're running around the bases. Ekblad to third. They still waving him around. They're going to hold him up there. It's a 1-out double by Justin Ergens. What do we got on the Ryan Family Dealerships replay? The diving attempt in right by Aiden Rakowski. It gets way behind him, and it will be a 1-out double by Justin Ergens, moving Ekblad to third base and bringing Jaden Iba to the plate with 2 runners in scoring position in the bottom of the second for Williston. Looking for more on the BNC National Bank scoreboard after a 4-run first. Iba standing straight up in the box. He will watch ball 1 sail over his head. Caught by Harvison. Ball to the backstop would most likely score Ekblad from third. And it is a deep backstop here at Corbett Field. You can see it on your picture. Ball 2 on the hands of Jaden Iba. Iba allowed a few base runners in the second inning. A walk to Jorgensen, a single to Taylor, and Shaner would reach on the air. However, no runs across for Bismarck in the second inning, as Iba is Williston's starting pitcher in this game. He threw just a few pitches against Legacy, facing 1 batter in yesterday's semifinal, so he should be able to go the distance for Williston today, should that be the case. 4-pitch walk to Iba, and Williston has loaded the bases. Get the bases loaded on multiple occasions in the first inning as Bismarck has to pitch out of a jam with 1 out in the second. Chase Collings, 1 for 1 with a single. He drove in a run as well. First pitch. It's a strike. Tristan Scholes, his first inning of relief. Bismarck will be asking a lot of innings for him. A long reliever today for the Demons. Sliding block by Harvison. 1-1. The 1-1 pitch from Scholes, swung on by Collings, grounded to first, force play at home. Was it caught or just trapped? I'm going to say Harvison caught it. He might. There will be, the umpires will talk to one another as the home plate umpire was not able to see. Maybe you can see it again on the Ryan Family Dealerships replay. Yes, here it is. Ground ball by Collings to first base. Heads up play there by Vogel at first, as he came home, and the mask was in the way for the home plate umpire to see. And the umpires do mark it as Ekblad being safe at home. Let's say Harvison just trapped the ball. He did not make the catch with his foot on home plate. So Ekblad scores from third, and Williston adds another run on the BNC National Bank scoreboard. Bases remain loaded on the fielder's choice. With locations throughout North Dakota, Minnesota, and Arizona, BNC National Bank provides you with banking and wealth management services for your business and family. Visit BNC Bank online at bnc.bank. Janot with a line drive to the left center field. That will get down for a hit. One base at a time go the Coyotes. That's going to bring in another run on the BNC National Bank scoreboard. Bottom of the second inning, it's Williston 6, Bismarck 0. Watch this hit again, an RBI single to left center by Jackson Janot. Six runs on 5 hits for Williston. As Ergen scores that last run. Iba to third, Collings to second, Janot on first. Caden Call is the batter. There's a courtesy runner in for Williston's catcher, Jackson Janot. See if we can figure out what number that is here shortly, as there's strike one to Caden Call. Call was walked and left on second base in the first inning. Owen Cook is the courtesy runner for Williston. Nobody holding him on at first base. He's going to get halfway to second. Williston taking advantage of these situations with the bases loaded. Going to put runners in advantageous positions with a ball to the gap. Maybe trying to score 2 here if Call can find the outfield turf. It's a rolling ball to second base. Playing it on 3 hops is Drew Taylor. And that's the second out of the inning, but another RBI ground out. This time Caden Call will bring in the run. Another productive out for Williston and a 3-run inning as the Coyotes go up 7-0 on the BNC National Bank scoreboard. Iba scores from third. That advances Collings to third base and Owen Cook to second. 2 in scoring position for Williston and Bridger Johnson. No official at-bats for Johnson today. He was walked on a full count. From Bismarck starter Brady Vogel, now Tristan Schulz just trying to get out of the second inning with only 3 runs across. 2 outs in the bottom of the second. 0-1 pitch to Johnson is called for strike 2. Seen Johnson be patient at the plate. He's yet to swing. And now 2 plate appearances. He's seen 8 pitches. The pitch from Schulz. Driven to center field. Johnson was holding in that swing, but it's going to stay well inside the ballpark and be caught out in center by Tanner Grossclose. Williston goes for 7 runs in the bottom of the second inning, 3 runs in the bottom of the second inning on the BNC National Bank scoreboard. Williston leads Bismarck by a tally of 7-0. Back with the third on the PSP Network after this commercial break.
Shields Visa is more than just a card. It's the freedom to go. It's a gateway to explore and do more of what you love. Imagine where the Shields Visa can take you. So join us in discovering endless possibilities. Shields Visa. Together, we've got this.
We've changed our name, but we haven't changed the DNA of who we are. We still offer the best product at the best price with the same people. For over 25 years, we've been your only choice for tires in the local area, providing all major brands under one roof at a fair price for your family's budget. Plus that excellent service after the sale with free rotations, free alignment check, free flat repairs with our exclusive Plus plan. That tradition continues today. Looking for tires you can trust? Choose us. Trusted Tire and Auto.
Demons coming up to the plate in the top of the third inning with some more work to do. Trailing now 7 runs to the Williston Coyotes in this WDA state qualification game. The winner of this game will be the 3rd team across the state to punch their ticket to the Class A state baseball tournament next weekend from DCB&T Ballpark in Dickinson. May 30th through the 1st. Live streaming coverage will be on the NFHS network. You already know Minot's in and Legacy's in as the 2 semifinal winners here in this WDA baseball tournament. The last 2 spots will be fought between Williston and Bismarck here, and then Dickinson and Mandan later on. Long foul ball by Aiden Rakowski brings the count to 2 balls and 1 strike. Jaden Iba's got to love the run support he's getting earlier on in this game. He's faced 8 Bismarck batters, allowing 1 hit, no runs, striking out 3 and walking another. Foul ball again, this time grounded to third base by Rakowski. A bit early on these pitches from Iba is the Bismarck right fielder and 9-spot hitter. Top of the order due up next, Connor Harvison, then Quinn Hafner for the Demons. Janot sets up low and outside. The pitch is there. It's grounded to third. Slow roller. Ekblad going to come up throwing. He will send one over to first, but it was well late as Rakowski runs out an infield single. Watch it again on the Ryan Family Dealerships replay. Fighting with 2 strikes at the plate was Rakowski. Ekblad playing deep at third, had to charge that ball. The throw was offline, but Rakowski was there first. For the second hit for Bismarck today. And they have the leadoff man on in the third. Bismarck needs offense now. And they bring up the leadoff batter, Connor Harvison. He also reaches for an outside pitch. Fouls it over to the on-deck circle for Bismarck. Standing there is the left fielder, Quinn Hafner. A 1 pitch coming up to Bismarck's catcher, Connor Harvison. But first, a pickoff move to first is going to get away from Collings. Having a tough time figuring out where that ball was. Able to pick it up with Rakowski still sliding to first base. Now Ekblad playing up at third. Watching strike 2 right down the middle was Harvison. Bismarck this season, they've been able to score 10 or more runs in 5 games. Of course, they only need 7 right now. The offense has been really flashy at times. They scored at least 7 runs in 10 games this year out of their 32 played. They're going to need a big offensive effort here to come back against Williston. 2-2 count to Harvison. Because the Coyotes come back from down 6 runs at the end of the game in the semifinal yesterday against Legacy. Legacy had a 6-0 lead going into the top of the 6th inning. The Coyotes would get 1 in the top half of the 6th and 5 more in the 7th in a game where it looked like Legacy was going to just use their starting pitcher Connor Grable to finish off a complete game, possibly even the shutout. But that was lost. He got the no decision. Swing and miss for strike 3. 4th K of the day for Williston's starting pitcher Jaden Iba. Second time he struck out Connor Harvison. There's 1 on with 1 gone for Quinn Hafner. 0 for 1 with the ground out to short. Hafner waits the first pitch. In there for strike 1. One ball, no strike count to Harvison. Sorry, this is Hafner. Pops one up behind first base, but Collings will find it for out number 2. Pop out to first base by Quinn Hafner. Now bring to the plate Tanner Grosclose. Yesterday against Century, despite pitching 3 innings of relief and picking up the win, Grosclose at the plate went 1 for 4. Bismarck had 1 run on 7 hits in 13 innings against Century. Their pitching staff a combined 13-inning outing by Tate Shaner and Tanner Grosclose allowed just 5 Century hits and no runs to get to the state qualifier game. That'll be ball 1 to Grosclose. Bismarck's offense was shut out early on against Minot as well, but they got a few late runs in that game against the Magicians to at least force a 6th inning. It was a run rule shortened game still against the Magi, falling 14-4 in the quarterfinals. Line drive down for a base hit. It's into the right field corner. Bismarck will try and wave in the first run. Here comes the relay, and here comes the runner. Scoring, standing up, is Aiden Rakowski. It's an RBI triple by Tanner Grosclose. Watch it again on the Ryan Family Dealerships replay. See how much of it we got here. A line drive that's going to find its way into the right field corner. Rakowski off and running with 2 outs. He's waved all the way in to score, and Bismarck's on the BNC National Bank scoreboard. They trail 7-1 in the top of the 3rd. Your life is busy. That's why BNC National Bank will make managing your money easy with locations in North Dakota, Minnesota, and Arizona. Also visit them online at bnc.bank. We've got a balk there called, which will score Tanner Gross-Close. So now Bismarck's got 2 runs on the balk. Swing and miss by Brady Vogel, but it's up strike 1. Pitch well outside. Not diving for it, makes the stop. 1 ball and a strike to Brady Vogel. Gross-Close brings home a run on the triple, scores on the balk as the Demons have begun their comeback effort. They trail now 5 runs in the top of the 3rd. Jaden Iba has made 2 previous starts this year. His longest start was 2 2/3 against Minot. That was back in late April, a month ago to this day. 2-1 pitch. Breaking ball, he fooled Brady Vogel. Stone 2 2/3 innings so far. His longest outing was 3 innings in relief against Bismarck Century. Iba, another pitch in the dirt. It's turf here at Corbett Field. Full count pitch now to Vogel as the Demons looking for more traffic on the bases with 2 outs. Grounds a foul ball in front of the third base patio area. That looks to be where the Demons fans are today. Mentioned earlier that not too many in the shade of the Corbett Field grandstand today. They are out enjoying the sun that we deeply missed yesterday in the WDA semifinals. Fly ball to left center field. It will be dropped. Dropped on the warning track. That was the center fielder, Caden Call, out there. It looked like he had 2 hands up. It looked like he was going to catch that ball in the left center field gap. Here it is again on the Ryan Family Dealerships replay. And we're on the run. It just falls out of his mitt. Very hard to see on the replay there, but he had that one tracked down. That was going to be the 3rd out for Williston, but not so fast. Vogel reaches on the 2-base error, and Bismarck's back in business in the top of the 3rd. Fly ball to center by Jurgensen. Call will catch this one, and the inning is over. But Bismarck picks up their first 2 runs of the state qualifier game on the BNC National Bank scoreboard after 2.5 innings from Corbett Field. It's Bismarck 2, Williston 7.
Jersey Mike's slices your sub right in front of you, see? The slicer, the meat and cheese, it has a rhythm.
This is the rhythm of the slice. The slice. Oh yeah. The rhythm of the slice. This is the rhythm of the slice. The slice. Oh yeah.
Order for Danny?
Sliced right in front of you. It's a Jersey Mike's thing. A sub above.
From the 26-yard line, nearing the Serve Pro red zone are the Demons already. Handoff, Henke dances in the hole. Now he speeds and bursts outside, accelerates to the 20, 15, 10, 2 touches, 2 touchdowns.
Carter Henke, this time they go left, and he just does what he does so well is he read the block. It wasn't off tackle, it wasn't off the guard on the inside, and he took his time, then he bounced to the outside, got a great little kick-out block, a touch block, and deep downfield for the Demons, helping him out.
This broadcast of the WDA Baseball Tournament on the PSP Network is brought to you in part by Press Switch Orthodontics, specializing in braces and Invisalign for all ages. They offer 0% financing and free consultations, virtual or in office. Enjoy professional treatment in a fun, relaxed atmosphere. Check them out at mynotbraces.com. That's Press Switch Orthodontics online at mynotbraces.com. Up for the 3rd time today as we head to the bottom of the 3rd inning is Max Heen. Williston now leading by 5. The Coyotes scored 4 runs in the bottom of the 1st, batting around. Another 3 runs in the 2nd, sending 8 batters to the plate. Now in the bottom of the third, they have the top of the order. 1-0 pitch to Heen. In there for strike one. Again, Bismarck using their reliever here for the third. They got a 1-inning start from Brady Vogel, who's now at first base. He threw 46 pitches. Tristan Schultz came on for the second. He threw 23, giving up 3 runs to Williston. He's on for his second inning of work. Again, he's going to need a long relief effort this game for Bismarck, who really suffered or had to use a lot of pitches in 13 innings against Century. Luckily, though, they got 10 innings from their starter, Tate Shaner. That one could have gone really bad for the winner of that loser out game had Shaner not thrown approximately 9 pitches per inning in that no decision against Century yesterday. So Bismarck only lost 2 pitchers in that winning effort against Century. Payoff pitch, missing for ball 2. And Max Heen, the co-op player from Alexander High School, sits on a breaking pitch. Rolls one to Taylor at second base. And that's a leadoff ground out. Heen 0 for 3 in this game. He's the only Coyote yet to reach base. And bring up Garrett Solberg. He's 1 for 2. Singled in the first inning. Bopped out to first base to start the second. The Coyotes have not got a leadoff batter on base in this game. Heen led off the first inning with a ground out. Solberg bopped out to start the second, and Heen again grounding out to second base. Williston has done all their work with 1 out or 2 outs on the scoreboard. Similarly to how they did against Dickinson in the quarterfinal round, scoring the first 3 runs of the game, all with 2 outs. Solberg ahead of the pitch from Schultz. It's 0-2. Swing and miss by Solberg. It's a 3-pitch strikeout. First K of the day for Tristan Schultz. And there's 2 up, 2 down in the third inning. Well, how much does Bismarck need a shutout inning here in the third as their offense struck for 2 runs in the top half of this third inning? They need to hold Williston off the BNC National Bank scoreboard. First pitch to Connor Ekblad is a strike. Ekblad has reached base twice on a double and hit by pitch. Schultz again using the off speed, but Williston still ahead of it. That's foul ball. 2 strikes now on Ekblad. Looking for a 1-2-3 third inning is Tristan Schultz. Out of the windup, nobody on base, 2 outs, bottom third. It's ball 1, blocked by Harvison, but it gets away. Another payoff pitch on the way from Schultz. Skides to center field, over toward right center. Gross close calls off his teammate and makes the catch. It is a 1-2-3 third inning for Tristan Schultz and the Bismarck Demons. He records his first strikeout of the game in second inning of relief. And on the BNC National Bank scoreboard through 3 complete at Corbett Field in Minot. In the West Region State Qualifier on the PSP Network, it's Bismarck High 2, Williston 7. Demons back at the plate when we return.
The best part about working at BNC National Bank is developing relationships.
I love working with people.
We've been here for over 25 years.
We've grown just like our communities we're in.
But we still have that personal connection with our customers.
And that's why we can find the best solutions for them.
It feels great seeing projects around the community and knowing we're a small part of making that happen.
We're helping people buy their first homes.
Plan for the future.
From startups to big business.
We're part of the community.
And we're proud of it.
Yours truly, BNC.
What is performance? It's strategy, conditioning, precision, anticipating the unexpected, and executing. For some, it may be just a game, but in this field, there is no playing around. you need to give it your all. You need to give it the max. Ag Vision Max by Farmer's Choice. An all-in-one playbook for growers developed by agronomists specific to your goals. It's a precise guide to maximize your field's performance. Ag Vision Max.
Made our way to the 4th inning of this WDA state qualifier game. This is the first of 3 games on the PSP network this afternoon as part of the final day of the 2024 WDA Baseball Tournament. Now the finale of this state qualifier, and then we'll send the 4th and final West Region team to the state tournament later on today. Dickinson takes on Mandan. That should be a real interesting matchup. Not to say that any game of this West Region tournament has not been. We have had a tournament that, despite the upsets, despite the very interesting results, has kind of gone to plan. We expected this. Expected a lot of chaos early on. Did not expect a 13-inning game yesterday, but you just knew something was going to happen that was against the grain in this West Region tournament. And here in the state qualifier, we've got the 6-seeded Williston leading 8-seeded Bismarck High by 5 runs in the top of the 4th. There is a Serve Pro pitching change for Williston with 24/7 emergency service and trained technicians using advanced technology and specializing in fire and water cleanup and restoration. It's Serve Pro. The new pitcher for Williston is number 26. Or 28, that's Connor Ekblad. Ekblad will come in from third base. Moving around some players, Jaden Iba goes from pitcher to third. 1 strike on a foul ball to Drew Taylor. Now comes back, evens the count 1-1. So Jaden Iba's day is done on the mound after a 3-inning start. There's 3 innings, allowing 2 runs on 3 Bismarck hits. He was able to strike out 3 Bismarck batters. Also walked 1. Taylor to center field. Coming in all the way to the Corbett Field logo is Caden Call to make the catch. On the year on the mound for Connor Ekblad. This will be his 6th total appearance. First one in relief. He's thrown 23 innings this season with a 1-4 record. An ERA of 4.57, 22 strikeouts to 7 walks. Tate Shaner pop up. Might stay in play. It's well into the Williston dugout, though. I think it could be possible for, if it's high enough, and the catcher or first base has the right speed to run into the uncovered dugouts here at Corbett Field and make a catch. It could happen. 2 strikes to Shaner. Missing low and away for 1 ball and 2 strikes. Connor Ekblad hasn't pitched since May 16th, a 3-inning start against Jamestown. He did throw against Bismarck in the doubleheader between these 2 teams. There's his first strikeout. He gets Shaner swinging. And there's 2 outs in the top of the 4th. Ekblad against Bismarck High in the regular season pitched 5 innings in the winning effort for the Coyotes, allowing just 1 run, striking out 7. He started the game, and Jaden Iba came in to finish it, getting a 6-out save. Umpires meeting here. Possibly about the last strike to Shaner. I think Shaner thought it was a foul ball, which is why he stood still in the box. And that's what they will rule. So Tate Shaner's at bat will continue after it's ruled a foul ball off the end of his bat. So bring Tate Shaner back to the plate. And the count will go back to 2-2. 2-2 pitch from Ekblad. Strike 3 called. No swing there. As Ekblad will, in the end, record his first strikeout of the game. turns to a backwards K. 2 outs in the fourth for Coy Eckroth. Eckroth DHing. He was DHing the place of Tyler Knopp. Knopp was taken out of the game for Bismarck's pitcher, or relief pitcher, Tristan Scholes. So staying in the DH spot is Eckroth. 2-0 count to him. Jumping out of the way again. 3 balls, no strikes. Ball 4, it's going to get to the backstop. Eckroth will take off for first. Maybe trying to take 2 bases, but just take the free base. And Bismarck again has a runner on first with 2 outs. They started the comeback in the top of the third after giving up the first 7 runs of the game to Williston. The Demons put up 2 in the top of the third inning. They shut out the Coyotes in the bottom half of the inning. Now looking for offense with 2 outs. Aiden Rakowski, who singled in his last plate appearance. 1 for 1 with a single in the third. He would score Bismarck's first run. Driven in on Tanner Grossklose's triple. 1-0. Taken for strike 1. Kick and delivery from Ekblad. Strike 2 called, lone outside. Rakowski in this tournament 2 for 9 of the plate. Again, Bismarck's played an extra game than most of the teams here. Stealing second base is Coy Eckroth. Count moves to 2 balls and 2 strikes. Number 2, Aiden Rakowski. And Bismarck played in that play-in game against Bismarck St. Mary's, which was broadcast live on the PSP network to qualify for this tournament, beating the Saints 7-3, a rematch of last year's play-in game. Runner in scoring position here for Rakowski. Reaches for the 2-strike pitch. It's going to bounce to Johnson as the base runner kind of right in front of him. And now I think Williston's coach, Aaron Finder, is going to come out to try and argue if that was some interference. Umpire said there was no contact made, no interference at all, and everybody's safe on the infield single. Rakowski had a line drive to Johnson at short, and right in front of Johnson was the base runner, Coy Eckroth. Johnson had to plate on a bounce and a guy behind him. So that will be hit number 4 for Bismarck today, and the second for Aiden Rakowski. First and third now for Connor Harvison, trying to break an 0 for 2 in the state qualifier. He struck out twice. 1 ball, no strikes to Harvison. Harvison grounds the ball to first base. It is stopped by Collings. He'll step on the base, and that ends the inning. Bismarck gets 2 runners on with 2 outs, but they leave him on the base pass after 3.5 from Corbett Field. On the BNC National Bank scoreboard, it's Williston 7, Bismarck 2. We'll back with more baseball after this commercial break.
Nobody thinks about personal injury until it happens. But when injury strikes, so will your bills and the turmoil and everything you'll miss out on. It's a mess, and you need someone to help it all make sense. That someone is Schweigert, Clamine, and McBride. We know the territory and the process, and we work smart and hard to get you results. It's easier to get back to normal knowing there's a team behind you. We're the ones the other side doesn't want you to call. We're on your side. We're Schweigert, Clamine, and McBride.
reached the halfway point of this West Region Baseball state qualifier. After the final out, stay tuned for the Planning Team Financial Advisors Shots Crossroads post-game show. Whether you're looking for a full-service financial plan or planning for farm or business succession, Planning Team Financial Advisors is here to help you work toward achieving your financial goals. Visit them online at planningteam.com, helping clients work toward financial freedom. And out some game awards as well. The Sport Clips MVP and the Jobbers Move of the Game as part of the Planning Team Financial Advisors Shots Crossroads post-game show. State qualifier, of course, will send one team to the State A baseball tournament next weekend to kick off the summer at DCB&T Ballpark in Dickinson. Williston hasn't made a state appearance since 2019. For Bismarck, they haven't been since 2016. Bouncing in left field in front of Quinn Hafner as that line drive off the bat of Justin Ergens. So a leadoff single to left by Ergens. Kicks off the bottom of the fourth for Williston. And their first scoreless inning of the game, and their first scoreless inning since the fifth against Legacy. In the bottom of the third. Pitch that did hit Iba in the helmet. It looked like he had ducked out of the way. Home plate umpire agrees. Sends Iba down to first base. Moving Ergens to second. It didn't look from here like that one did go over the head of Iba, but it bounced off his helmet and brings Chase Collings to the plate. Collings will lay down a bunt. It's a good one that's going to get past the pitcher, Tristan Scholes, unable to pick it up. And Collings has reached base now in a single, a fielder's choice, and a bunt. A hit for Chase Collings on the bunt. Loads the bases with nobody out in the bottom of the fourth. Corners playing up for Bismarck. First one to Janot is strike one called on the outer half. Janot 1 for 2. He singled his last time up. One strike from Scholes. Into being 1 ball and a strike. Williston in this inning. 3 batters have come up to the plate. Ergens single to left field that dropped right in front of Quinn Hafner. Then Jaden Ibo is hit by a pitch on their outside strike. And Scholes is back ahead in the count. Ibo was hit in the helmet. And Chase Collings squared to bunt, put one down the third base line and went underneath the bare hand attempted pick by Tristan Scholes. So that's how Williston's loaded the bases in this fourth inning. They've had bases loaded situations in the first and second. They've come around to score 7 runs so far in this game. Janot with a line drive to left field. That one will stay fair. All the way into the left field corner. 2 runs are in for Williston. They're waving around Collings from first. Jackson Janot, a bases clearing double. See it again on the Ryan Family Dealerships replay. With specialized training and technology, nobody knows your vehicle better than the certified techs at Ryan Family Dealerships. No matter what kind of vehicle you own, you can trust your repairs to Ryan. 3 RBIs on that double by Jackson Janot. And now the fourth inning continues with no outs for Caden Call. Call hits a single to right field. They're waving in Janot. The green light stays on. Janot will score standing. And Williston has put up another 4 spot in the bottom of the fourth. On the BNC National Bank scoreboard, it's Williston 11, Bismarck 2. Here is the last hit by Caden Call on the Ryan Family Dealerships replay. Call now 1 for 2. He reached on a walk and now has driven in a run on the single. First pitch now to Bridger Johnson. He's 0 for 1, walk and a flyout. Scholes in the stretch. First pitch to Williston's shortstop, Bridger Johnson. Up high for ball 1. The Coyotes have sent 5 batters to the plate in this fourth inning. All of them have reached base. 4 have scored. Call the lone base runner now. He stands at first. A pitch from Scholes, grounded to third by Bridger Johnson. To start the double play. Was he on the base? I say the out is at second base. It looked like Drew Taylor might have come off to second base early, but the out is recorded. Johnson reaches on the fielder's choice, taking away the double play ball with the speed to first. Oh for 3 today for Maxine. He is looking to snap that. Up for the 4th time in the game as we are in the 4th inning. 1 out. Heen at the plate. Strike 1 from Scholes. Run rule not in effect in this inning for Williston. But if they put up that 12th run or more, it'll be on Ekblad to finish out the game. Tough one there, going to the glove side for Drew Taylor. It was going to take a lot of range to make that play. See what we have on the Ryan Family Dealerships replay. And he was way out of his second base position there. Let's touch his glove. That'll be an infield hit for Max Heen. And every Williston batter has reached base today. Johnson to second. Heen stands on first. Garrett Solberg in the box. Solberg 1 for 3. Singleton scored in the first. Since then has been held off the bases by the Demons. Pop out to first base and a strikeout as part of a 1-2-3 third inning. Tristan Scholes, who ended that inning at over 30 pitches, now working out of another jam here in the 4th. Already 4 runs across for the Coyotes. Solberg watches the ball in the turf. Blocked by Harvison. This is the 8th batter of the inning for Williston. They batted around in the first, sending 10 guys to the plate as part of a 4-run inning. 9th batter is Connor Ekblad. He's on deck. Pickoff move to second. Throw nearly went wild. Back in safely is Bridger Johnson. 11 runs on 10 hits for Williston. There's been 1 Bismarck error, a couple of walks, and 3 hit batters. 1-1 count now to Solberg. 2-1 count now to Solberg. My mistake. Long look in to get the sign. Scholes first base side of the rubber. Starts his delivery. It's ball 3. Bismarck pitching has walked 3 batters, and they've hit 3 as well. Now they've hit 4. Solberg hit in the leg. Loads the bases again for Williston. And brings out Serve Pro mound visit by Bismarck. It'll be a Serve Pro pitching change as well. Tristan Scholes goes 2 1/3 innings, allowing 7 runs. We'll have the rest of his final line when we return. A Serve Pro pitching change for the Bismarck Demons here on the PSP Network.
When facing disaster, it's not just the things we lose, but the memories. But there's hope. ServPro, with decades of experience in Minot and Bismarck, is always ready. Our certified professionals don't just restore homes, they rebuild lives. Because to us, you're not just a client, you're family.
Our stylists are trained to understand the nuances of cutting men's hair. Less pomp, more adore, huh, Brittany?
Square face, wavy hair.
Mid-fade with a textured top. Finish it off with a hard part and taper that neckline, coach.
Cowlick, what's the move? It's not just all about hard work here.
Hit all. 7. Pressure. Points. Yeah.
It takes expertise to be a sport clip stylist.
Here?
That's a spot. Right there, huh?
Sport Clips, the pros in men's hair.
Whether you're looking for a full-service financial plan or planning for farm or business succession, Planning Team Financial Advisors is here to help you work toward achieving your financial goals. With locations in Bismarck, Garrison, and Center, our full-service team of professionals are dedicated to helping you work towards achieving your financial goals. Visit us online, planningteam.com.
Securities offered through LPL Financial, member of FINRA Civic. Investment advisory services offered through New Edge Advisors, LLC, a registered investment advisor. New Edge Advisors, LLC, and Planning Team Financial Advisors are separate entities.
Breathe in. I can't believe I wrecked my car.
There are some things in life we can't control, but what's important is how we respond. At Jerome's Collision Center, they provide the highest quality of service, assuring the job gets done stress-free and making it feel like a breath of fresh air. And to give you peace of mind, they handle the insurance.
Are you even a therapist?
Don't worry about it. Jerome's, they're the experts. Jerome's.
24/7 emergency service and training technicians using advanced technology and specializing in fire and water cleanup and restoration at ServPro. ServPro pitching change for Bismarck. They're going to bring in the right fielder Aiden Rakowski, who pitched against Minot High in the quarterfinal round. His first offering to Connor Ekblad is in the turf for ball number 1. Rakowski threw 71 pitches against Minot in the quarterfinals. In the loss. So he has 64 pitches to work with here against Williston as he comes out in the bottom of the 4th with 1 out. Inheriting the bases loaded, Bismarck plays infield in against Ekblad. Ekblad, who has reached base twice today. A double in the first inning, was hit by a pitch in the second. He scored twice and flew out to center field to end the 3rd. Williston has sent 9 batters to the plate again in this 4th. They batted around in the first inning. Ekblad is hit by the pitch. Well, no, he's walked. It was ball 4 anyway. So that will bring in the 12th run for Williston on the BNC National Bank scoreboard. Again, the 10-run rule not in effect in this inning. But now Williston, should they get 3 outs and keep Bismarck off the board in the 5th, they'll be heading to the state early. Swing and a miss by Justin Ergens. He led off the inning with a single to left field. It dropped right in front of Quinn Hafner. And that'll be strike 2. Final line for Tristan Schulz. He went 2 1/3 innings of relief, allowing 7 runs. That last one goes unearned to him. He was responsible for all runners on base when Rakowski took over. Allowed 7 hits, striking out 1, and walking 1, hitting 2. 3 batters he hit. Payoff pitch from Rakowski. Ergens waited for it. Hits one over the patio area on the first base line. 1-2 again from Rakowski. Bismarck defense still playing in. They're going to play out this full inning again. Run rule goes into effect in the 5th. So Williston can add as many as possible here in the 4th inning. They've already struck for 5 in this half inning alone on the BNC National Bank scoreboard. It's Williston 12, Bismarck 2. 2-2 pitch from Rakowski. Strike 3 called. Ergens retired on the strikeout. His second strikeout of the game, but he reached and scored on the strikeout in the first inning. 11th batter of this inning for Williston. It's Jaden Iba. First one. Breaking ball for strike 1. Defense goes back to normal depth for Bismarck. Force out anywhere. And that's strike 2. Rakowski living in the zone. Bismarck got a 1-inning start from Brady Vogel. 2 1/3 innings of relief from Tristan Scholes. And now they bring in Rakowski, their quarterfinal game starter. Try and finish out the 4th. And should Bismarck be able to score a run in the 5th, it'll be Rakowski likely on the mound again. And he has 70 pitches to work with before hitting the tournament maximum. He threw 71 against Minot. Ground ball will not be picked up, and Williston will score 2 runs on the error. Ground ball that Kieran Jurgensen tried to pick up. Watch it again on the Ryan Family Dealerships replay. It was a ground ball to third. Jurgensen cutting in front of the shortstop Shaner, but he couldn't field it cleanly. And Shaner, the backup, also couldn't get it. It deflected into left center field. So that'll be an error charge to Bismarck. Iba reaches. That's his 4th time on base. He's 0 for 1. He's been hit by 2 pitches and walked. Now Chase Collings, 2 for 3. 2 singles and a reach on fielder's choice. Ball blocked by Harvison. Iba gets way too far off of first, and he's thrown out. Picked off by Harvison from behind home plate, but Williston in the fourth goes for 7 runs. They still leave a runner on base on the BNC National Bank scoreboard. It's Williston 14, Bismarck 2. The Coyotes need 3 more outs to head to state.
That sinking feeling you get when this happens, that's oil change-anxiety. The anxiety of being without a car with a billion things to do. The fear of being overcharged, the stress of not knowing where to go or who to trust. But you never get those feelings at Valvoline Instant Oil Change, where you can watch us work right from your car, and we finish up in about 15 minutes.
We changed your oil and did our 18-point safety check.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Service you can see, experts you can trust.
It's Tundra Month at Cedric Field Toyota. With more than 30 new Tundras to choose from, starting under $50,000, there's a Tundra to fit every lifestyle. Built in Texas and sold right here in Bismarck, North Dakota, the Tundra is more than just a truck. It's an experience. Step inside to discover comfort and cutting-edge technology with the very best safety features. From the rugged SR5 to the luxurious Capstone, there is a Tundra for every adventure. Just off I-94's exit 161 in Bismarck, Cedric Field Toyota. Let's go places.
Top of the 5th from Corbett Field in Minot on the PSP Network. It's the WDA Baseball Tournament State Qualifier games. Here's the situation for Bismarck. They need 2 runs in this. Sorry, they need 3 runs in this inning at the very least to play the bottom of the 5th. The run rule in effect. Williston leading by 12 on the BNC National Bank scoreboard. With locations around North Dakota, Minnesota, and Arizona, BNC National Bank provides you with banking and wealth management services for your business and family. Visit them online at bnc.bank. Connor Ekblad took over as the pitcher for Williston in the 4th. Pitched a scoreless inning, giving up a walk and a single and stranding 2 on base for the Demons. Leading off the 5th with a fly out to center field is Quinn Hafner. Losing his cap was Williston center fielder Caden Call. But he does make the catch. 1 out in the 5th for Bismarck. Tanner Gross close to the batter. He tripled his last time up and came around to score. He drove in Bismarck's first run of the game. Bismarck only inning with runs was the 3rd. 2 runs at the top of the 3rd inning. Delivery from Ekblad. Right-handed pitcher to left-handed batter. Sends a foul ball over the Bismarck bullpen. Gross close 1 for 2. On deck is Brady Vogel. Last chance for Bismarck here in the 5th. Foul ball now over the grandstand and out of play. Payoff pitch coming up from Ekblad. Ekblad struck out Tate Shaner in the 4th. He's had 1 punch out so far in his inning and a 3rd of relief. Dickinson and Mandan waiting for their game coming up next. Gross close out to left field. Good read on it is Solberg. There's 2 gone in the 5th. Williston 1 out away from a state tournament bid. And the Williston Coyotes looking for their 15th state appearance since 2000. They went back-to-back years in 2018 and 2019. They have not been since. They snapped the streak at 5 years. Line drive. It'll be foul. Just foul off the bat of Brady Vogel. Williston last qualified for the state tournament in 2019 again. That year they were West Region champions. This year making it through the state qualifier game. Still need to get 1 out here in the 5th before the Demons put up 3. We've seen comebacks specifically from Williston in this tournament. Payoff pitch from Ekblad. Ball 1. Again trying to get batter to chase on the low outside pitch. That's the way Williston works with 2 strikes. Doesn't get Vogel. Brady Vogel 0 for 2. He reached on an error. A 2-base error by Caden Call out in center field. 1-2 offering from Connor Ekblad. Williston looking for the win in 5. Swing and miss, foul tip into the glove. And the game is over. Williston qualifies for state for the 15th time. They snap a 5-year drought at the state tournament with a run rule shortened win over Bismarck. Your final score on the BNC National Bank scoreboard, it's Williston 14, Bismarck 2. With the Planning Team Financial Advisor Shots Crossroads postgame show coming up next on the PSP Network.
It's Keating Furniture World's 90th anniversary sale. Now's the time to celebrate, update, and redecorate. From furniture for every room to flooring that brings it all together, you'll find incredible anniversary savings on just what you want, just what you need. Step up to better sleep on a Sealy, Stearns & Foster, or Tempur-Pedic mattress, all comfortably priced. Plus, no interest for 5 years. Don't miss this one, the 90th anniversary sale. Going on now at Keating Furniture World.
The best part about working at BNC National Bank is developing relationships.
I love working with people.
We've been here for over 25 years.
We've grown just like our communities we're in.
But we still have that personal connection with our customers.
And that's why we can find the best solutions for them.
It feels great seeing projects around the community and knowing we're a small part of making that happen.
We're helping people buy their first homes.
Plan for the future.
From startups to big business.
We're part of the community.
And we're proud of it.
Yours truly, BNC.
We want it all. We want our dog to fetch it.
Drop it.
And drop it.
Drop it.
We want to fix it ourselves. And actually fix it. We want to order the market price lobster. And know the market price of the lobster.
How much is... Whatever the market says.
Sadly, we can't have it all. Except at Sport Clips, where we check in with the pros in men's hair and totally check out with pure, uninterrupted relaxation. Sport Clips. It's a game changer.
Are you moving your business or your home across the town or across the country? We know it can be stressful. To ensure your possessions arrive on time, intact, and on budget, make your move with Jobbers Moving and Storage. Jobbers can help you with every aspect of your move. With our efficient step-by-step approach to move management, we can tailor a plan to suit your needs and schedule. With locations in Bismarck, Fargo, Minot, and Aberdeen, Jobbers Moving and Storage is your choice. Visit jobberswarehouse.com. It's Jobbers Moving and Storage.
Whether it's getting an education, making priceless memories, learning to play, playing to learn, or simply getting where you need to go, the team at Ackerman Estbold has been behind these projects and countless others, developing critical infrastructure, valuable spaces, and even some good old-fashioned fun. Entrusted with the things you know, but delivering more than you may realize. Ackerman Estbold. Trusted for decades and decades to come.
Great news! If you're looking for a new vehicle, Ryan Family Dealerships has the best selection we've had in years. You'll find fantastic offers from Nissan, Honda, Chevrolet, Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram.
Hold on! Ryan sells Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram?
Yes, we do, and we'd love to sell one to you. Visit one of our 5 convenient locations in Minot and Williston. Get your next vehicle from a name you know and trust. Ryan Family Dealerships.
Welcome into the Planning Team Financial Advisors Shots Crossroads post-game show following Game 1 of this Saturday triple-header to kick off your Memorial Day weekend. Williston qualifies for the state tournament. They're the 3rd team in to the WDA Baseball tournament next weekend at DCB&T Ballpark in Dickinson following a run rule shortened victory over the Bismarck Demons 14-2. Here's how it happened with our Planning Team Financial Advisors Shots Crossroads postgame show game recap. But first, a reminder that Shots Crossroads is your postgame headquarters. Order online at shotscrossroads.com for their delicious menu that includes the famous number 99. Team buses are always welcome at Shots Crossroads. Again, order online at shotscrossroads.com, your postgame headquarters. Williston, their starting pitcher Jaden Iba took the mound in the top of the 1st inning, facing Bismarck's batting order. They put up 1 run in 13 innings against Century, but they got here to the state qualifier game looking for a turnaround offensively. Iba shut him down in the 1st inning with 2 strikeouts in a 1-2-3 first. Then Williston came to bat and would send 10 batters to the plate in the bottom half of the inning. And started out with a Maxine groundout to shortstop, but then a Garrett Solberg single, Connor Ekblad double. Justin Ergens would reach on a strikeout and bring in Williston's first run on the wild pitch. Jaden Iba was hit by a pitch to load the bases once again. Chase Collings singled home a run. Then after an RBI ground out by Jackson Janot, Caden Call was walked, Bridger Johnson was walked. Williston would leave the bases loaded, but they would score 4 runs in the first inning alone. In the bottom of the second, Williston was back on it after a leadoff pop out to first base by Garrett Solberg. Connor Ekblad was hit by a pitch. Justin Ergens hit a double to left field. Jaden Iba was walked. Chase Collings reached on a fielder's choice. Jackson Janot with a single. Caden Call grounded out to second base, which brought in another run for Williston. They'd send 8 to the plate in a 3-run second inning, and Williston had a 7-0 lead. Jaden Iba out for the third inning of his start, gave up a leadoff single to Aiden Rakowski in the top half of the inning. Later on, Tanner Grosclose would drive him in with a 2-out triple as Bismarck got on the BNC National Bank scoreboard. Grosclose will be driven in later on by a 2-base error. Brady Vogel hit a fly ball to center field that was dropped. That brought in Grosclose, and Bismarck had 2 runs on the board after 2.5 complete. Williston was shut out in the bottom half of the inning, but the Coyotes brought in their relief pitcher there in the fourth, Connor Ekblad, and again he was he shut down Bismarck's lineup once again, getting 2 outs to start the inning, including a strikeout of Tate Shaner. Then walked Coy Ekroth and gave up a hit to Aiden Rakowski, but left 2 demons on the base pass, getting Connor Harvison to ground out to first. Williston then went up big in the bottom of the fourth, sending 11 batters to the plate. The bottom of the fourth inning for Williston went like this. Justin Ergens single, Jaden Iba was hit by a pitch, Chase Collings a base hit, Jackson Janot a double, Caden Call a single, Bridger Johnson reached on a fielder's choice. Max Heen would get an infield hit. Garrett Solberg was hit by a pitch. Connor Ekblad was walked. Bismarck had to bring in another reliever, Aiden Rakowski, in that inning as well. The Demons used 3 pitchers in the game. Their starter, Brady Vogel, went 1 inning. Tristan Schultz, 2 1/3, and Aiden Rakowski got 2 outs in the fourth. But Williston puts up 7 runs in the bottom of the fourth inning to take a 12-run lead, and then Ekblad back out to close it out in the top of the fifth. Sets down the Demons 1-2-3, finishing the game with the strikeout of Brady Vogel. And Williston, they will get into the NDHSAA Class A State Baseball Tournament next weekend in Dickinson at DCB&T Ballpark, the 15th state appearance for the Coyotes, and their first since 2019. Let's get your final score. Williston 14, Bismarck 2 in 5 innings. As for our post-game awards, starting with the Sport Clips MVP of this matchup, it's brought to you by Sport Clips, the home of the MVP haircut experience. Nothing makes you feel like an MVP quite like the MVP haircut experience at Sport Clips. Check it online with a hairstylist today at sportclips.com or on the app. Well, Williston, they got some good pitching performance today. A 3-inning start from Jaden Iba, allowing 2 runs. 2 innings in relief for Connor Ekblad, but what a tournament for Justin Ergens, and he finished very well in the state qualifier game. He went 2 for 4 with 2 strikeouts, but one was essentially an RBI strikeout, scoring a run on the wild pitch and reaching base in the first inning. He would then double home a run in the second inning and score. Got a single in the fourth inning and would score as well, but also did strike out in the fourth. A 2 for 4 day at the plate with 3 runs scored for Justin Ergens. He would be able to bring in 2 Williston runs in the game. And he is your Sport Clips MVP, Justin Ergens. Again, that one even goes back the whole tournament for him. He started out the tournament in Game 1 against Dickinson with a 3-hit performance. Then yesterday against Legacy, Ergens would get a triple and a double as well. Back-to-back-to-back multi-hit games for Justin Ergens in this West Region tournament, and he gets the credit for it here with the Sport Clips MVP of the game in the state qualifier. As for the Jobbers move of the game, for Williston defense, there wasn't any web gems out there, but obviously the one they're going to want to watch on replay. Strike 3 to end the game. Connor Ekblad retires. Brady Vogel, here was the final out of the game. Swing and miss, foul tip into the glove to record the strikeout. Ekblad's second K of the day sends the Williston Coyotes to the state tournament. That was your final out in Jobbers moving and storage move of the game. They focus on the details of the process so without ever losing sight of the big picture. Their efficient step-by-step approach to move management keeps everyone on the same page with locations in Bismarck, Minot, Fargo, and Aberdeen. Find them online at jobberswarehouse.com. Well, that completes Game 1 of our triple header here on the PSP Network and the Planning Team Financial Advisors Shots Crossroads post-game show. Your final score for the final time in 5 innings. Williston advances to the state tournament with a 14-2 victory over Bismarck High. We'll return with our second state qualifier between Dickinson and Mandan after this commercial break. On the PSP Network, you're watching WDA Baseball Tournament Day 3 from Minot.
This presentation on the PSP Network is proudly brought to you by PSP Network. It's game day.
When facing disaster, it's not just the things we lose, but the memories. But there's hope. ServPro, with decades of experience in Minot and Bismarck, is always ready. Our certified professionals don't just restore homes, they rebuild lives. Because to us, you're not just a client, you're family.
Shields Visa is more than just a card. It's the freedom to go. It's a gateway to explore and do more of what you love. Imagine where the Shields Visa can take you. So join us in discovering endless possibilities. Shields Visa. Together, we've got this.
Meet Gary. Gary is an ordinary guy, but right now Gary has car trouble. Gary doesn't know about magic towing. Don't be like Gary. Remember the name and the number. It's Magic Towing. We are here to help 24/7. Magic Towing in Western North Dakota. Don't be like Gary. Remember the name and the number. It's Magic Towing.
This presentation on the PSP Network is proudly brought to you by PSP Network. It's game day.
Whether you're looking for a full-service financial plan or planning for farm or business succession, Planning Team Financial Advisors is here to help you work toward achieving your financial goals. With locations in Bismarck, Garrison, and Center, our full-service team of professionals are dedicated to helping you work towards achieving your financial goals. Visit us online, planningteam.com.
Securities offered through LPL Financial, member of Finland Civic. Investment advisory services offered through New Edge Advisors LLC, a registered investment advisor. New Edge Advisors LLC and Planning Team Financial Advisors are separate entities from LPL Financial.
How would you like to turn this into this? With Shaw's Crossroads Field to Food Reward Program, you can. Here's how it works. Pick up a Fuel Tracker card from any of our C-Store cashiers. Every time you fill up with gasoline or diesel, use the Fuel Tracker card to record your gallons. Once you reach 1,000 gallons, you'll be eligible for a $10 gift card to Shaw's Crossroads Restaurant. Start earning your rewards today at Shaw's Crossroads.
From the 26-yard line, nearing the Serve Pro red zone are the Demons already. Handoff, Hankey dances in the hole. Now he speeds and bursts outside, accelerates to the 20, 15, 10, 2 touches, 2 touchdowns.
Carter Hankey, this time they go left, and he just does what he does so well is he read the block. It wasn't off tackle, it wasn't off the guard on the inside, and he took his time, then he bounced to the outside, got a great little kick-out block, a touch block, and deep downfield for the Demons, helping him out.
That sinking feeling you get when this happens? That's oil change-anxiety. The anxiety of being without a car with a billion things to do. The fear of being overcharged, the stress of not knowing where to go or who to trust. But you never get those feelings at Valvoline Instant Oil Change, where you can watch us work right from your car, and we finish up in about 15 minutes.
We changed your oil and did our 18-point safety check.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Service you can see, experts you can trust.
On to game number 2 of our triple header from the WDA Baseball Tournament Day 3, kicking off the Memorial Day weekend here on the PSP Network. Thank you for tuning in. Our second game of the day and second state qualifier features the number 3 seeded Dickinson Midgets, who after dropping their quarterfinal round matchup to the Williston Coyotes by a 4-3 decision, have worked their way through the elimination bracket, surviving yesterday's loser-out game over Jamestown 11-2. They were the best team on the field in all phases against the Blue Jays yesterday, scoring 11 unanswered runs to take down Jamestown and advance to this state tournament qualification game against the Mandan Braves, who beat Bismarck Century in the 5v4 matchup. Mandan, the number 5 seed in this tournament, took down the Patriots 11-6 on the first day of competition here from the Magic City. But then last night against Minot, Mandan was able to tie the game on 2 separate occasions in the first 7 innings. They would force extras later on. It went to a bullpen game, but Minot got the last laugh against Mandan for a second game in a row between those two teams. Going to extra innings, Minot wins on the walk-off, a 3-2 score this time. That was last night in the nightcap in the WDA semifinals. Mandan's got to rebound today against the tough Dickinson team, a matchup that was a split in the regular season between these two squads. It was the final doubleheader of the regular season for Mandan, not so much for Dickinson. The first game of the doubleheader, which was held at Dickinson's ballpark, the Midgets walked it off. They scored 6 runs in the last 2 innings to beat Mandan in extras by a 7-6 final score. That was Mandan's 4th straight loss, but the Braves ended the regular season on the winning side of things, beating Dickinson in a run rule shortened game 14-4 after scoring 13 runs in the first 3 innings. So with that being said, it's hard to say what's going to happen here on Corbett Field in this state qualification game, but we know it should be a good one between 2 very respectable teams in the West region this season. Dickinson finishing their regular season campaign at 19-9. They've gone 1-1 here so far at the WDA tournament for a 20-10 record. They're the number 3 seed in the bracket. Mandan finished their regular season at 18-8. Again, losing 4 out of their last 5 games after a great start to the year. They've gone 1-1 here at the tournament, in beating Century and losing to Minot. This is the Valvoline Instant Oil Change pregame show with timely services that won't slow you down and no appointment needed. It's a stay-in-your-car drive-through oil change that'll take about 15 minutes at any of their service centers in Minot or Bismarck. Also find them online at VIOC.com. Starting it off in the Valvoline Instant Oil Change pregame show by taking a look at the starting lineups for this matchup, beginning with the visitors on the scoreboard, the Mandan Braves. And their leadoff batter is the catcher, Tucker Horner, then Hudson Sheldon, Dylan Gierke, Jamison Nelson. That's a good-looking top half of the order for the Braves, and they've been performing well in the late part of the regular season and the postseason. They need to step it up today again to put up some offense against Dickinson. Bottom half of the order for the Braves, Gage Miller plays first base, batting 5th. Tate Olson, the third baseman, bats 6th. Then Marcus Birdhorse, Mason Oster, and Ty Weiler finish out the lineup for Mandan. Defensively for the Braves, Tucker Horner is the catcher, Gage Miller at first base, Ty Weiler at second. The shortstop is Hudson Sheldon. Tate Olson plays at third. The outfield from left to right will be... Hold on a second, don't have the left fielder here. Got to pull up my lineup card again. Center field is Dylan Gierke. Marcus Birdhorse will be in right. The left fielder for Mandan, he's being DH for Ashton Miklich. The DH you get is Jamison Miller. The starting pitcher for Mandan, Mason Oster. We saw him earlier in the tournament. He pitched in relief against Bismarck Century, throwing 2 innings after Jamison Nelson's 5-inning start. In those 2 innings, Oster would allow 1 Century run on 1 hit, striking out 2 Patriots. He also came on in relief in the win for Mandan against Dickinson in the regular season, throwing another 2 innings, but his last start came against the Williston Coyotes in Game 1 of that doubleheader in the regular season. In mid-May, he threw just 1 inning. He pitched into the second against Williston, but was shelled for 8 runs on 11 hits. He did not strike out a single Coyote in that matchup, allowing 8 runs over 2 innings. He was not able to record an out in the second. That's his Mason Oster's last start. It ended up being a walk-off win in 9 innings for Williston, 13-12. Mandan bats kept up with Williston, scoring runs in every inning until extras, when Williston would walk it off in the bottom of the 9th. Mason Oster, the starting pitcher for Mandan in this state qualification game. For Dickinson, their batting order goes like this. Leadoff batter, second baseman Jace Kovash. Jack Price plays third, bat second. Caden Krieg bats third, place first. The left fielder in the cleanup position is Jeremiah Gillick. DH batting 5th, Colin Cheddar. Right fielder in the 6th spot, Will Easom. The pitcher is Kyler Kuderna. He's due up 7th for the Midgets. Christian Tibor, the catcher, will bat 8th, and Camden Kubis batting 9th, playing short. Center fielder Nick Sobolik will be DH for by Cheddar. He's just playing defense today. Starting pitcher for Dickinson is Kyler Kuderna. He gets the ball here in game number 3 for the Midgets. Dickinson again a loss in the quarterfinal round to Williston after coming back from a 3-0 deficit to score 3 in the 3rd before giving up the eventual winning run to the Coyotes in the top of the 7th. The Midgets then gave up 2 runs to start the game against Jamestown before scoring 11 in a row and beating the Blue Jays. So they're going to have to keep Mandan off the scoreboard earlier on. That's going to be the keys, not to spoil our Northern Plains team. Their keys to the game coming up very shortly in the pregame show. But taking a look at Kuderna's numbers this season, he's appearing in his 8th game, 7th start. He's thrown 21 innings with a 1-3 record for Kuderna this season. But I guess we'll just transition into the Northern Plains Heating Air keys to the game since we're on the subject. With over 25 years of experience as your heating air experts and the factory authorized dealer for AeroSeal, there's no other choice to seal your heating air game than Northern Plains. Find them online at northern-plains.com. Keys of the game, like we were just mentioning for Dickinson, they've given up runs early in games to both Williston and Jamestown, although they were able to come back and take a win by 9 runs against the Blue Jays yesterday. Against Mandan, if they give up runs early on, this is a Mandan offense that can get going really fast, and it can be hard to tame, like a wildfire of an offense for the Braves. So Kyler Kuderna, if he can keep Mandan cold early on in this state qualification game, that's going to be key for Dickinson, as their offense has taken a bit to get going in these games at this WDA tournament. Talking about the 3 runs, the only 3 runs of the game they scored against Williston came in 1 inning against the Coyotes in the bottom of the 3rd. So Dickinson's bats, they are starting to get fueled here as the tournament keeps going on, but it's going to be key for Kuderna to have a good start. He's going to have to go a long way, as Dickinson has used the bullpen in both games so far in this tournament. On the other side for Mandan, how do they respond after losing in walk-off fashion last night to Minot? The defending West Region champion Braves dropped the semifinal game in 9 innings last night. They have to rebound quickly today, and how will they do that? Will it be positively? Will it take a little bit? That's one of the interesting topics in a state qualification game like this. We see it a lot in the West Region basketball tournament, where it's the same exact tournament setup, where you got to win your loser out game to get to the state qualification game and play a team that just lost the night before. Who has the advantage? Is it Dickinson coming off a win, or Mandan, a team that won in the quarterfinal round and played a tough game in the semis? It's always that mix of emotions here in the state qualification game, which makes these so interesting. We saw Williston, a semifinal loser, absolutely demolish Bismarck High in the first game in 5 innings, scoring 14 runs. So a determined Williston team has already qualified for state. Will it be the same for Mandan, or will Dickinson feed off yesterday's success against Jamestown in a state qualification bid today? As the 4th West Region place at the state tournament is on the line as Dickinson and Mandan square off in the WDA state qualifier. It's coming up next on the PSP Network, as we'll return with more of our Valvoline Instant Oil Change pregame show ahead of first pitch between Dickinson and Mandan from Corbett Field in Minot after this commercial break.
It's Ike Heating Furniture World's 90th anniversary sale. Now's the time to celebrate, update, and redecorate. From furniture for every room to flooring that brings it all together, you'll find incredible anniversary savings on just what you want, just what you need. Step up to better sleep on a Sealy, Stearns & Foster, or Tempur-Pedic mattress, all comfortably priced. Plus, no interest for 5 years. Don't miss this one, the 90th anniversary sale, going on now at Ike Heating Furniture World.
The best part about working at BNC National Bank is developing relationships.
I love working with people.
We've been here for over 25 years.
We've grown just like our communities we're in.
But we still have that personal connection with our customers.
And that's why we can find the best solutions for them.
It feels great seeing projects around the community and knowing we're a small part of making that happen.
We're helping people buy their first homes.
Plan for the future.
From startups to big business.
We're part of the community.
And we're proud of it.
Yours truly, BNC.
We want it all. We want our dog to fetch it.
Drop it.
And drop it.
Clean it.
We want to fix it ourselves. And actually fix it. We want to order the market price lobster. And know the market price of the lobster.
How much is... Whatever the market says.
Sadly, we can't have it all. except at Sport Clips, where we check in with the pros in men's hair and totally check out with pure, uninterrupted relaxation. Sport Clips. It's a game changer.
Are you moving your business or your home across the town or across the country? We know it can be stressful. To ensure your possessions arrive on time, intact, and on budget, make your move with Jobbers Moving and Storage. Jobbers can help you with every aspect of your move. With our efficient step-by-step approach to move management, we can tailor a plan to suit your needs and schedule. With locations in Bismarck, Fargo, Minot, and Aberdeen, Jobbers Moving and Storage is your choice. Visit jobberswarehouse.com. It's Jobbers Moving and Storage.
Whether it's getting an education, making priceless memories, learning to play, playing to learn, or simply getting where you need to go, the team at Ackerman Estvold has been behind these projects and countless others, developing critical infrastructure, valuable spaces, and even some good old-fashioned fun. Entrusted with the things you know, but delivering more than you may realize. Ackerman Estvold, trusted for decades and decades to come.
We continue with the Valve Maintenance and Oil Change pregame show ahead of state qualifier number 2 by taking a look at what has been accomplished so far in this West Region Baseball tournament. We have just 2 games remaining before we send 4 teams off to state. We already know 3 will be participating in Dickinson at the DCB&T ballpark at the NDHSAA State Class A Baseball Tournament next week, starting on Thursday, May the 30th, and wrapping up on Saturday, June 1st. We know 0 teams from the East region that have qualified yet. That tournament has experienced a lot of weather delays so far. They just finished the quarterfinal round earlier this morning. So updates from the EDC as the day goes on here from Minot. But so far, how these 2 teams got here once again. Dickinson a loss to Williston in the quarterfinal round. They beat Jamestown yesterday in the loser-out game after a delayed start. 11-2 was the final score. The Midgets will now face Mandan in the state tournament qualifier. For Mandan, they beat Century 11-6 in the quarterfinals, lost to Minot 3-2. The Braves come in off a loss. They're 1-1 in conference tournament play. They have won 2 out of their last 6 games going back to the regular season. Can the Braves keep it on course to qualify for the state tournament once again? They were the tournament champions last season in the West region. At least they swept the tournament field a year ago, picking up the West region pennant. Today, though, they're going to have to go through the state tournament qualifiers to make it to Dickinson next week. While Dickinson, they just want to head back home and play 3 more games in Dickinson next weekend for the state tournament as the number 3 seed. Earlier today, Williston defeated Bismarck by a final score of 14-2 in 5 innings. The Coyotes are off to the state tournament. Now they are the number 6 seed in this West Region tournament, lower than both Dickinson and Mandan. And you'll see at the very bottom of your screen there the state tournament seeds. We know Legacy and Minot will be occupying the top 2 positions. Obviously, the winner of the WDA championship game coming up tonight, they'll be the number 1 seed representing the West, while the runner-up will be the number 2 seed. And that'll be used to figure out the first-round matchups against the EDC placers later on this weekend. But Williston, although they're the lower seed compared to both Dickinson and Mandan, Dickinson the 3 seed, Mandan the 5 seed, Williston the 6. Williston's already beaten Dickinson, so if Dickinson were to win this game, then Williston would be the 3 seed out of the West, Dickinson the 4, but if Mandan were to win, the Braves would fill in as the number 3 team from the West. Williston would be the 4. The Coyotes, Magicians, and Sabres all know that they're headed to Dickinson next week, except nobody knows their seeding just yet, and Dickinson and Mandan will play for that 4th and final spot out of the West, representing the WDA at the State A Baseball Tournament next week in Dickinson. All right, we've already ran through the starting lineups. The Northern Plains Heating Air keys to the game. The lineups are being announced here at Corbett Field, so we've got just one more 60-second break before first pitch here of our state qualifier number 2 between the Dickinson Midgets and Mandan Braves on the PSP Network and listening live on KDIX 1230 AM Dickinson. Back from Corbett Field after these messages.
The trick to throwing well is knowing where you want the ball to go. Like how the local bankers at First Western Bank and Trust take the time to learn about you and recommend the banking services like online banking or personal loans that keep your goals on target.
First Western Bank and Trust. You can bank on us.
Banking is some of the most important things in your life, and banking at the right bank is very important. We're really proud of our bank because we have great people, and our people are what make our bank go. We always want to treat our customers right and do the best job we can for them, and try to do things to help make our communities better.
We are just about set to get our second state qualifier underway here from Corbett Field in the Magic City of Minot, North Dakota. Thank you for tuning in, whether it's on the PSP Network or listening live at KDIX 1230 AM Dickinson. We thank you for stopping by and spending your afternoon with us here at the WDA Baseball Tournament. We are on game number 10 of 11 in this West Region Baseball bracket over the course of this weekend. One of those games was played in Bismarck, so it's the 9th broadcast of our coverage on the PSP Network. I'm Owen Patterson on the call for them all. Here completing a very full week of baseball broadcasts on the PSP Network, which started with 6 games of the Region 6 baseball tournament on Monday and Tuesday here from Corbett Field, and another 10 games scheduled for this WDA baseball bracket from Corbett here to end the week. But can't go wrong with baseball to start your summer here on the Memorial Day weekend, as many schools have already out. Most all of them should be by now. Graduations wrapping up this weekend. Tomorrow, thank you for spending once again your Saturday afternoon with us on the PSP Network and KDIX 1230 AM Dickinson for this state qualifier matchup between Dickinson, the number 3 seed, and Mandan, the number 5 seed. The Midgets, the higher seed on the are higher seeded than Mandan, so they'll be the home team. Pitching first is Kyler Kuderna, the Midget starter. Again this year, making his 8th appearance, 7th start. He's thrown 21 innings with a 1-3 record, 19 strikeouts to 19 walks, and a 7.67 ERA. He gets things started with a ball, and we're underway with the second state qualifier. Mandan's batting order once again. If you forgot, Tucker Horner, Hudson Sheldon, Dylan Gierke, Jamison Nelson, Gage Miller, Tate Olson, Marcus Birdhorse, Mason Oster, and Ty Weiler. There's strike one. Finding the inside part of the zone is Kuderna after an inside pitch for a ball one. It's Tucker Horner. 1-1 on the way from Kuderna to the full windup. Ground ball through the hole on the left side, and Tucker Horner continues his tear at the plate in this region tournament. He is now 5 for 7 at the dish with 2 runs batted in and 2 runs scored. Going back to the end of the regular season, Horner now extends his hit streak to 6 with that leadoff base knock through the hole on the left side of the Dickinson infield. Midgets defense again, Kristen Tibor, the catcher. At first base, it's Caden Krieg, Jace Kovash at second, the shortstop, Camden Kubis, Jack Price at third, left, right in the outfield, Jeremiah Gillick, Nick Sobolik, and Will Easom. Pickoff move to first gets away, and Tucker Horner will advance to second base. So after the leadoff hit by Horner, Dickinson commits the error on the pickoff, and Horner's off to second base. But Kuderna goes back onto the mound now with a runner in scoring position ahead of the first pitch to Hudson Sheldon. Sheldon playing his second game of this region tournament. There's a strike one. He missed Thursday's action, participating at the state track and field meet at the MDU Resources Community Bowl in Bismarck. Placing second in boys high jump in Class A division. Skipping to home plate is the 0-1 offering from Kuderna. Evens the count at 1 ball and 1 strike. Dickinson in the orange jerseys, black pants, the orange and black hats. Mandan will be in the black hats, white shirts, white pants. Sheldon on the line to left field. Horner will be held up at third base. Hudson Sheldon will advance to second. The throw came into third. Sheldon heads up play there. He's going to slide into second base with a double. Once again on the Ryan Family Dealerships replay. For 50 years, Ryan's been a trusted name for car buyers in western North Dakota. Shop their entire inventory at driveryan.com. For one of their 5 locations in Minot and Bismarck. Sheldon running the whole way. Yeah, we're going to give him an extra base hit. Second and third now with nobody out for Mandan's number 3 batter, Dylan Gierke. He's moving up the batting order in this tournament after hitting primarily out of the number 6 spot. Hit most of the year in the top third of the Mandan lineup after showing a bit of power against Bismarck Century with the home run and aggressiveness on the base pass. He's slotted the number 3 spot for head coach DeWitt Mack here in the state qualifier. First pitch is called strike to the left-handed batting center fielder for Mandan. Now the 0-1 pitch gets away from Christian Tibor. It's to the backstop, and that'll score Mandan's first run of the game. On the BNC National Bank scoreboard in the top of the first inning, it's Mandan 1, Dickinson 0, as Tucker Horner will score from third on the wild pitch. Hudson Sheldon advances to third. Second run 90 feet away from scoring for the Braves. Corners brought in by the Midgets. Middle infield shifts to the pull side for Gierke. Gierke instead goes the opposite way on a fly ball to left. Tagging is Sheldon. He's going to head home as the catch is made by Jeremiah Gillick. Throw is a little bit offline, but it wasn't in time anyway, as Hudson Sheldon will score Mandan's second run of the first inning. On the BNC National Bank scoreboard, it's Mandan 2, Dickinson 0. Watch it again on the Ryan Family Dealerships replay. And for those of you on the PSP network, sac fly out to left field by Dylan Gierke scores Sheldon, and the Braves have the early advantage going against the Northern Plains Heating and Air keys to the game. We laid out for Dickinson as part of the Valvoline Instant Oil Change pregame show. So they're going to need to hold Mandan off the board early on. They've now allowed a combined 6 first-inning runs in this West Region tournament. There's only 1 out in the first, and a 2-ball, no-strike count to Jamison Nelson, batting in the cleanup spot for Mandan with the bases empty and 1 retired here in the first inning. Nelson on a ground ball. That'll also find the hole, this time on the right side of the Dickinson infield. Between first and second base, it spills into right field for a 1-out hit. Check it out again on the Ryan Family Dealerships replay. Mandan, they have been on the bats in the first inning. 2 runs on 3 hits. They've been helped by 1 Dickinson error and the sac fly by Gierke. Nelson running on first base with Gage Miller, the first baseman, now up. Miller, another left-handed bat, will find right field. Pulls a single over the leaping second baseman, and the ball gets underneath the glove of Will Easom. The Braves will take the extra base. A 1-out single by Gage Miller, plus the error, and already a serve pro mound visit by Dickinson, trying to figure things out defensively here in the first inning. Mandan has made a lot of good contact already, and Dickinson has committed 2 errors in this first frame. 1 out in the top of the first. Your score on the BNC National Bank scoreboard still remains Mandan 2, Dickinson nothing, but the Braves have a runners on second and third with Tate Olson, now the 6th batter of the inning, due up. This is a serve pro mound visit by Dickinson with 24/7 emergency service and trained technicians using advanced technology and specializing in fire and water cleanup and restoration at Serve Pro. Talking to Dickinson starting pitcher Kyler Kuderna, as he's left a lot of balls in the zone, but Mandan has driven them both on the ground, finding the gaps and finding the outfield, and also on a line, as that last one was just a... It was not a hard hit line drive by any means by Gage Miller. It just found its way over the extended glove of Jace Kovash, leaping for it at second base and rolled underneath the right fielder's glove. Now first pitch to Tate Olson's in the gap to left center field, but it is caught. Jamison Nelson will tag and score from third base. Catch made again by Jeremiah Gillick, but it's a productive out for the Braves, and they lead 3-0 on the BNC National Bank scoreboard. Ryan Family Dealerships replay on this sac fly by Tate Olson, an RBI, which will bring up Marcus Birdhorse. Gage Miller returned to second base. He's the lone base runner left for Mandan with 2 outs in the top of the first inning. Jumping out of the way of an inside pitch is Mandan's right fielder today, Marcus Birdhorse. After 3 extra base hits against Century, Birdhorse against Minot went 0 for 4. 1-0 pitch from Kuderna. 2 checks to Miller at second base. Birdhorse ahead of the fastball. 1 ball and a strike. Kuderna already working up to pitch number 20 this inning. 3 runs across for the Braves. 1-1 count. Again, taking multiple looks at Miller at second. Birdhorse fouls that ball over to the Dickinson dugout, in line with third base here at Corbett Field. Dickinson, the home team, as they have been for now all 3 tournament games. Payoff pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. First K of the day for Kyler Kudrna. Ends the inning, but the Mandan Braves go for 3 runs on 4 hits. Dickinson commits 2 errors, and the Braves leave another runner on base. After a half inning from Corbett Field on the BNC National Bank scoreboard, it's Mandan 3, Dickinson 0 on the PSP Network and KDIX 1230 AM Dickinson.
Meet Gary. Gary is an ordinary guy, but right now Gary has car trouble. Gary doesn't know about magic towing. Don't be like Gary. Remember the name and the number. It's Magic Towing. We are here to help 24/7. Magic Towing in Western North Dakota. Don't be like Gary. Remember the name and the number. It's Magic Towing.
Nobody thinks about personal injury until it happens. But when injury strikes, so will your bills and the turmoil and everything you'll miss out on. It's a mess, and you need someone to help it all make sense. That someone is Schweigert, Clamine, and McBride. We know the territory and the process, and we work smart and hard to get you results. It's easier to get back to normal knowing there's a team behind you. We're the ones the other side doesn't want you to call. We're on your side. We're Schweigert, Clamine, and McBride.
Half an inning complete from Corbett Field in Minot, North Dakota in this WDA Baseball state qualifying game. Mandan puts up 3 runs in the top of the first against the Dickinson Midgets to take a 3-0 lead. Mason Oster takes the bump for the Braves. His first inning of this start. Again, his last start lasted just an inning. Plus, he went into the second inning against Williston but gave up 8 runs on 11 hits to the Coyotes. He has appeared already in this tournament against Bismarck Century, having much better results on the mound. Now facing Dickinson's lineup that consists of Chase Kovacs, Jack Price, and Caden Krieg at the top. Then Jeremiah Gillett, Colin Cheddar, and Will Esom 4, 5, and 6. And rounded out by Kyler Kudrna, Christian Tibor, and Camden Kubis. Dickinson this tournament in the first inning, they've allowed a combined 7 runs. 2 to Williston in the loss, 2 to Jamestown in an eventual win, and now 3 to Mandan in this state qualifying game. Completely out of line with the Northern Plains heating their keys to the game. But now it's on Dickinson's offense, who scored 11 unanswered against Jamestown in the loser-out game yesterday to qualify for this matchup for this afternoon against Mandan. Can they put the comeback together already in the first? Mason Oster and the full windup for Mandan. Gets a ground ball on the first pitch to third. Fielded on 2 hops by Tate Olson. 1 pitch, 1 out for the Mandan Braves, and their starter Mason Oster. How about a look at the Braves' defensive lineup for this state qualifier? Tucker Horner is the catcher, completing the battery with Mason Oster. Gage Miller gets started at first base. Second baseman is Ty Weiler. Shortstop Hudson Sheldon. Tate Olson at third, who just made the last play. Here's the first pitch to Jack Price. Going to the shortstop, Sheldon, fielding that to his backhand side and making the throw on the run. Watch this one again on the Ryan Family Dealerships replay as we introduce you to the outfield for Mandan. Left fielders Ashton Miklich, in center field Dylan Gierke, and in right Marcus Birdhorse. What a play by Hudson Sheldon. 2 outs in the inning now for Caden Krieg on 2 Mason Oster pitches. Krieg gets probably the red light there. Going to make Oster throw a few more in the first, but it's still in the zone for strike 1. 3 pitches, 3 strikes for Mason Oster. Now gets a ground ball up the middle. Again, charging it. Sheldon will make the throw on time, but it went out of the glove of Gage Miller, who tried to stretch at first base. As Sheldon ended up on the first baseline right in front of home plate on that throw and the follow-through. But the ball gets out of the glove of Gage Miller, and that will be a 2-out error against Mandan. Caden Krieg has reached base. Still 4 pitches thrown by Mason Oster, now facing his 4th batter of the inning, and Jeremiah Gillick. Gillick, the right-handed batting left fielder for Dickinson. Krieg gets his lead at first. Check from Oster, and now the pitch home. It's a ball. First one that misses the zone today for Oster on the 5th pitch. A lot of action for the left side of the Mandan infield so far. Throw over from Oster is, or will not, the tag will not be applied by Gage Miller. On deck for the Midgets, Colin Cheddar. 1-0 to Gillick, lifted to center field. Gierke underneath it. It ends up being a scoreless inning for the Braves. Midgets only get one base runner on the fielding error by Gage Miller at first. They get no runs. They still trail Mandan after one inning from Corbett Field in Minot. It's Mandan 3, Dickinson 0 on the BNC National Bank scoreboard. You're listening to WDA Baseball action on the PSP Network and KDIX 1230 AM Dickinson.
There is no place like the country club. 18 holes of immaculate golf, along with golf simulator, PGA staff, club fitting and lesson, driving range and practice green, pro shop, delicious food, endless fun in the pool, and activities for the whole family. Learn more and become a member today.
At NCC, Northwest North Dakota is our backyard. The individuals and businesses who rely on NCC's services aren't just our customers. You're our neighbors, our friends, and our families. That's why we're committed to providing the high-quality internet, video, phone, and security systems you need to stay connected with the friendly, local service you deserve. NCC, making connections in Northwest North Dakota.
The last of the Mandan batting order due up in the top of the second inning. Mason Oster, the pitcher. First pitch swinging and grounding the ball to short. Plays made by Camden Kubis for the first out of the second inning. Mandan in the first, 3 runs on 4 hits. There were 2 midget errors as the Braves took the early lead and protected it in the bottom half of the inning by Mason Oster throwing 5 pitches. Getting out of that inning rather quickly. Ty Weiler is hit by the pitch. He'll head down to first. 1 on, 1 gone for Tucker Horner, who led off the game with a base hit, extending his hit streak to 6 games. And wow, has he been hitting well in the last half of the season. Just looking at not the last half, just the last couple of weeks. Going back to his performance against Bismarck Century in the quarterfinal round, he went 3 for 4. Also drove in a run, scored twice. Pickoff move to first, not in time. Weiler's back in safely. Just against Dickinson in the last doubleheader of the season, regular season for Mandan. Horner was 2 for 5 from the leadoff spot in game number 1 with a run batted in and a run scored. And then 1 for 3 with another run driven in and 2 scored in game 2. A 14-4 win for Mandan in the second game, following a walk-off win for Dickinson in game 1 in 8 innings, 7-6. 1-0 pitch here to Tucker Horner. Another pickoff move. Weiler's back in safely. Mandan sent 7 batters to the plate in the first and plating 3 runs on the BNC National Bank scoreboard. It's Mandan 3, Dickinson 0. Top of the second. Ball and a strike to Horner. Kudrna shakes off his catcher Christian Tibor once, then gets the call from the stretch. Runner on first, 1 out, top second. Horner lets it go low and away, 2 balls and a strike. Nobody reached base on an error for Mandan in the first inning, despite there being 2 errors charged to Dickinson. 1 was on a failed pickoff attempt of Horner. Now the runner goes. Weiler, he's off and running. Horner swings at a wild pitch. It gets to the backstop. That'll be strike 2. Weiler, who was stealing initially, must have been a hit and run put in play because Horner swung way out of his shoes on that pitch. 2-2. Payoff pitch from Kyler Kudrna. Popped up and foul. Horner stays alive in the count. Playing well in at first base is Caden Krieg in the case of a bunt. Pull side shift put on by Dickinson. To the right-handed hitting Tucker Horner. Blocked by Tibor, kept it in front. Full count now. The other error for Dickinson in the first was on Gage Miller's base hit to right field. It got underneath the glove of Will Easom, allowing the Braves to take an extra base, which on the next batter would lead to a sac fly. Horner down the line and fair past third base bag. That'll be extra bases for him. Easily scoring from second is Ty Weiler. He'll let up right before touching home plate. It's a 1-out, 1 RBI double by Tucker Horner. The celebration continues in the Mandan dugout as they now lead the state qualification game by a score of 4-0 on the VNC National Bank scoreboard. Watch that double again on the Ryan Family Dealerships replay. Courtesy runner coming in for Mandan, but first we have a Serve Pro pitching change for Dickinson. An inning and a third start for Kyler Kuderna. Not what Dickinson was expecting or wanting in the slightest bit in this state qualification game. We'll have to turn it over to their bullpen when we return on the PSP Network. Serve Pro pitching change for Dickinson. Top of the second inning on the PSP Network and KDIX 1230 AM. Dickinson, it's Mandan 4, Midgets nothing.
When facing disaster, it's not just the things we lose, but the memories. But there's hope. ServPro, with decades of experience in Minot and Bismarck, is always ready. Our certified professionals don't just restore homes, they rebuild lives. Because to us, you're not just a client, you're family.
Our stylists are trained to understand the nuances of cutting men's hair. Less pomp, more adore, huh, Brittany?
Square face, wavy hair.
Mid-fade with a textured top. Finish it off with a hard part and taper that neckline, coach.
Cowlick, what's the move? It's not just all about hard work here.
Hit off, 7, pressure, points, yeah!
It takes expertise to be a sport clip stylist.
Here?
That's the spot! Right there, huh?
Sport Clips, the pros in men's hair.
Serve Pro pitching change for the Dickinson Midgets. They'll bring in Kevin Olson as the relief pitcher after Kyler Kuderna faces just 10 batters in his start in this state qualifier game. He's pulled after an inning and a third, allowing 4 runs on 5 Mandan hits, and he's responsible for the runner at second base. Hudson Sheldon will try and lay down a bunt to third. However, it rolls foul. Tucker Horner doubled home the run to start out this inning. On the scoreboard for Mandan, the courtesy runner for Mandan's catcher is Owen Brinks. So Brinks at second, Hudson Sheldon at the dish. 0-1 count. Pitch here from Olson. Pulled down the line. An inside pitch, very inside. And Sheldon turned on it, but couldn't straighten it out. And now Olson ahead 0-2 to Mandan's shortstop. Kevin Olson this season on the mound, making his 7th appearance. Just the 3rd out of the bullpen. He's thrown 15 innings for the Midgets. Striking out 19 and walking 19. He's going to hit Hudson Sheldon and put another runner on base. With the count 0-2, and Sheldon taking an extra jog all the way down the right field line, shaking off that pitch. It's the second Mandan batter to get hit after Ty Weiler was hit earlier on in the inning by Kuderna. Weiler would come around and score later on. Sheldon now gets to first base. He's ready to go. I'll bring Dylan Gierke to the plate. Hasn't registered an at-bat today. He flew out to left field, but it was a sac fly, bringing home Mandan's first run of the game. First pitch to him now from Olson. Again, Gierke shows bunt. Won't put it down. It's a ball outside. It was a good opportunity to bunt there with Dickinson again in the shift. They're shifted to the pull side. The Midgets, the team to shift the most out of anybody and the most dramatically. Gierke puts a bunt down the third base line. Try and get the force out at third, and they do on the flip from Olson. He was fielding the ball, right-handed throwing Kevin Olson, fielded the ball to his right, picked it up and did the flip like you would see from short to second base to start a double play. Running off the mound on the Ryan Family Dealerships replay and getting the lead runner out at third. So Gierke reaches on the bunt fielder's choice. Still first and second, now 2 outs for Jamison Nelson. Missing outside is Olson. One out count now. And his cleanup hitter and a pickoff move that's going to end up in center field. Hudson Sheldon will take third base. And now, hold on a second, he scores as Dickinson was lazy getting the ball back in. What do we have here on the Ryan Family Dealerships replay? Even I thought that play was over. I didn't have anything on the replay, but pickoff move from Kevin Olson that ends up in center field. Hudson Sheldon goes to third. Dickinson late to get the ball back in. Sheldon will take home and score Mandan's 5th run of the game. Things have to turn fast for Dickinson here before it gets out of control. 3 errors committed by the Midgets, still in the top of the second. Jamison Nelson now in a 1-1 count. Gierke stayed on first the whole time. He's being held on. Foul ball, straight back off the top of the netting behind home plate. Again, Dickinson, to describe the shift here, it's not 3 infielders on the right side of second base, to the left-handed hitting Jamison Nelson. Their second baseman, Jace Kovash, he's playing out on the outfield turf. The shortstop's playing almost right over second base. The shortstop is Camden Kubis. 2-strike pitch to Nelson, popped up. It will stay in the ballpark. Tibor thought he had it, but no, it's the pitcher Kevin Olson who makes the catch, and the inning ends for Dickinson. Well, can they figure it out at the plate? Trailing Mandan 5-0 on the BNC National Bank scoreboard after 1.5 from Corbett.
How would you like to turn this into this? With Shots Crossroads Fuel to Food Reward Program, you can. Here's how it works. Pick up a fuel tracker card from any of our C-store cashiers. Every time you fill up with gasoline or diesel, use the fuel tracker card to record your gallons. Once you reach 1,000 gallons, you'll be eligible for a $10 gift card to Shots Crossroads Restaurant. Start earning your rewards today at Shots Crossroads.
Broadcast of high school baseball on the PSP Network is brought to you by Roger Ward Moving and Storage. Proudly helping the region with their moving and storage needs since 1942. Find them online at RogerWardMovingandStorage.com to schedule a move or to find a quote. That's Roger Ward Moving and Storage. After an inning and a half, Mandan has a 5-0 lead over Dickinson on the BNC National Bank scoreboard. Your life's busy, that's why they'll make managing your money easy. With locations in North Dakota, Minnesota, and Arizona. Also find them online at bnc.bank. Starting out the bottom of the second inning at the plate for Dickinson is Colin Cheddar, their designated hitter. They just got 1 base runner in the first on an error at first base. Second pitch of the inning is a pop-up to third. Tate Olson underneath it, waiting for it to come out of the sky, and it comes out of his glove. So that will be an error. Olson was waiting, and just couldn't secure the catch. That's the second error against the Mandan Braves here as we just start the bottom of the second inning. Dickinson's committed 3 errors. It has not been the cleanest state qualifier game, but Mandan a 5-run lead. As now Will Easom will lead the hitting. Inside pitch from Mason Oster for ball 1. Oster, who threw 5 pitches in the first inning. Got a 2-pitch at bat there to Cheddar. He does reach base on the air. And now the second pitch with a 1-0 count to Will Easom. Easom could step out and swing. Took his head out of it. Swing and a miss, strike one. One on the way from Oster. Line drive, base hit. That's Dickinson's first hit of the game. Again, Easom stepping away from the pitcher, but able to pull that ball down the third base line. Out of the reach of Tate Olson for a base hit. Quick Surf Pro mound visit between pitcher and catcher for Mandan, with Cheddar now on second base, Easom on first after the Midgets' first hit. After 2 Mandan errors, put the first 2 runners on base for the Midgets in this game. And now the pitcher, Kevin Olson, comes to the plate. Again, Kyler Kuderno was penciled in as the number 7 batter for Dickinson, but he was taken out of the game after his pitching outing was cut short to an inning and a third. So Olson will now hit in the place of Kyler Kuderno before Kuderno can even step up. Reaching out for a bunt attempt is Olson. He kept it there, and it's a strike one. Runners got off their bases, but there was nowhere for Horner to throw. Mandan accordingly brings their corners in. Olson will lay down a bunt. Oh, a nice looking bunt. It just rolls right in front of home plate. Horner picks up and throws to first base. Covering the base for Mandan was their second baseman, Ty Weiler. But a sac bunt executed correctly by Kevin Olson. 2 in scoring position now for Dickinson. They're going to need some runs right now on the BNC National Bank scoreboard. Trailing 5-0. Next batter is the catcher, Kristen Tibor. First one is Tibor. Breaking ball for strike one. Tibor turned out of the way, but it broke right over the heart of the zone. Oster pitching from the stretch with runners on second and third. Mandan defense straight up. Corners on the baselines. Ball one. And this is just a little bit low. After a very quick first inning for Mason Oster, he's having to work here in the second. Tibor check swing, but it's in there for strike two. And now Oster looking for his first strikeout. Has a payoff pitch coming up. The 1-2. Almost got a chase from Tibor. He was watching it as it traveled out of the zone. Evens the count again, 2-2. Another Surf Pro mound visit here by Tucker Horner. 24/7 emergency service and trained technicians using advanced technology and specializing in fire and water cleanup and restoration at Surf Pro. 2 balls, 2 strikes. 2 on, 1 out. Christian Tibor the batter, Mason Oster the Mandan pitcher. Righty-righty matchup. Tibor swings, grounds the ball to third base, but it's foul. Right at his third base coach, B. Dobitz. Coach Dobitz for Dickinson, one of 2 West Region coaches this year to reach the 500 win plateau. He, along with Century head coach Kent Schweigert, 2 of the best in the business. Huge congratulations for those guys on great coaching careers. Tibor again reaches out for a pitch out of the zone, grounds it to third. Olson comes up throwing. They get the out at first, but Dickinson's on the BNC National Bank scoreboard on the RBI ground out by Christian Tibor. Cheddar scores from third. Easom heads to third. And Camden Kubis comes to the plate. Kubas had the dish this season, batting .268. Sees ball one from Oster. As the Midgets trying to continue the second inning, even with 2 outs. They've got another runner at third base, and Will Easom. They want to plate him, trailing now 5-1 on the BNC National Bank scoreboard. Swing and a miss by Kubas. Kubas has 14 runs batted in. There's one waiting for him at third base. 1-1 count for Mason Oster. Strike 2 called. Another breaking pitch. And in a team that will throw the curveball, throw the off speed early on in at bats, and throw it for strikes. A lot of teams might throw it for the chase. Mandan throws it with 1 strike to get to 2, and Mason Oster with the fastball low and outside gets the chase from Camden Kubas to end the inning. Dickinson does get on the BNC National Bank scoreboard for the first time today, but trail heading to the third against Mandan 5-1 on the PSP Network and KDIX 1230 AM Dickinson.
The best part about working at BNC National Bank is developing relationships.
I love working with people.
We've been here for over 25 years.
We've grown just like our communities we're in.
But we still have that personal connection with our customers.
And that's why we can find the best solutions for them.
It feels great seeing projects around the community and knowing we're a small part of making that happen.
We're helping people buy their first homes.
Plan for the future.
From startups to big business.
We're part of the community.
And we're proud of it.
Yours truly, BNC.
It's iKeating Furniture World's 90th anniversary sale. Now's the time to celebrate, update, and redecorate. From furniture for every room to flooring that brings it all together, you'll find incredible anniversary savings on just what you want, just what you need. Step up to better sleep on a Sealy, Stearns & Foster, or Tempur-Pedic mattress, all comfortably priced. Plus, no interest for 5 years. Don't miss this one, the 90th anniversary sale. Going on now at iKeating Furniture World.
This presentation of the WDA Baseball Tournament 2024 on the PSP Network is brought to you in part by Shields of Minot and Bismarck. Proud to support the PSP Network's mission of promoting local athletes. They have every sporting good imaginable from fashion to footwear. That's Shields of Minot and Bismarck. First pitch of the third inning will be from Kevin Olson, Dickinson's relief pitcher. He got 2 outs in the second as he relieves Tyler Kuderna after an inning and a third start for him. Starts off with a strike to Gage Miller. Miller hits a ground ball past the glove of Olson into center field. Leadoff single for the Braves. And they start going again on offense in the third. Mandan in this game, 3 runs in the first inning, another 2 in the second. They have 5 runs on 6 hits. There's been 3 Dickinson errors. Dickinson, on the other hand, just scored their first run of the game in the bottom half of the second inning. The last half inning of play, they have 1 run on 1 hit, 2 Mandan errors. Not a clean defensive game, but these two teams that do put the ball in play a lot, we've seen their strengths. That's hitting. Pickoff move to first will not get Miller. Ball 1 to Tate Olson. Gage Miller with that hit, his second of the game. He's now reached base 5 times in his last 6 plate appearances, going back to last night's game against Minot, where he was walked on 3 occasions. Bunt attempt by Olson will not get put down. It's blocked by Tibor, keeping Miller at first base. The 1-1 from Olson. Again outside, 2 balls and a strike. Game time temperature right around 60 degrees today. Another bunt attempt by Olson, but he lets it go for ball 3. Just 10 degrees warmer than yesterday, but without the wind, without the rain, with sun, just feels so much better. Olson with a fly ball to left field. Coming in on and making the catches, Jeremiah Gillick. 1 out in the top of the third with a runner on for the Braves. And Marcus Birdhorse coming to the plate for his second appearance. 0 for 1 with a strikeout. In day one, we encountered the rain for the first time. That was during our third game of the day. It rained the rest of the night into Friday morning, pushing back the start of the Dickinson-Jamestown matchup in the loser-out game. Scheduled for 11 a.m. Central, but got moved to 2. Moved the other loser-out game to Bismarck, between Bismarck High and Century. And while we would have loved to watch a 1-0 game the last 13 innings, maybe for the best that one was moved to Bismarck so we didn't have to stay here all night. Here in Corbett Field, we enjoyed a 9-inning marathon between Mandan and Minot. 1-1 to Birdhorse. From Kevin Olson. Check swing on a pitch up and out of the zone. Appeal to first. Birdhorse did not go. Moves the count to 2 balls and 1 strike in favor of the Mandan batter. The EDC baseball tournament has had postponements every single day. Delays, you name it. And they were supposed to start the quarterfinal round on Tuesday. That didn't happen. Got moved to Thursday. 3 quarterfinal games were played on Thursday. One in particular has been just a thorn to get in. Shanley and Fargo South. That one just went final today. Fly ball to center field. Catch made out there by Nick Sobolik. 2 in a row retired via the fly out. Now Mason Oster, the 2-out batter for Mandan. Looking to move the leadoff base runner for the Braves, Gage Miller, who still stands on first. Oster 0 for 1. He started out the second inning. At the plate. Check swing. Another appeal to first. He did go at strike 1 after initially being called ball 1. So 1 strike now on Oster. That Shanley South game, which was supposed to start on Tuesday, finished this morning. 14-0 win for the Deacons. Shanley put up 14 runs in 1 inning. Swing and a miss, strike 2. Olsen looking to get out of a scoreless inning after the leadoff base hit. Payoff pitch on the way from Kevin Olsen. Now he's going to move to first. Not in time. Miller safe. Checks out 3 times there. And fires strike 3 on the outside part of the plate. As we had to break, watch it again on the Ryan Family Dealerships replay. After 2.5 innings from Corbett Field and Minot, your score, Mandan 5, Dickinson 1 on the BNC National Bank scoreboard. It's WDA Baseball on the PSP Network and KDIX 1230 AM Dickinson.
Nobody thinks about personal injury until it happens. But when injury strikes, so will your bills and the turmoil and everything you'll miss out on. It's a mess and you need someone to help it all make sense. That someone is Schweigert, Clemene, and McBride. We know the territory and the process, and we work smart and hard to get you results. It's easier to get back to normal knowing there's a team behind you. We're the ones the other side doesn't want you to call. We're on your side. We're Schweigert, Clemene, and McBride.
Breathe in. I can't believe I wrecked my car.
There are some things in life we can't control, but what's important is how we respond. At Jerome's Collision Center, they provide the highest quality of service, assuring the job gets done stress-free and making it feel like a breath of fresh air. And to give you peace of mind, they handle the insurance.
Are you even a therapist?
Don't worry about it. Jerome's, they're the experts.
Jerome's.
Following the final out of today's game, we'll have the Planning Team Financial Advisors Shots Crossroads post-game show. Whether you're looking for a full-service financial plan or planning for farm or business succession, Planning Team Financial Advisors is here to help you work toward achieving your financial goals. Visit them online at planningteam.com helping clients work toward financial freedom. We had a Serve Pro pitching change for Mandan during the last inning. A new pitcher for the Braves is their first baseman, Jamison Nelson. He goes back to the mound after starting a game earlier in the tournament. He pitched against Bismarck Century, going 5 innings, allowing 4 earned runs on 6 hits, striking out 1 and walking another. So he only has a few pitches remaining, but Mandan, they are using a combination of pitchers here against Dickinson, trying to get the job done to qualify for the state tournament. A year after winning the West Region title, going through the state qualification game today in search of another state tournament appearance for the Braves. First pitch now of this qualifier from Jamison Nelson is a strike called. To leadoff batter for Dickinson, not only in the lineup for this third inning, Jace Kovash. Nelson was the designated hitter. Now moves to the mound. Ground ball up the middle for a loud base hit. Jace Kovash reaches to start out the home half of the third. Ball gets back into the infield all the way to the catcher, Horner, but Kovash standing on first. Here's a look again at the hit on the Ryan Family Dealerships replay. Right back past the pitcher, Nelson. Specialized training and technology. Nobody knows your vehicle better than the certified technicians at Ryan Family Dealerships. No matter what kind of vehicle you own, you can trust your repairs to Ryan. First pitch now to Jack Price. He's 0 for 1. Grounded out on the first pitch he saw from Mason Oster. Brave starting pitcher Mason Oster goes 2 innings, allowing 1 run on 1 hit. He struck out 1 Dickinson batter, did not walk any. There were 2 errors behind him. Very short outing for Mason Oster today, but he already had thrown a couple innings of relief against Century, using the same pitchers that he used against the Patriots, now in reverse order against Dickinson. Pickoff move by Nelson, not in time to retire Kovash. Goes back to the batter, Jack Price. Big ball 1. Missing right above the shoelaces of Jack Price. Caden Krieg on deck. He reached on an error in the first and was left at first base. Pop fly off the bat of Price to center field. Gierke has the catch. Serve Pro pitching change brought to you by Serve Pro. With 24/7 emergency service and trained technicians using advanced technology and specializing in fire and water cleanup and restoration at Serve Pro. Like Mason Oster, figure out if he went anywhere defensively or if it was just a straight switch. Breaking pitch that stays out of the zone from Nelson. Pitching Dickinson's number 3 batter in the order, Caden Krieg. Krieg watches strike 1. Krieg has 21 runs batted in, 11 extra base hits, 5 doubles, 5 triples, and a home run. Now it goes the opposite way to left center field. Down for at least 1 base. He'll stay at first with the single. Advancing to third is Jace Kovash. Moving the runners are the Midgets. Here it is again on the Ryan Family Dealerships replay. Send to left center. And Kovash on the move. Keeps on wheeling to third base. Two hits in the inning for Dickinson. 3 on the game. 1 out. Runners on first and third for Jeremiah Gillick. Krieg has stolen 9 bases. Got to believe Dickinson's going to try and move him here. This at bat. Pitch up and outside to Gillick. Jeremiah Gillick ended the first inning with a fly out to center field. A pickoff move to first. Gets the runner in the rundown. Staring Kovash back to third. Smiling at first baseman Gage Miller, so Midgets pull off the steal. Krieg safe at second. Kovash remains at third. 2 in scoring position for Dickinson. 1 out with Jeremiah Gillick at the plate. Now serve from mound visit between Mandan's catcher Tucker Horner and the pitcher Jamison Nelson. Dickinson this year, a 20-10 record so far, 19-9 in the regular season. Had a 4-game winning streak late in the month of May, splitting a doubleheader with Legacy, sweeping Watford City, and then taking game 1 of 2 from Mandan. They won 6 of their final 8, and 8 out of their final 11. Foul ball to the backstop, 2-1 the count to Jeremiah Gillick. Two-one pitch from Jamison Nelson. Takes a bit off. Fastball. Almost hits Gillick in the elbow. Three-one count to Dickinson's left fielder. Nelson puts a pitch in the zone, but Gillick fouls it off ever so slightly to the Dickinson dugout. Timing a little bit off. Full count. Nelson out of the full windup. Swing and a miss, strike 3. First K of the day for Jamison Nelson. After Mason Ost recorded 1 strikeout in his 2-inning start. 2 on, 2 out, Colin Cheddar at the plate. Cheddar reached on an error and would score Dickinson's lone run so far. Breaking pitch again. Nelson can't drop it in the zone. So it stays up high. 1 ball, no strikes. Cheddar swings, chops the ground ball at third. Olsen on the high hop will throw across for the 3rd out. The Midgets are held off the BNC National Bank scoreboard in the 3rd. It reads Mandan 5, Dickinson 1. Back with the 4th of the PSP Network and KDIX 12:30 a.m. Dickinson. After this commercial break.
What is performance? It's strategy, conditioning, precision, anticipating the unexpected, and executing. For some, it may be just a game, but in this field, there is no playing around. You need to give it your all. You need to give it the max. Ag Vision Max by Farmer's Choice. An all-in-one playbook for growers developed by agronomists specific to your goals. It's a precise guide to maximize your field's performance. Ag Vision Max.
At NCC, Northwest North Dakota is our backyard. The individuals and businesses who rely on NCC's services aren't just our customers. You're our neighbors, our friends, and our families. That's why we're committed to providing the high-quality internet, video, phone, and security systems you need to stay connected with the friendly, local service you deserve. NCC, making connections in Northwest North Dakota.
Our next game up is the last game of the West Region Baseball Tournament. The WDA Baseball Championship game between the Bismarck Legacy Sabres at Minot High Magicians. Minot, the #1 seed in this West Region tournament, against the 2nd-seeded Legacy. And said it last night, said it earlier today. Might as well say it again. After all the chaos that has been the West Region Baseball Tournament, upsets here and there, almost everywhere, extra inning games, 1-run decisions. It ends up being the top 2 teams in the championship game. First pitch of the 4th inning is grounded to third base. It goes off the glove of Jack Price. That's Ty Weiler, the batter. Ends up in left field, so that'll be error. Will we give that an error? It'll be ultimately my scoring decision. It'll be hit. Single for Ty Weiler to left field. Just barely off the glove of Price at third. Already 5 combined errors in the game, 3 for Dickinson, 2 for Mandan. The Midgets have started to clean it up defensively going back to the 3rd and the end of the 2nd inning. 3rd was the first inning Mandan did not score. Now we're in the top of the 4th. 5-1 lead for the Braves on the BNC National Bank scoreboard. It's the top of the order again. Tucker Horner, 2 for 2, a single and a double. He's also scored 1 run. Pitch behind Horner, but his bat was there, and it's a foul ball. There's a lot of embarrassing plays in baseball. And that one's one of the most. Foul ball for strike 1 on the pitch that went behind Horner's back. Now he hits a ground ball left side of the infield. Backhand play made at short by Kubis. Throw pulled. Caden Krieg off the base, and he still made the tag. Horner is saying that he's safe. Now the umpires will meet right around the pitcher's mound. What the discussion here is, if they said Krieg tagged him, he tagged him. So everybody at a standstill, except for Kevin Olson, who's pacing around the mound, the Dickinson pitcher. Now they're going to say he's safe. And I don't have a Ryan Family Dealerships replay to see how that one could be safe. Explaining here, as a home plate umpire to Coach Dobitz for Dickinson. It was a ground ball to short that Camden Kubis picked up on the backhand side. Threw it to first. The throw pulled Caden Krieg off the base. It looked like as he caught it, he tagged Horner, but apparently not. Horner's on first base. Weiler safe at second. Infield single for Horner, and Hudson Sheldon just continues to get beaned by pitches. Sheldon jumping out of the way of he squared around a bunt, had to jump out of the way of the pitch, and he's hit for the 2nd time in this game. He was intentionally walked by the Magicians. I thought he got hit earlier on, but he did not. 2nd time he's been hit in this game. Loads the bases for Mandan with nobody out in the top of the 4th. And Dylan Gierke at the plate. Pitch gets behind Tibor to the backstop. That will score. Weiler from 3rd, and Mandan has a 6-1 lead on the BNC National Bank scoreboard. Watch this one again on the Ryan Family Dealerships replay. Pass ball, charge to Tibor. Your life's busy, that's why BNC National Bank will make managing your money easy with locations in North Dakota, Minnesota, and Arizona. Visit them online at bnc.bank. On the BNC scoreboard, it's Mandan 6, Dickinson 1, top of the 4th. 1-0 pitch to Gierke. Low for ball 2. Midgets infield comes in. Everybody on the green infield turf here at Corbett Field. The only natural surface is the warning track in the outfield. And we're lucky for that, because yesterday, with the amount of rain we got over Thursday night into Friday morning, it stopped around 1 p.m. just in time for games to get started. We would not be playing baseball if this was a natural surface. Foul ball might stay in the park. Chasing it all the way to the backstop is Kevin Olson, but not making the catch. It did stay in play. He ran all the way to the backstop to try and make the catch. Tibor didn't know where it went. Olson missed it. And there's 2 strikes on the batter, Dylan Gierke. Olson knew where that one was going to land the whole way. Gave a chase from the pitcher's mound all the way until he ran out of room in the backstop. Hit his glove and fell to the turf. So now he'll deliver a 2-strike pitch to Dylan Gierke after trying to calm the heartbeat here after that dead sprint. Strike 3 called. Second strikeout recorded by Kevin Olson. And Gierke is down on strikes. That's the first out of the inning. Bases remain loaded for Mandan. Sorry, 2nd and 3rd. Got that run by Weiler scored. Horner at third, Sheldon at second. First base is not occupied. Jamison Nelson watches ball one. Miss well low and inside as well. 6 runs on 7 hits for Mandan. Sorry, 8 hits. Another pop-up foul. Olsen giving chase. And it will go out of play. One ball, 1 strike count to Jamison Nelson. Infield remains in for Dickinson, trying to cut down the run at home. And only force out is at first. Nelson in the air to center field. Sobolik catching it. Momentum going forward. Tagging and heading home is Horner. He's safe. Sheldon tags up to third. He's safe as well. On the 8-2-5. And Dickinson thinks that he left early. No, even before touching second base on the appeal, the first base umpire he's safe. Everybody's safe everywhere for Mandan. Nelson on the sac fly makes it 7-1 Braves. On the BNC National Bank scoreboard, Sheldon on third, 2 outs for Gage Miller. He's 2 for 2 with 2 base hits. 6-run lead for the Braves. Miller to left field, changing direction and finding that fly ball is Jeremiah Gillick for the 3rd out. Mandan goes for another 2 runs. They strand Sheldon on third base. On the BNC National Bank scoreboard, after 3.5 innings from Corbett, it's the Mandan Braves 7, Dickinson Midgets 1. You're watching WDA Baseball on the PSP Network or listening live on KDIX 1230 AM Dickinson.
Many of our clients come to us already accomplished in their lives and on the right track. However, whether it's in response to a life-changing event or you are nearing retirement, you can sleep well knowing that together we have planned for both life's opportunities and challenges. And no matter what happens, we are here to help guide you.
For decades, Nodak Insurance Company has been serving our state's residents in good times and challenging times. We come together for the greater good, from simple acts of kindness to company-wide efforts that make a difference in our community. It's who we are, rooted in North Dakota and ready to serve when it matters most. Nodak Insurance Company, agents with answers.
Darren Johnson, Cody Olson, and Scott Wilkins, your agents with answers in Mandan.
Well, big congratulations to the Mandan Braves softball team for winning their WDA state qualifier over Jamestown. 4-3 the final score, and Mandan qualifying for the state tournament for the first time with that win over Jamestown Blue Jays. This is the WDA softball tournament from now Dickinson. It was originally supposed to be held in Jamestown. It got moved due to the weather. An unplayable surface in Jamestown. Moved to Dickinson. Mandan picks up the win in the state qualifier over Jamestown, 4-3. I believe Bismarck High won the first state qualifier there, so they're on to the championship game. It'll be Minot High versus Dickinson Midgets. 2-0 pitch here in the bottom of the 4th from Jamison Nelson to Will Easom. Taken inside for ball 3. All kinds of postseason sports happening right now across the state. EDC baseball and EDC softball. Keeping track of any scores we can. It's really hard to keep track of where they're at those tournaments with all the weather delays they've stumbled upon. 4-pitch walk to start the inning. Will Easom's on base for the 2nd time today, following a single in the 2nd inning. Kevin Olson, the next batter for Dickinson. He laid down a sac bunt. Leaves it up high for strike 1. The Mandan softball team, first ever state tournament qualification with the win over Jamestown. Serve Pro mound visit here from Mandan Braves. 24/7 emergency service and trained technicians using advanced technology and specializing in fire and water cleanup and restoration. It's Serve Pro. Again, that WDA softball final out in Dickinson will be the Dickinson Midgets and Minot High Midgets. Working on mechanics here on the mound. What a matchup that's going to be between Minot and Dickinson. And it was Bismarck High that beat Williston in the earlier state qualifier by a 16-8 score. Trying to see the seeding in that one. The WDA softball tournament. I believe that one's a top 2 or top 3 matchup there in the West. It's Minot number 1 against Dickinson number 2, so it is a top 2. Just like we have here in the WDA Baseball Championship game, seeds number 1 against number 2. Minot, the number 1 team, the regular season champions, going 19-1 in conference play. Their only conference loss was to Dickinson, dropping that one in a 1-0 decision in game 2 of a doubleheader. Dickinson finished the conference schedule 17-3. They're 25-4 overall. Dickinson, over the course of their tournament, beat Williston 8-2 and Mandan 11-1. Back to baseball here after the mound visit is complete. Pitch to Olson is a called strike, outer half. Dickinson again beat Williston and Mandan on their way to the West Region Softball Championship game. Minot, on the other hand, they had a late game last night. Wrapped up at around Dickinson Mountain Time, around 10 p.m. Mountain Time is when they finished their game against Bismarck. There's a fly ball to center field off the bat of Olson for the first out. It ended around 10 p.m. Mountain Time with Bismarck dropping the semifinal matchup to Minot 6-16. Minot beat Century earlier in the tournament by a 10-3 score. The Jets fought the 10-run rule against Bismarck in the 6th inning last night. That game could have even gone longer. Ground ball to third. Olson flips to second for the first out. They get the lead runner for the Midgets. There's 2 outs in the 4th inning with a runner on first base now as Christian Tibor reaches base. It'll be courtesy ran for by Conrad Kopari. Next batter is Camden Kubis, 0 for 1 with a strikeout. He ended the 2nd inning at the plate. Now with 2 outs in the 4th. Turn around his day. Kubis tries to lay down a bunt. At least he showed bunt. There's a pitch outside, and Kopari, who goes down and steals second base. The throw ends up in center field, and he's going to turn for third and get there as well. Once you get on the Ryan Family Dealerships replay, throw got away into center field on the steal attempt as, again, Kubis was showing bunt. Kopari, the courtesy runner, heads to third. 1-0 count, bottom of the 4th inning, 2 outs, runner on third for Dickinson, trailing 7-1 on the BNC National Bank scoreboard. There's a called strike. Ball and a strike from Jamison Nelson to Camden Kubis. The 1-1 offering again goes outside, but too far out. 2-1. From the full windup with the lone base runner on third base, Jamison Nelson fires home, gets a swing and a miss from Kubis for strike 2. Mandan, the number 5 seed in this tournament. They beat 4-seeded Century and then dropped the game to the regular season champion Minot, playing number 3 seed Dickinson in the state qualifier. Slow roller down the third base line by Kubis, fielded by Tate Olson, but there's no throw. As Kubis quick to first base will reach. That also brings in Kopari from third. On the BNC National Bank scoreboard, it's Mandan 7, Dickinson 2. With locations in North Dakota, Minnesota, and Arizona, BNC National Bank provides you with banking and wealth management services for your business and family. Also visit them online at bnc.bank. Top of the order now for Dickinson for a third time around. Jace Kovash watches strike one. 2 runs on 4 hits for Dickinson. That's their first hit of this inning. Nelson comes back with ball 1 to Kovash. And his Dickinson team, a co-op in the city of Dickinson with Dickinson Trinity. Two balls and 1 strike to Kovash. Again misfiring, just can't find that outer half of the zone to the right-handed batters as Jamison Nelson. Looking for it lately, but they've been balls. 3-1 now to Dickinson's leadoff batter and second baseman Jace Kovash. Nelson gets a ground ball right back at him. It's fielded on the other side of second base by and second baseman Ty Weiler. He dives and touches the base with his glove. That's good enough for the force out. Ending the inning, Dickinson adds a run. They trail by 5. Mandan 7, Dickinson 2 as we head to the 5th on the PSP Network and KDIX 1230 AM Dickinson.
The trick to throwing well is knowing where you want the ball to go.
Like how the local bankers at First Western Bank and Trust take the time to learn about you and recommend the banking services like online banking or personal loans that keep your goals on target.
First Western Bank and Trust. You can bank on us.
We've changed our name, but we haven't changed the DNA of who we are. We still offer the best product at the best price with the same people. For over 25 years, we've been your only choice for tires in the local area, providing all major brands under one roof at a fair price for your family's budget. Plus that excellent service after the sale with free rotations, free alignment check, free flat repairs with our exclusive Plus plan. That tradition continues today. Looking for tires you can trust? Choose us. Trusted Tire and Auto.
This broadcast of high school baseball on the PSP Network is brought to you by the UPS Store. Located in the Marketplace Foods Plaza on South Broadway in Minot. Open Monday to Friday from 8:30 to 7 and on Saturday from 8:30 to 3. For all your packing and shipping needs, it's the UPS Store. Also Planet Pizza, serving Magic City for over 25 years. Call now at 701-852-1700 to place an order. There's no pizza like it. That's Planet Pizza in Minot. BNC National Bank scoreboard reads Mandan 7, Dickinson 2. First pitch of this at-bat is a called strike from Kevin Olson to Tate Olson. The only difference, Kevin has one more S in his last name. 1 strike to Tate Olson, gets a swing and miss, strike 2. Looks like some action in the Mandan bullpen. Can't figure out right now who that pitcher is, but there is someone warming up for the Braves. They've gotten two innings out of their starting pitcher, Mason Oster. Breaking pitch that looked like that was going to hit Tate Olson square in the back. Bites it right back almost into the zone for ball 1. Mandan again got 2 innings from their starter, Mason Oster, before he was replaced by Jamison Nelson. Nelson has now thrown over 110 pitches for the tournament. He can throw about 20 more, but then has to be taken out of the game. Ground ball to short. Throw is going to get past first base, but I think Tate Olson was there. We're going to give him the infield single. Watch it again on the Ryan Family Dealerships replay to make sure. Ground ball to short. It was fielded by Kubis going to his right. The throw over got past Krieg at first, but Olson had already beat out the throw. Olson is being pinch ran for. Once you see the number, I'll tell you who it is. Marcus Birdhorse, the next batter for Mandan. Watches ball 1. Skipping the left-handed batter's box. The right-handed hitting Birdhorse. 1-0 to Marcus. Taken for strike one. Pitch outside. Pinch runner for Mandan is Carson Ressler. Senior wearing number 4. Ressler running in first in place of Tate Olson. There's now 2 pitchers warming up for Mandan in the bullpen. So I would say there's likely to be a Serve Pro pitching change sometime soon. Get ready for that. Serve Pro pitching change on the PSP network. Strike 2 from Kevin Olson. Olson, since taking over for Kyler Kuderna in the top of the 2nd inning, he's now thrown 2 2/3 innings of relief, allowing 4 runs, one of those charged to Kuderna. 2-strike pitch to Birdhorse. Ground ball, base hit into left field. So Marcus Birdhorse, after a 3-hit game against Century, he was held without a hit against Minot. Breaks a 0-for-6 streak with that hit. And the first 2 batters of this inning for Mandan are on base. Olson got the leadoff hit. Now Ressler, his pinch runner, is at second. Birdhorse with the single, obviously, at first. Nobody out, 2 on for Mason Oster, the pitcher. Ty Weiler is on deck. Ground ball. Sorry, bunt. Ground ball foul. Got one more game to play here at the West Region Tournament. Scheduled start time for 5. This game got started about 10 minutes earlier. Then it was scheduled at 2:30. Ball past Tibor. Runners will advance. It rolls not all the way to the backstop, but Tibor late to react. Was late to it. Ressler to third, Birdhorse to second. 2 in scoring position for Mason Oster, who's 0 for 2. Struck out his last appearance. Infield drawn in for Dickinson. Now here's a conversation that I like to have about the infield in scenario here with nobody out and the only force out at first base. Yes, a ground ball. The runner at third might take off because it's ball 2. It's Oster 2-1 count. Wait until after this pitch to continue. (3-1). Yes, in the case of a ground ball, it would be a lot quicker of a throw home to get that tag, but there's also a good chance that runner at third doesn't take off until you throw it to first. Then there's a scenario of a hard hit ground ball to the gap. You can't reach it. There's no chance to make up for that timing. For instance, if Camden Kubis is playing deep again at short, we've seen him make numerous backhand snags in this tournament to lead to outs. Full count pitch to Mason Oster here. He'll hit a fly ball to center field. Nick Solblick takes a few steps back. Now it's a sac fly for Mandan. Taking up to third base is Birdhorse, and he's in safely. The run will score. Ressler safe at home. Sac fly RBI from Mason Oster makes it 8-2 Mandan on the BNC National Bank scoreboard. And now Dickinson with 1 out, runner on third. They'll keep the infield in. Just saying, you got Kubis at short. Can't really make a play on a ground ball that's even just a few feet to his left. First pitch now to Ty Weiler. He also hits it in the air, foul territory. On to the patio area, heads up over there. It'll remain on that side of the netting as somebody tried throwing it back into play. 1 strike to Weiler. If I get the infield in on a force out, but you also got to tag him too. Check swing. Weiler did go around. The ball did skip away from Tibor only just a little bit, keeping Birdhorst at third base. And Dickinson playing infield on the green. Infield turf. Going to cut down that run. Already trailing by 6 in the top of the 5th inning. Weiler smokes a ground ball foul on the third base line. Slight wind blowing from right to left here at Corbett Field. Tibor sets up, looking for a low outside pitch. With the count in favor of Kevin Olson, 0-2. He misses for ball 1. Top of the order's next for Mandan. And the talented Tucker Horner, who's 3 for 3 in this game. He continues to impress at the plate. Ground ball, base hit, right up the middle. No normally positioned defense was even going to get to that. RBI by Weiler brings in Mandan's 9th run of the game. On the BNC National Bank scoreboard, it's Mandan 9, Dickinson 2, top of the 5th. 1 out, 1 on for Tucker Horner. Your life is busy. That's why BNC Bank will make manage your money easy with locations in North Dakota, Minnesota, and Arizona. Visit BNC Bank online at bnc.bank. Ty Weiler now 2 for 2. He's been hit by a pitch, 2 hits. Also scored 2 runs, driven in another now. First pitch to Horner. Sliding and making the catches. Christian Tibor. Horner in this tournament 7 for 9 at the plate. There's a tournament MVP. He might be, he is in the running. Sport Clips tournament MVP coming up in the Planning Team Financial Advisor Shots Crossroads post-game show. Two-0 count to Horner. Also named the Jobbers move of the game. Fly ball foul. Out of play. Horner taking his time getting back in the box. Olson will spin and throw to first. Pickoff attempt unsuccessful for the Midgets. Dickinson in the bottom half of the 5th, trailing by 7 runs at the moment. We'll send batters 2, 3, and 4, Jack Price, Caden Krieg, and Jeremiah Gillick to the plate. Taking off for second is Weiler. The throw is in time to get him. Weiler thought he swam around the tag, but the throw is right on his hand. For the second out of the inning, bases are clear of Mandan base runners. Watch this one again on the Ryan Family Dealerships replay. Tibor down to Kovash. And Ryan Dealerships, the commitment and respect for their customers is as strong today as it was 50 years ago. Experience difference when you visit one of the 5 locations in Minot and Williston or shop online at driveryan.com. 2-2 pitch to Horner, another foul ball. Looking to keep up his perfect day at the plate. Singled to lead off the first inning and scored. Doubled in the second, was left there, but brought home a run. And then singled back in the 4th and scored. Standing back in the box is Horner. Hits one in the air, shallow right field. Going back behind first base is Kovash, the second baseman. And that's the out. Tucker Horner now 3 for 4, but Mandan still goes for 2 more runs in the 5th. They extend their lead to the largest it's been today. It's 9-2 in favor of the Braves on the PSP Network and KDIX 1230 AM Dickinson.
Whether you're looking for a full-service financial plan or planning for farm or business succession, Planning Team Financial Advisors is here to help you work toward achieving your financial goals. With locations in Bismarck, Garrison, and Center, our full-service team of professionals are dedicated to helping you work towards achieving your financial goals. Visit us online, planningteam.com.
Securities offered through LPL Financial, member of FinRun SIPC. Investment advisory services offered through New Edge Advisors LLC, a registered investment advisor. New Edge Advisors LLC and Planning Team Financial Advisors are separate entities from LPL Financial.
Breathe in.
I can't believe I wrecked my car.
There are some things in life we can't control, but what's important is how we respond. At Jerome's Collision Center, they provide the highest quality of service, assuring the job gets done stress-free and making it feel like a breath of fresh air. And to give you peace of mind, they handle the insurance.
Are you even a therapist?
Don't worry about it. Jerome's, they're the experts. Jerome's.
In between innings, Mandan Braves use a Serve Pro pitching change with 24/7 emergency service and trained technicians using advanced technology and specializing in fire and water cleanup and restoration. It's Serve Pro. The new pitcher for Mandan is Tate Olson, who comes in from third base. His first pitching appearance of this region tournament. Mandan used two pitchers they used earlier on in this WDA bracket to pitch through the first 4 innings to Dickinson. 2 innings started by Mason Oster, 2 innings in relief for Jamison Nelson. He was closing in on the tournament maximum, so they take Nelson out and put Tate Olson in as the pitcher. Jamison Nelson now over to third base. He started the game as a DH, then went to pitcher, and now playing third. So Tate Olson now on to throw against Dickinson's 2, 3, and 4 batters in the lineup in the bottom of the 5th, with the Midgets trailing 9-2 on the BNC National Bank scoreboard. Thank you for tuning in on the PSP Network and KDIX 1230 AM Dickinson. Olson, the right-hander for Mandan, facing right-handed batter Jack Price. Price takes ball 1 inside. Swinging the orange bat, matching the jerseys today for Dickinson. So how about Williston? Not only qualifying for the state tournament earlier today for the first time in 5 years with a 14-2 win in 5 innings over Bismarck. This counts 2-0 to Price. Pitch from Olson is low for ball 3. Got to find the zone here in his first batter faced. But the Coyotes, they've got 3 jerseys here to Minot today. Usually you might see 1, maybe 2. Williston played every game in a different jersey. I like that. There's a strike to Price. And ball 4 is going to get away from Tucker Horner. Price will stay at first base after sprinting 90 feet. Well, situation is simple for Dickinson here as we are in the later innings of this matchup, bottom of the 5th. Trailing by 7 runs. They're going to need to pick it up offensively. They also need to keep Mandan from scoring. The Braves have put up 3 runs in the first, 2 in the second, none in the third, but 2 in the fourth and 2 in the 5th. Dickinson has been knocking on the door as there's a fly ball to center field, and Krieg flies out to Gierke. Brings up Jeremiah Gillick. Dickinson, they have been right on the doorstep of coming back in this game, inning after inning, against Mandan starter Mason Oster. They picked up 1 run in the second, and then against Jamison Nelson, 1 run in the 4th. They've consistently gotten base runners, just have not been able to put multiple hits, a couple of free bases together like Mandan has over the course of 5 innings now at the plate. Strike 1 to Gillick. Gillick grounds the ball to short. Sheldon flips the second for 1 on a first for, no, it's too high. Throwing error by the second baseman Ty Weiler for Mandan. Way over the head of Gage Miller at first. So the lead runner out for the Midgets. We have Gillick now standing on first base after the fielder's choice, or sorry, the error. Jack Price out at second. And now Colin Cheddar rolls the ball to short. Another flip to second base, and another lead runner is out. Dickinson again gets 2 runners on base, but none of them make it to second. They trail Mandan after a quick bottom of the 5th. On to the 6th we go on the PSP Network and KDIX 1230 AM Dickinson. The BNC National Bank scoreboard reads Mandan 9, Dickinson 2. We'll return with more baseball after this commercial break.
Are you moving your business or your home across the town or across the country? We know it can be stressful. To ensure your possessions arrive on time, intact, and on budget, make your move with Jobbers Moving and Storage. Jobbers can help you with every aspect of your move. With our efficient step-by-step approach to move management, we can tailor a plan to suit your needs and schedule. With locations in Bismarck, Fargo, Minot, and Aberdeen, Jobbers Moving and Storage is your choice. Visit jobberswarehouse.com. It's Jobbers Moving and Storage.
Jersey Mike's slices your sub right in front of you, see? The slicer, the meat and cheese, it has a rhythm.
This is the rhythm of the slice. The slice. Oh, yeah. The rhythm of the slice. This is the rhythm of the slice. The slice. Oh, yeah.
Order for Danny?
Sliced right in front of you. It's a Jersey Mike's thing. A sub above.
Serve Pro pitching change for the Dickinson Midgets. 24/7 emergency service and trained technicians using advanced technology and specializing in fire and water cleanup and restoration at Serve Pro. The new pitcher for Dickinson is their center fielder previously, Nick Sobolik. He'll take over after Kevin Olson threw a much-needed 3 2/3 innings of relief following an inning and a third start by Kyler Kuderna in the state qualification game. Olson finishes again with 3 2/3 innings. He allowed 5 runs, striking out 2 Mandan batters. Nick Sobolik, right-handed pitcher, checks in for Dickinson on the mound. Fires a first pitch strike to Hudson Sheldon. Sobolik this season making his 6th appearance of the year. All relief appearances, 11 total innings. Sheldon in the air to left field. Might have a chance of getting down in the corner, but no, it is caught. Jeremiah Gillick all the way over there. Might have run off the screen, but here's your Ryan Family Dealerships replay. Look at how far he had to cover to catch this fly ball right on the foul line. So Sheldon flies out to left field. Oh, there he goes, disappearing. Top of the 6th inning on the PSP Network and KDIX 1230 AM Dickinson. Batter is Dylan Gierke. Strike 1 called inside to left-handed batting center fielder Dylan Gierke. He is 0 for 2. RBI sac fly in the first, reached on a fielder's choice and struck out. And see strike 2. Sobolik went inside on the first pitch, outside strike for the second. Sobolik has struck out 12 while walking 13, has an ERA of 3.18 over the course of the 2024 campaign. One-two pitch to Gierke, lifted to right field-ish. Kovash from second base all the way on the other side of the foul line makes the grab. Gierke fouls out to the second baseman. Brings up the third baseman, Jameson Miller. Again, he started the game as a DH, then came into pitch, and now at bat. His 4th plate appearance while playing third base for the Braves. He's 1 for 2. First pitch swinging, it's a foul ball for strike 1. Sobolik again starts ahead in the count. Sobolik's last outing was 5 innings of relief against Jamestown on May 17th. He would end up getting the win, striking out 6 Blue Jays, walking 3. That was not the matchup against Jamestown in this WDA tournament. He's making his first tournament appearance on the mound. Dickinson got to this point with a win over the Blue Jays yesterday, 11-2. The loser out game. Ball 2 gets behind the catcher, Christian Tibor. Actually, there's a new catcher in for Dickinson. That's Malachi Medina behind the plate. Medina replaces Tibor as the Dickinson catcher. He'll be due up third in the next inning. At the plate for the Midgets. Nelson, another foul ball over the left field fence. Way out of play. Even count, 2 balls and 2 strikes from Soblik, the right-handed pitcher. To left-handed batting, Jamison Nelson. 2-2 offering. Bounces in front of home plate, blocked by Medina. 3-2. Kovash playing deep at second base. On the pull side for Nelson. Nelson works the walk after 7 pitches. 2 out base on balls issued by Nick Soblik. Now he'll face Gage Miller. Miller 2 for 3. And he's been on base 5 times in the last almost 2 full games now. He was great against Minot pitching yesterday. It's a fly ball to right field. That is going to find a home in right. Jamison Nelson will reach third base on the 2-out hit by Gage Miller. Watch this one again on the Ryan Family Dealerships replay. Only the very end of it. Gage Miller with the single, his 3rd hit of this baseball game, and Mandan has had so much success at the plate in this tournament. Talking about Marcus Birdhorse in the first game, 2 doubles and a triple. Tucker Horner threw out. I mean, he has 7 hits in this tournament alone. There's a ground ball off the end of the bat from Tate Olson to the pitcher Nick Soblik, and the Braves strand 2 runners on base. More on Mandan's success on the plate when we return in the bottom of the 6th inning. On the BNC National Bank scoreboard, it's Mandan 9, Dickinson 2. You're watching WDA Baseball on the PSP Network and listening live on KDIX 1230 AM Dickinson.
What is performance? It's strategy, conditioning, precision, anticipating the unexpected and executing. For some, it may be just a game, but in this field, there is no playing around. You need to give it your all. You need to give it the max. Ag Vision Max by Farmer's Choice. An all-in-one playbook for growers developed by agronomists specific to your goals. It's a precise guide to maximize your field's performance. Ag Vision Max.
It's Ike Heating Furniture World's 90th anniversary sale. Now's the time to celebrate, update, and redecorate. From furniture for every room to flooring that brings it all together, you'll find incredible anniversary savings on just what you want, just what you need. Step up to better sleep on a Sealy, Stearns & Foster, or Tempur-Pedic mattress, all comfortably priced. Plus, no interest for 5 years. Don't miss this one, the 90th anniversary sale. Going on now at Ike Heating Furniture World.
Tate Olson back on for his 2nd inning of relief pitching. Braves pitchers have taken turns of 2 innings pitched today each. Mason Oster the 2-inning start. Jamison Nelson 2 innings of relief, and now Tate Olson working on his 2nd inning out of the bullpen. Now if Mandan can hang on to this 9-2 lead, that means Mason Oster on technicality won't be in line for the win. It'll be Jamison Nelson who gets it. 1-0 count to Will Easom, starting out the bottom of the 6th. Bobbled at third base by Jamison Nelson, and that will be an error. 4th error on the Braves defensively. Dickinson's committed 3. Will Easom's reached base 3 times now. A single in the 2nd, walk in the 4th. Now he reaches on an error in the 6th. Brings Kyler Kuderna back to the plate. Well, actually, this is his first plate appearance of the game. Ball 1 gets away from Tucker Horner and will advance Easom to 2nd. So Kyler Kuderna started the game in the 7th spot for Dickinson in the batting order as a starting pitcher. He went an inning and a 1/3. He was replaced on the mound before he could come up to bat. So his relief pitcher Kevin Olson got 2 plate appearances, a sac bunt and a flyout. And now with Olson being replaced by Nick Soblik on the mound, I think Kyler Kuderna has gone to center field to replace Soblik on the re-entry. So one way or another, Kyler Kuderna is back in the batting order. And he gets hit. Kuderna hit by the 1-0 pitch from Tate Olson. Brings now Malachi Medina up for his first at-bat today. He replaced Christian Tibor as the catcher in the last half inning. Medina with a bat in his hand. He got the start yesterday against Jamestown, going 0 for 2 at the plate before being replaced by Conrad Kopari. It's been a revolving door of catchers for Dickinson in this tournament. Medina, Tibor, and Kopari. .1-0 pitch to Medina is a called strike. Camden Kubis is on deck. 1-1 to Malachi Medina. Strike 2 called. If Mandan can hang on with a 7-run lead in the bottom of the 6th inning and qualify for the state tournament, they would be the number 3 seed out of the West. Matching up with the East runners-up. Medina shoots a fly ball to center field. Gierke makes the catch. 1 out in the 6th for Dickinson. So it is not Camden Kubis batting now for Dickinson. Figured there was somebody different in the on-deck circle. That's Tyler Danbaum. Danbaum, the pinch hitter for Camden Kubis. Been playing shortstop. Just introducing you to a lot of new Dickinson batters here in the 6th. Yeah, if Mandan can hold on to a 9-2 lead, they'll be the number 3 seed out of the West, bumping Williston down to the number 4 spot. Williston will then face the East champion in the quarterfinal round of the Class A state baseball tournament next week. If Dickinson can come back and win this game, then Dickinson will be the 4 seed because Williston already beat Dickinson in this tournament. They got the head-to-head. Two-0 count to Tyler Danbaum. There's strike 1. Again, at the moment, not seeing any more score updates. I don't know if there's any EDC team already qualified for state, despite West Region already having 3 teams penciled into that bracket. Looks like Fargo North is the first team to qualify. Danbaum nearly hit by the pitch, but that's ball 4. Tyler Danbaum will take his base. And they're all loaded for Jace Kovash in the top of the Dickinson order. We saw a 6-run comeback yesterday by Williston. Camden Kubis will now re-enter and pinch run for Tyler Danbaum. So again, Kovash will hit. We saw a 6-run comeback by Williston yesterday. They were down 6-0 heading into the 6th against Bismarck Legacy. They scored 1 run in the 6th inning, 5 in the 7th. Come back and tie the game against the Sabres before giving up the walk-off walk to put Legacy into the West Region Championship game. Kovash, ground ball, fair over the third base bag. Here comes 1 run for the Midgets and another. Kubis slides into third. It's a 2 RBI double for Jace Kovash. Kovash, his 2nd hit of the game, and the BNC National Bank scoreboard has a new tally. It's Mandan 9, Dickinson 4. Watch this last hit by Kovash again on the Ryan Family Dealerships replay. He scores Easom from third and Kuderna from second. The courtesy runner Kubis goes to third. Kovash settles in at second. It's the biggest inning for Dickinson so far. They scored 1 in the 2nd, 1 in the 4th, and now 2 so far in the 6th with 1 out. Jack Price ahead in the count 1-0 against Tate Olson. He'll hit a ground ball to third through the legs of Jamison Nelson. And that'll be an RBI error. Walker has an RBI, but Price reaches on the E5. Watch again on the Ryan Family Dealerships replay. He hit a very hard ground ball to Nelson at third. It went right between his legs, underneath his glove. Trying to play it on the backhand. That is error number 5 on the Mandan Braves today. Yet they still have a 4-run lead. Kovac goes to third. Kubis will score. 3-run inning for the Midgets. They trail 9-5 on the BNC National Bank scoreboard. Now a base hit by Caden Krieg. Hit past the first baseman for Mandan. It's bobbled in right field. The run will score. Price heads to second. Watch this one now in the Ryan Family Dealerships replay as Dickinson's offense continues to tear it up in the bottom of the 6th inning. A 4-run inning for the Midgets. Caden Krieg with his second hit. He's reached base 3 times now. Jeremiah Gillick the next batter, but first a serve pro mound visit by the Mandan Braves. 24/7 emergency service and trained technicians use advanced technology and specialize in fire and water cleanup and restoration at Serve Pro. There was 2 Mandan pitchers warming up in the bullpen, and one of them is going to come in right now. It's a Serve Pro pitching change for the Braves. We'll return with the changes after this commercial break. Dickinson, a 4-run 6th inning. They trail by 3.
Great news! If you're looking for a new vehicle, Ryan Family Dealerships has the best selection we've had in years. You'll find fantastic offers from Nissan, Honda, Chevrolet, Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram.
Hold on. Ryan sells Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram?
Yes, we do, and we'd love to sell one to you. Visit one of our 5 convenient locations in Minot and Williston. Get your next vehicle from a name you know and trust. Ryan Family Dealerships.
When facing disaster, it's not just the things we lose, but the memories. But there's hope. ServPro, with decades of experience in Minot and Bismarck, is always ready. Our certified professionals don't just restore homes, they rebuild lives. Because to us, you're not just a client, you're family.
That sinking feeling you get when this happens? That's oil change-anxiety. The anxiety of being without a car with a billion things to do. The fear of being overcharged. The stress of not knowing where to go or who to trust. But you never get those feelings at Valvoline Instant Oil Change, where you can watch us work right from your car, and we finish up in about 15 minutes.
We changed your oil and did our 18-point safety check.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Service you can see, experts you can trust.
There is no place like the country club. 18 holes of immaculate golf, along with golf simulator, PGA staff, club fitting and lesson, driving range and practice green, pro shop, delicious food, endless fun in the pool, and activities for the whole family. Learn more and become a member today.
ServPro pitching change for the Mandan Braves as they have run into some trouble here in the bottom of the 6th against Dickinson. Braves still lead by a score of 9-6 on the BNC Bank scoreboard. New pitcher is Doug Sheldon making his WDA tournament debut. Moving Tate Olson from pitcher back to third base. Jamison Nelson taken off the field. He committed 2 errors in this inning for Mandan defensively. And the first pitch Sheldon throws gets away from the catcher, Tucker Horner. He did not know where that one went. It gets all the way to the backstop. Moving up are the runners. Jack Price to third, Caden Krieg to second. The batter is Jeremiah Gillick. Starts out with ball 1. Gillick at the plate today, 0 for 3. He reached on an error his last time up. Mandan's committed 5 errors defensively, Dickinson 3. Dickinson trying to come back from a 7-run deficit to start this inning. They've already planted 4 runs at the bottom of the 6th to make it 9-6. This WDA state qualifier game. 2-0 from Sheldon to Gillick. Inside strike. Sheldon, the right-handed pitcher, wearing number 15, junior. Comes home with the 2-1 pitch to Gillick. Low and outside, 3 balls and a strike. Should Gillick be able to reach, Colin Cheddar is on deck, the designated hitter for Dickinson. The tying run is at the plate for the Midgets in the bottom of the 6th. Gillick is hit to load him up again. Now the DH, Colin Cheddar. He's 0 for 3. Reach on an error and scored in the 2nd. Grounded out to 3rd later on and got into an inning fielder's choice in the last inning. The 9th Dickinson batter of the 6th. Another pitch that's blocked by Horner. He keeps it in front, keeps the runners where they are. Again, it's Jack Price at 3rd for the Midgets. Caden Krieg at 2nd. Jeremiah Gillick at 1st after being drilled by the Doug Sheldon pitch. Now Hudson Sheldon comes to the mound to talk with his pitcher. One 1-0 to Cheddar. Righty-righty matchup here. Called strike on the outer edge of the strike zone. Count even, 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out, bottom of the 6th. WDA state qualifier game on the PSP network and KDIX 12:30 a.m. Dickinson. Cheddar ground ball past the glove of Doug Sheldon. Hudson Sheldon steps on second base, throws to first for the double play to end the inning. A 6-3 double play to get out of a bases-loaded jam. And the Braves stay in front by 3 runs on the BNC National Bank scoreboard. It's Mandan 9, Dickinson 6. Watch this one as we go to break on the Ryan Family Dealerships replay.
Banking is some of the most important things in your life, and banking at the right bank is very important. We're really proud of our bank because we have great people, and our people are what make our bank go. We always want to treat our customers right and do the best job we can for them, and try to do things to help make our communities better.
Shields Visa is more than just a card. It's the freedom to go. It's a gateway to explore and do more of what you love. Imagine where the Shields Visa can take you. So join us in discovering endless possibilities. Shields Visa. Together, we've got this.
Well, a 4-run bottom of the 6th inning for Dickinson has made this a 9-6 game on the BNC National Bank scoreboard. Mandan still in front by 3, but the Midgets closing in as we head to the 7th inning. This West Region State qualifier on the PSP network and on the radio waves, KDIX 12:30 a.m. Dickinson. Nick Sobolik, the relief pitcher for Dickinson, who came in the last inning. Got 3 outs in the 6th, now on for the 7th. He shut out the Braves in the last inning, despite a bit of trouble. There's with 2 strikes to pinch hitter Owen Brinks. Brinks leaves the payoff pitch from Sobolik outside the zone, 1-2. Brinks pinch hitting for Marcus Birdhorse, who was 1 for 3 in the game. Low and outside, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Count runs even to Brinks. Sobolik steps off the rubber. It'll be Brinks, then Mason Oster and Ty Weiler due up for Mandan in the top of the 7th. Swing and miss for strike 3. First K of the day for Nick Sobolik. Now Mason Oster with 1 out. Mandan is up by 3 on the BNC scoreboard, but after what Dickinson put up in the 6th inning and having the bases loaded with 1 out before Colin Cheddar grounded into an inning-ending double play, Mandan might want to look into some insurance. 1-0 on the pitch inside Oster. Weiler is on deck, and then it would be the top of the order should we get there for the Braves in the 7th inning. Oster, it's a foul ball. 1 ball and a strike. Well, Dickinson has Will Easom, who's reached base 3 times. And Kyler Kuderna will be making his 2nd plate appearance, if it is still Kuderna batting, after he re-entered. And then Malachi Medina due up. Medina 0 for 1 after getting his first at bat in the 6th. Swing and miss, strike 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Oster. Minot and Legacy waiting to take the field in the West Region Championship game. Oster ducks out of the way, count is full. Three-two pitch. Fouled off by Oster. Long at bat here with 1 out in the top of the 7th inning. Upcoming pitch number 7. Full count once again from Nick Soblik. Shakes off the catcher once, now goes into the windup. Foul ball just off the end of the bat of Oster to the backstop. Soblik's windup does have a lot of moving parts. It's not really an over-the-top throwing motion, but it's also not sidearm. It starts looking really sidearm, and then it ends up finishing over the top. Ground ball to third. Price plays it on 2 hops. Strong throw to first to retire Mason Oster. 2 outs in the 7th for Ty Weiler. Weiler swinging at the first pitch. Soblik chases after, but that's off the roof of the grandstand. Rolling back into Mandan's dugout, not caught. One strike on Weiler. Soblik again shakes off the catcher once. Now goes into the windup. Weiler base hit to left. His 3rd hit of the game. It's hit by a pitch in the 2nd inning. Now a single and scored in the 4th. A single in the 5th. And another single in the 7th. Now they bring up one of the top hitters in the tournament, Tucker Horner. 7 for 10. 4 runs scored and 3 driven in over the course of almost 3 complete games here at the WDA. Ground ball to third, it's foul. Horner returns to the batter's box. Hudson Sheldon on deck. Players returning from Mandan's bullpen. We'll see who gets the ball in the 7th. Doug Sheldon had to finish the 6th inning on the mound after Tate Olson was relieved after recording 1 out. Tate Olson goes an inning and a 3rd. Sheldon induced the ground ball to start the double play. Swing and miss by Horner. Started stepping out and then took a hack at the fastball. Payoff pitch coming from Nick Soblik. 2 outs, top 7. Mandan 9-6 lead over Dickinson on the BNC National Bank scoreboard. Runner at first is Ty Weiler. Horner hits a foul ball over our heads. here in the Corbett Field press box. (0-2) again. Soblik has kept it in the zone here against Horner. Another foul ball. Soblik from the stretch. Takes a look at Weiler at first. Now comes set. Another 2 and now fires home. Pop up. Medina chases it, but runs out of room. It's off the grandstand's roof. Sixth pitch of the at-bat. Count is still 0-2. Soblik, what is the put-away pitch here against Tucker Horner? The toughest out of the region tournament. Swing and miss, got him for strike 3 on a pitch way outside. Medina hung on to it, and that's the end of the inning. Mandan looking for 3 more outs, while Dickinson is looking to ride the wave of momentum they caught in the bottom of the 6th. With 4 runs in that inning, they're going to need 3 to keep this one going against the Braves. We head to the bottom of the 7th on the PSP Network and KDIX. 12:30 a.m. Dickinson after this commercial break.
Meet Gary. Gary is an ordinary guy, but right now Gary has car trouble. Gary doesn't know about magic towing. Don't be like Gary. Remember the name and the number. It's Magic Towing. We are here to help 24/7. Magic Towing in Western North Dakota. Don't be like Gary. Remember the name and the number. It's Magic Towing.
The best part about working at BNC National Bank is developing relationships.
I love working with people.
We've been here for over 25 years.
We've grown just like our communities we're in.
But we still have that personal connection with our customers.
And that's why we can find the best solutions for them.
It feels great seeing projects around the community and knowing we're a small part of making that happen.
We're helping people buy their first homes.
Plan for the future.
From startups to big business.
We're part of the community.
And we're proud of it.
Yours truly, BNC.
Whether it's getting an education, making priceless memories, learning to play, playing to learn, or simply getting where you need to go, the team at Ackerman Estvold has been behind these projects and countless others, developing critical infrastructure, valuable spaces, and even some good old-fashioned fun. Entrusted with the things you know, but delivering more than you may realize. Ackerman Estvold, trusted for decades and decades to come.
Serve pro pitching change for the Mandan Braves. They bring in the closer in a save situation in the bottom of the 7th inning, trying to send Mandan to the state tournament against the Dickinson Midgets. It's Hudson Sheldon, the new pitcher for Mandan. He'll replace Doug Sheldon on the mound after Doug went 2/3 of an inning. First batter that Hudson Sheldon will face is a pinch hitter in the Dickinson lineup, batting in the place of Will Easom, who has reached base 3 times. The new batter is Cameron Wolf. 1 strike to Wolf. The pitch from Hudson. Strike 2 finds the outside part of the plate. He dials up the fastball. It's a heater coming across home plate. There's not much messing around other than that. Swing and miss. Wolf retired on 3 pitches. Could not catch up. So Kyler Kudrna will get a second chance to bat. Other defensive changes for Mandan, and their lineup has a bunch of scribbles on it now. Doug Sheldon goes from pitcher to third. Third baseman Tate Olson goes to second. Ty Weiler fills in Hudson Sheldon's spot at short. First pitch strike to Kudrna. 4 pitches, 4 strikes by Hudson Sheldon. Kyler Kudrna was hit by a pitch in his lone plate appearance in this game. It's a ground ball foul. He did make contact. So the cleanup position in Mandan's lineup, which was started by Jamison Nelson, a designated hitter. Then he went to pitcher. Then he went to third. Doug Sheldon came in at pitcher, and now Doug Sheldon's playing third. Strike 3 called. All business. Second K of the day for Hudson Sheldon. Last chance for the Midgets, Malachi Medina. Goes to the breaking pitch. Left it outside, ball one. First non-strike thrown by Hudson Sheldon in this outing. Looking for the 3-out save. He's 1 out away. Delivers ball 2 to Medina. Ducks out of the way of ball 3. And now Sheldon's got to find the zone again. One out away from a 10th all-time state tournament appearance for the Mandan Braves. And trying to make it back-to-back. Gets strike one. Now the full windup, Sheldon past the bat of Medina, and the count's run full. The payoff pitch from Hudson Sheldon to Dickinson's catcher Malachi Medina, who came into the game in the 6th inning. It's going to get away from the catcher Tucker Horner and get to the backstop for ball 4. Medina trots down to first base. And now Camden Kubis returns to the lineup. As we got a pinch runner in now for Medina. That's Conrad Kopari. Camden Kubis, who got pinch hit for in the last plate appearance, then pinch ran for Tyler Danbaum. Pickoff attempt trying to end the game in interesting fashion. It's not in time. Kopari's safe. Out from the stretch, Sheldon goes home with the first offering to Kubis. Strike one. It's called. Kubis 1 for 2, strikeout and a single. And then Tyler Danbaum came in and walked. Kubis, who pinch ran, came around to score. Fly ball, foul. 2 strikes on Kubis. 2 strikeout inning already for Hudson Sheldon. And I'm going to say that the sign is fastball. 2-strike pitch. Fastball taken to right center field. It's down. Timing it up was Camden Kubis, and he continues the 7th inning. Tying run to the plate at Jace Kovash, but the Midget's got to take this one at bat at a time. Maybe 1 base at a time, too. The hit by Camden Kubis, his 2nd of the game, moves Kopari to 2nd, brings Jace Kovash up to the plate for the 5th time. Kovash 2 for 4. A single and a double. He's scored a run. Also drove home a run in the 6th inning as Dickinson sent 9 batters to the plate in that last half inning. Ducking out of the way of a breaking pitch is Kovash. In there for strike one. Mandan wins. They'll be the 3 seed. Williston will be the 4. Dickinson completes comeback. Williston will be the 3. Dickinson would be the 4 at the state tournament next weekend, hosted by Dickinson at the DCB&T Ballpark. A ball and a strike from Sheldon to Kovash. Kovash grounds it to short. Flip, and it's in time, and the Braves are going to the state tournament for the 10th time in program history. Ground ball went to their new shortstop, Ty Weiler. He gives it to Tate Olson, and that's the final out as Mandan will win it in 7 innings, fending off a late comeback by the Dickinson Midgets. You're on the BNC National Bank scoreboard. Your final, Mandan 9, Dickinson 6. We'll be back with the planning team financial advisor, Shots Crossroads postgame show after this commercial break.
We've changed our name. The best part about working at BNC National Bank is developing relationships.
It's Ike Heating Furniture World's 90th anniversary sale. Now's the time to celebrate, update, and redecorate. From furniture for every room to flooring that brings it all together, you'll find incredible anniversary savings on just what you want, just what you need. Step up to better sleep on a Sealy, Stearns & Foster, or Tempur-Pedic mattress, all comfortably priced. Plus, no interest for 5 years. Don't miss this one, the 90th anniversary sale. Going on now at Ike Heating Furniture World.
The best part about working at BNC National Bank is developing relationships.
I love working with people.
We've been here for over 25 years.
We've grown just like our communities we're in.
But we still have that personal connection with our customers.
And that's why we can find the best solutions for them.
It feels great seeing projects around the community and knowing we're a small part of making that happen.
We're helping people buy their first homes.
Plan for the future.
From startups to big business.
We're part of the community.
And we're proud of it.
Yours truly, BNC.
We want it all. We want our dog to fetch it.
Drop it.
And drop it.
Name it.
We want to fix it ourselves. And actually fix it. We want to order the market price lobster. And know the market price of the lobster.
How much is... Whatever the market says.
Sadly, we can't have it all. Except at Sport Clips, where we check in with the pros in men's hair and totally check out with pure, uninterrupted relaxation. Sport Clips. It's a game changer.
Are you moving your business or your home across the town or across the country? We know it can be stressful. To ensure your possessions arrive on time, intact, and on budget, make your move with Jobbers Moving and Storage. Jobbers can help you with every aspect of your move. With our efficient step-by-step approach to move management, we can tailor a plan to suit your needs and schedule. With locations in Bismarck, Fargo, Minot, and Aberdeen, Jobbers Moving and Storage is your choice. Visit jobberswarehouse.com. It's Jobbers Moving and Storage.
Whether it's getting an education, making priceless memories, learning to play, playing to learn, or simply getting where you need to go, the team at Ackerman Estvold has been behind these projects and countless others, developing critical infrastructure, valuable spaces, and even some good old-fashioned fun. Entrusted with the things you know, but delivering more than you may realize. Ackerman Estvold. Trusted for decades and decades to come.
From the 26-yard line, nearing the Serve Pro red zone, are the Demons already. Handoff, Hankey dances in the hole. Now he speeds and bursts outside, accelerates to the 20, 15, 10, 2 touches, 2 touchdowns.
Carter Hankey, this time they go left, and he just does what he does so well is he read the block. It wasn't off tackle, it wasn't off the guard on the inside, and he took his time, then he bounced to the outside, got a great little kick-out block, a touch block, and deep downfield for the Demons, helping them out.
Mandan Braves, number 5 seed in this West Region Baseball tournament, come through in the state qualifying round to defeat the Dickinson Midgets in not 5 innings. That was a full 7-inning game. Mandan wins 9-6 on the BNC National Bank scoreboard over Dickinson. Here's how it happened with our planning team financial advisor, Shots Crossroads postgame show game recap. But first, a reminder that Shots Crossroads is your postgame headquarters. It filled up on their delicious menu that includes the famous number 99. Order online at shotscrossroads.com. Team buses are always welcome at Shots Crossroads. All right. Starting out in the top of the first inning for Mandan as the guest team on the scoreboard. They were able to put up a big 3 runs in the first inning. Led off by Tucker Horner with a single. Hudson Sheldon singled as well. They advanced to second and third later on in the at-bat. Dylan Gierke would drive home the first run for the Braves on a sac fly. Jamison Nelson came up and he knocked home the run on a single. Gage Miller would single later on. Tate Olson on a sac fly brought in a third Mandan run of the inning. And the inning would end there for the Braves after a Marcus Berthorst strikeout with Mandan in front 3-0. They brought their starting pitcher out for the first, Mason Oster, with a 3-run lead. He would get the first 2 outs before Caden Krieg reached on a fielding error at first base. However, the Midgets would not put that runner or not advance that runner any farther. Then the second inning for Mandan, more runs for the Braves. Ty Weiler, a 1-out hit by pitch, followed by Tucker Horner's double. Hudson Sheldon hit by a pitch. Dylan Gierke drove in a run on a fielder's choice. And that was the inning. Mandan would bring up 2 more runs to take a 5-run lead at that point. Dickinson, though, would respond in the second. Colin Shetter reached on an error at third base by Mandan, Will Easom. got a single to keep the inning going. Kevin Olson would lay down a sacrifice bunt, and the Dickinson first run would score on Kristen Tibor's ground out to third base. Colin Cheddar scored that first run for Dickinson, cutting the deficit to 4 runs. And then for Mandan, a few innings later, in the top of the 4th, Weiler would again get on base with a single and score a run. Horner right behind him, single and a run scored in the inning. A 2-run inning again for Mandan. They led Dickinson 7-1. Again, this was more of a bullpen game than anything for either side. Maybe not to Dickinson's plan, as their starting pitcher, Kyler Kuderna, who had not pitched at all in the tournament, was only able to go an inning and a third. I think they were maybe expecting or hoping for a longer start from him than they got. They had to turn over to their bullpen, and Kevin Olson. Olson threw a pretty good 3 2/3 innings in this game for the Midgets before they gave it over to Nick Sobolik, who really pitched well in the final 2 innings of this ball game. But Mandan's offense just kept on moving. Again, with 2 runs, as you mentioned, in the 4th. And they would add more runs in the 5th, scoring another 2 to take a 9, or to put up 9 on the scoreboard. They led Dickinson then 9-2. As we headed to the bottom of the 6th inning, Dickinson at the plate would send 5 batters up against Mandan's relief pitching. They'd get out of the inning, though, but not before Dickinson would go for 4 runs. Will Eastham reached on an error. Kyler Kuderno was hit by a pitch. Tyler Danbaum was walked. Jace Kovash got a double. Jack Price reached on an error. Caden Krieg a single. Jeremiah Gillick was hit. It was one after another for Dickinson, but then Mandan brought in another relief pitcher, their 3rd of the game, Doug Sheldon. And after he hit Jeremiah Gillick, he would get a ground ball from Colin Cheddar up the middle. Hudson Sheldon was there to step on second base to get the first down and throw it on to first to complete the inning-ending double play, limiting Dickinson to 4 runs. The Midgets trailed by 3 heading to the top of the 7th. Sobolik again pitched a very good inning, striking out pinch hitter Owen Brinks, getting Mason Oster to ground out to 3rd. Although allowing Ty Weiler to pick up his 3rd hit of the game, he would strike out Tucker Horner, the next Mandan batter, to end the inning without the Braves scoring an additional run. It remained a 3-run lead for the Braves with their closer Hudson Sheldon now on the mound. He would strike out the first 2 batters on 6 pitches before walking Malachi Medina in a long at-bat. Camden Kubis would pick up a base hit, and thought Dickinson maybe got the gears turning at that point, try and keep this comeback going for Dickinson, but Jace Kovash would hit a ground ball to short, flipped by Weiler to the new second baseman Tate Olson to end the game, and Mandan qualifies for the state tournament for the 10th time in a row and for back-to-back seasons after being the WDA champions last season. Mandan will be the number 3 seed out of the West at the Class A state baseball tournament next weekend from Dickinson, while Williston, who qualified earlier today with a 14-2 win over Bismarck, they will be the number 4 seed. We're just trying to find who will be number 1 and 2 in our WDA championship game coming up next. But also want to mention Dickinson, they're eliminated for the 2nd season in a row, following the same path as they did last year, losing in the quarterfinal round to Century, beating Williston in the loser-out game, but dropping a state qualifier to Jamestown. They lose a 2nd straight state qualifier this year to Mandan, another talented Dickinson team that won't be at the state baseball tournament. Tough to see for the Midgets this year, as once again they gave up just early offense. Go back to our Northern Plains hitting their keys to the game, and who said they're going to need a good start from their starting pitcher, Kyler Kuderna. Well, he only lasted an inning and a third before Mandan took him out of the game with an early onslaught of offense. Dickinson got help from the relief pitcher, but it just wasn't enough. Mandan kept on going on offense. They were pedal to the metal in this game at the plate. Dickinson another late comeback, but this one falls just short once again after they came back against Williston and dropped that game in the quarterfinal. They scored 11 in a row to beat Jamestown, but Mandan another animal here. Dickinson unable to beat them in the state qualifying game. As for our awards for this matchup, starting with the Sport Clips MVP of the game, check it online with the Hairstylist Day at sportclips.com or on the Sport Clips app. Ty Weiler had a heck of a game at the plate. 3 for 3. He was also hit by a pitch, reached base 4 times, scoring 2 runs in this one. He also drove in a run and was caught stealing. But Ty Weiler, he's going to be your Sport Clips MVP of the game for a 3 for 3 performance at the plate. 2 runs. He was also hit by a pitch in the effort. Got to give it to Mandan's offense. That's been what's gearing them to victory in this tournament. Coming up just short in the semifinal round yesterday, losing to Minot, but they still qualify for the State A tournament thanks to a great performance at the plate by Ty Weiler. As for the Jobbers' move of the game, Tonight's Move of the Game sponsored by Jobbers Moving and Storage. They focus on the details of the process without ever losing sight of the big picture. Their efficient step-by-step approach to move management keeps everyone on the same page with locations in Bismarck, Minot, Fargo, and Aberdeen. Also find them online at jobberswarehouse.com. The play of the game, I thought, for Mandan was in the big inning for Dickinson. 4 runs in the bottom half of the 6th. There was 1 out. Doug Sheldon just came in relief. 1 out in the inning. Colin Cheddar at the plate hit a ground ball up the middle, but Hudson Sheldon was right there. He was on it, had 1 foot on the base as he collected the ground ball and made a quick flip onto first for the inning-ending double play, stopping the Midgets dead in their tracks in a big 4-run 6th inning, cutting Dickinson's comeback just short. And then the 7th inning, Sheldon would come on and seal the deal, getting the save in the win for Mandan. Today in the state qualifier, but the Jobbers Moving Storage move of the game is going to be that double play turned by Hudson Sheldon to end the comeback run for Dickinson in that inning. All right, that does it for the Planning Team Financial Advisors Shots Crossroads post-game show. We have 1 game remaining in this WDA baseball tournament. It's the championship game. Legacy and Minot coming up next, but first your final score for the final time on the PSP Network and KDIX, 12:30 a.m. Dickinson. It's Mandan 9, Dickinson 6. The Braves are off to the State A baseball tournament next weekend from Dickinson, while the Midgets will be eliminated. Back with more baseball on the PSP Network. When we return, it's the Valvoline Innocent Oil Change pregame show ahead of number 1 Minot and number 2 Legacy in the West Region Championship game after these commercial breaks.
When property owners in Bismarck and Minot seek transformation, ServPro's construction program brings both vision and precision. From that very first hammer strike to the final touch of paint, our dedication remains unwavering. It's not just about remodeling, it's about legacy. In Minot and Bismarck, ServPro is your partner in transformation. We don't just build back, we elevate every space.
Great news! If you're looking for a new vehicle, Ryan Family Dealerships has the best selection we've had in years. You'll find fantastic offers from Nissan, Honda, Chevrolet, Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram.
Hold on, Ryan sells Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram?
Yes, we do, and we'd love to sell one to you. Visit one of our 5 convenient locations in Minot and Williston. Get your next vehicle from a name you know and trust. Ryan Family Dealerships.
This presentation on the PSP Network is proudly brought to you by PSP Network. It's game day.
That sinking feeling you get when this happens? That's oil change anxiety. The anxiety of being without a car with a billion things to do. The fear of being overcharged, the stress of not knowing where to go or who to trust. But you never get those feelings at Valvoline Instant Oil Change, where you can watch us work right from your car, and we finish up in about 15 minutes.
We changed your oil and did our 18-point safety check.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Service you can see, experts you can trust.
When property owners in Bismarck and Minot seek transformation, ServPro's construction program brings both vision and precision. From that very first hammer strike to the final touch of paint, our dedication remains unwavering. It's not just about remodeling, it's about legacy. In Minot and Bismarck, ServPro is your partner in transformation. We don't just build back, we elevate every space.
Great news! If you're looking for a new vehicle, Ryan Family Dealerships has the best selection we've had in years. You'll find fantastic offers from Nissan, Honda, Chevrolet, Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram.
Hold on. Ryan sells Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram?
Yes, we do, and we'd love to sell one to you. Visit one of our 5 convenient locations in Minot and Williston. Get your next vehicle from a name you know and trust. Ryan Family Dealerships.
This presentation on the PSP Network is proudly brought to you by PSP Network. It's game day.
That sinking feeling you get when this happens? That's oil change anxiety. The anxiety of being without a car with a billion things to do. The fear of being overcharged. The stress of not knowing where to go or who to trust. But you never get those feelings at Valvoline Instant Oil Change, where you can watch us work right from your car, and we finish up in about 15 minutes.
We changed your oil and did our 18-point safety check.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Service you can see, experts you can trust.
Down to our final game of the WDA Baseball Tournament from Corbett Field here in 2024. Kicking off your Memorial Day weekend with baseball. It's the championship game of the West Region Baseball Tournament between the number 2 seed, Legacy Sabres, and the top seed in the whole bracket, the Minot High Magicians. After all the upsets, after all the chaos, after all the innings, the extra innings, the comebacks, the 7th inning saves, all of it. It comes down to number 1 and number 2 in the West Region in the championship game tonight. Legacy and Minot on the Magi's home field Corbett Field from Minot. Welcome to the ballpark. I'm Owen Patterson, having been on the call for every single game of the West Region Baseball Tournament here from Corbett Field at the very least this week. And we wrap it up with one more game between the Sabres and Magicians. This is the Valvoline Instant Oil Change pregame show. With timely services that won't slow you down and no appointment needed. It's a stay in your car, drive-through oil change. They'll take about 15 minutes at any of their service centers in Minot or Bismarck. Also find them online at VIOC.com. Well, breaking down this matchup, it's going to come down to two things: Legacy's pitching and Minot's ability to hit. Minot, they put up 14 runs against Bismarck in the first round game, but against Mandan, they were held in check by the Braves starter, Gage Miller, who struck about 9 times. Minot needed to go 9 innings to finish off that win over the Mandan Braves, beating Mandan in the semifinal round by a final score of 3-2. On the other side, for Legacy, the Sabres got a fantastic start from their own starting pitcher, Connor Grabo, yesterday against the Williston Coyotes in the semifinal round, after getting a great start as well from Jamison Johnson in the first round. The pitching has been good for Legacy. Well, the problem was they went to their bullpen yesterday against Williston and surrendered what was a 6-run lead completely. The Coyotes tied the game in the top of the 7th with 5 runs against Legacy relief pitcher Logan Lawrence. Then in the bottom of the 7th inning, with the bases loaded and 1 out, Lucas Vasey was walked, bringing home the winning run for the Sabres and moving them on to the West Region Championship game and giving them a spot in the State A baseball tournament next weekend. Both of these teams are into the state tournament. They're playing for a West Region title, and they're seeding tonight in the WDA Baseball Championship game. Pitching for Legacy is going to be important. Minot's ability to hit, can it come through again for the Magicians in this game like it has all season, en route to a 24-4 record heading into the conference final against 20-11 Legacy? That is to be found out as we near closer and closer to first pitch ahead of our WDA Championship game later on tonight. The Valvoline Instant Oil Change pregame show will return after this commercial break with the Northern Plains Heating Air keys to the game, the starting lineups, and yes, first pitch on the way on the PSP Network. Stay tuned. We've got baseball coming up after this commercial break.
Banking is some of the most important things in your life, and banking at the right bank is very important. We're really proud of our bank because we have great people, and our people are what make our bank go. We always want to treat our customers right and do the best job we can for them, and try to do things to help make our communities better.
At NCC, Northwest North Dakota is our backyard. The individuals and businesses who rely on NCC's services aren't just our customers. You're our neighbors, our friends, and our families. That's why we're committed to providing the high-quality internet, video, phone, and security systems you need to stay connected with the friendly, local service you deserve. NCC, making connections in Northwest North Dakota.
Welcome back to the Valvoline Instant Oil Change pregame show ahead of the WDA Baseball Championship game from Corbett Field in Minot. It's the Legacy Sabres #2 seed in the tournament against top-seeded Minot High, the regular season champions, putting that championship title to the test tonight against the Legacy Sabres. Let's meet tonight's starting lineups first for the visitors on the scoreboard. The lower-seeded Legacy Sabres, they'll be led off by the third baseman Lucas Vasey. Batting second, it's Marcus Butts, then Ben Watson, Drew Beasley, Isaac Lewis, Jamison Johnson, Riker Zietz, Harrison Johnson, and Jared Frank. Gavin Bryce is the starting pitcher for Legacy today. He gets the ball in the championship matchup for the Sabres. On the other side for Minot, their leadoff batter is Easton Panasuk, followed by Aiden Deal, Kellen Burke, Parker Hand, Braden Nelson, Carson Deaver, Adam Rodocker, Blaze Ostrom, and Trey Stewart. The starter in the championship for Minot High tonight is Adam Rodocker. He's been playing in right field throughout the tournament. He delivered the walk-off single to right field in yesterday's semifinal in the 9th inning as Minot High defeated Mandan by a final score of 3-2. It was Rodocker with the walk-off hit. Today, he gets the start on the hill for the Magi in their hunt for a West Region championship. Before we continue on with the Valvoline Instant Oil Change pregame show with the keys to the game and first pitch, let's take a look at what has happened so far here from Corbett Field ever since we started at just before noon on Thursday with Dickinson falling to Williston. The Coyotes advanced to the semifinal round with a 4-3 win over the Midgets. Now, Legacy came from behind to beat Jamestown after allowing a run in the first inning to the Blue Jays. Legacy would score the next 2 runs en route to the win over Jamestown. The number 2 seeded Sabres set up a matchup with 6 seeded Williston in the semifinals on Friday night. The second half of the bracket on day number 1 went to Mandan, 11-6 over Century, and Minot in 6 innings over Bismarck, 14-4. And the loser-out games yesterday, Dickinson and Jamestown had their start time pushed back a couple of hours, 3 hours to be exact, moving the Century and Bismarck game down to the capital city, where Century was eliminated by Bismarck in 13 innings. The Demons won 1-0 on Legacy's turf field. Dickinson, meanwhile, here in Corbett Field, advanced with an 11-2 win over the Jamestown Blue Jays. In the semifinal round here on a rainy and cold night at Corbett Field, it was Legacy blowing a 6-0 lead that they had after 5 innings against Williston. The Coyotes came all the way back just to deliver a walk-off walk to the Legacy Sabres, putting the Sabres into the West Region Championship game by a final score of 7-6. The second semifinal also ended on a walk-off. In 9 innings, it was Minot who had taken 2 leads over Mandan in the game, but the Braves responded twice, scoring or tying the game at 1 and 2 in the 6th inning. The relief pitching went the rest of the way for those 2 teams who got great starts. Minot from Braden Nelson, Mandan from Gage Miller, but it was Adam Rodacher with the walk-off single to right field that won it for the Magicians last night, 3-2 in 9 innings to set up the West Region Championship game. Then earlier today in the state tournament qualifiers, it was Williston defeating Bismarck 14-2 in 5 innings. The Coyotes advanced to the state tournament for the first time in 5 seasons, and Mandan just recently, for the 10th time in program history, they are off to the state tournament with a win over Dickinson, fending off a late Midgets comeback with a win 9-6. Mandan will be the number 3 seed from the West in the state tournament, and Williston will be the number 4. We'll decide number 1 and number 2 tonight, but first the national anthem here from Corbett Field, the your public address announcer for the Star Spangled Banner. And now for your Northern Plains Heating and Air keys to the game ahead of this championship matchup with over 25 years of experience as your heating and air experts and the factory authorized dealer for AeroSeal. There's no other choice to seal your heating and air game than Northern Plains. Find them online at northern-plains.com. We talked about it early on in the Valvoline Instant Oil Change pregame show for Legacy. It's going to be a full 7 innings for their pitching staff today after they worked wonders against Jamestown. After giving up a run early on, the offense came back. Offense wasn't really there too much against Jamestown ace Thomas Newman, but they did enough, picking up a 2-1 win over the Blue Jays. But then the bullpen against Williston, surrendering that 6-run lead. That can't happen tonight against Minot, and they got to have good pitching from their starter, Gavin Bryce, tonight. On the other side for Minot, the Bats, they worked so well against Bismarck High. They were quieted last night by Gage Miller. Probably just kudos to a great start for him. But Minot, they got to get on the sticks and win this one with offense tonight. Pull away from the Sabres on the BNC National Bank scoreboard if they want a West Region championship. And that does it for our Valvoline Instant Oil Change pregame show. Again, with timely services that won't slow you down and no appointment needed. It's stay in your car, drive through oil change. It'll take about 15 minutes at any of their service centers in Minot or Bismarck. Also find them online at VIOC.com. Adam Rodacher takes the mound for Minot in the WDA championship game as we are set for baseball. Championship baseball from Corbett Field in Minot. Lucas Vasey, the first batter for Legacy. He wears number 4 against Minot. Starting pitcher wearing number 4 as well, Adam Rodacher. Righty-righty matchup to kick off this championship game. First pitch is a ball low and outside, and we're underway on the PSP Network. Thank you for tuning in. Once again, I'm Owen Patterson on the call. 1-0 pitch from Rodacher. On the full windup, Vasey grounds the ball to short. Picked up by Parker Hand, and he throws across for the first out. The Minot Magicians defensive lineup for this championship game. Kellen Burke is the catcher. Braden Nelson at first. Trey Stewart gets the start at second. Parker Hand at short. Carson Deaver at third. Left to right in the outfield, Aiden Deal, Easton Panasuk, and Blaze Ostrom. Ostrom gets the start in right field today with Rodacher coming to the mound. It's his first start of this region tournament. Saw him quite a bit yesterday playing catcher, as there's a strike as the at-bat starts from Rodacher to Marcus Butts. Oh, the train's a little bit behind schedule today. On time for, just barely on time for first pitch. And it goes past in center field. 2 strikes now to Butts. Payoff pitch from Rodacher to the University of Mary baseball commit and starting catcher for the Legacy Sabres. Butts sends a ground ball through for a base hit. This time out of the reach of Parker Hand, but again hit to the left side of the infield. It's a 1-out single for Marcus Butts. Watch it again on the Ryan Family Dealerships replay as Legacy starts to get the wheels moving on offense here in the first against Adam Rodacher. His season stats this year as a pitcher is making his 6th appearance, a 3-0 record in 21 innings. Has an ERA of 2.47. First pitch to Ben Watson is a called strike, dropping in for strike 1. AC again the ground out to short to lead off the game. Butts, he gets the base hit. 1 on, 1 gone for Watson. Drew Beasley is on deck. The pitch to Watson, fouled off. There's an outside pitch from Rodacher. Watson reached for it and brings up strike 2. Head coach for the Legacy Sabres, Eddie Streeter. Coach of the preseason favorite to win the conference. They come into this tournament as the number 2 seed, but they can win the pennant here today on Minot's home field. Appeal to first base. Watson did not go. Holds up, and that's ball 1. Rodacher this season, the pitcher for Minot, he has struck out 12 while walking 6. Perfect 2-to-1 strikeout to walk ratio. Checks the runner at first. Butts will take off. Sorry, that's Logan Lawrence, the courtesy runner. And Lawrence has a stolen base. As that's ball 2 to Ben Watson. Missing the zone was Rodacher. Logan Lawrence courtesy running for Legacy's catcher Marcus Butts here in the top of the first inning. Runner in scoring position with 1 out for Legacy. Watson waits in the box, standing straight up. Hands out over the plate. Grounds the ball up the middle. It'll be knocked down by Parker Hand, who made a sliding effort to try and get it. Probably wasn't going to be able to throw out Watson at first, but he just knocked the ball down, keeping Lawrence at third base, who he was going to be turning for home if that one got into center field. There's another look on the Ryan Family Dealerships replay. For 50 years, Ryan has been a trusted name for car buyers in western North Dakota. Shop their entire inventory at driveryan.com, which is one of their 5 locations in Minot or Williston. Now the first pitch to Drew Beasley. He's been one of the top hitters for Legacy here lately. Beasley goes out to center field. Easton Panasuk will come up throwing as Lawrence will tag from third on the sac fly for Drew Beasley, and Legacy's the first on the BNC National Bank scoreboard. It is 1-0 Sabres. Your life is busy. That's why BNC Bank will make manage your money easy. With locations in North Dakota, Minnesota, and Arizona. Also find them online at bnc.bank. Legacy 1, Minot nothing. Top of the first, 2 outs. Ben Watson still at first base. The batter is now Isaac Lewis for Legacy. Lewis watches strike 1. Yesterday against Williston, Isaac Lewis drove in a run on a sac fly. He also walked and flew out twice for an 0 for 2. See strike 2 now. Rodacher keeping it right on the edge of the zone. So Isaac Lewis. Payoff pitch from Rodacher. Gets a swing and a miss, strike 3, first K of the day, and that ends the first inning. But the Legacy Sabres get 1 run on 2 hits. They leave 1 on base. After half inning from Corbett Field, it's Sabres 1, Magicians coming to bat.
Meet Gary. Gary is an ordinary guy, but right now Gary has car trouble. Gary doesn't know about magic towing. Don't be like Gary. Remember the name and the number. It's Magic Towing. We are here to help 24/7. Magic Towing in Western, North Dakota. Don't be like Gary. Remember the name and the number. It's Magic Towing.
Great news! If you're looking for a new vehicle, Ryan Family Dealerships has the best selection we've had in years. You'll find fantastic offers from Nissan, Honda, Chevrolet, Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram.
Hold on. Ryan sells Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram?
Yes, we do, and we'd love to sell one to you. Visit one of our 5 convenient locations in Minot and Williston. Get your next vehicle from a name you know and trust. Ryan Family Dealerships.
Legacy's starting pitcher in this championship game is Gavin Bryce. His last start came in the regular season finale for Legacy, a non-conference matchup against Bismarck High, which the Sabres won 13-1, powered by an early pitching performance by Bryce. He went 2 innings against the Demons, allowing 1 hit, striking out 2, and walking another in that matchup. En route to a Legacy win. Now he'll face a Minot lineup that goes as follows: Easton Panasuk, Aiden Deal, Kellen Burke, Parker Hand, Braden Nelson, Carson Deaver, Adam Rodocker, Blaze Ostrom, and Trey Stewart. Easton Panasuk, the leadoff batter for Minot. He has done his job well in this region tournament, getting on base and getting around the bases. Supplying Minot High with a number of runs, especially against Bismarck High. He was on base, it seemed, all the time. Yesterday against Mandan, Panasuk was hit by 2 pitches and walked once, reached base 3 times. First pitch from Bryce is ball 1. The second one finds the outer part of the plate to the left-handed hitting center fielder for Minot, Easton Panasuk. Now Panasuk swings at a low pitch. That went over to the third base bleachers for a foul ball. And there's a 2-strike pitch coming up from Bryce. Panasuk has reached base 6 out of 8 plate appearances in this WDA baseball tournament. Payoff pitch from Bryce. Spikes to home plate. Panasuk was watching it. Checks his swing. Runs the count even to 2 balls and 2 strikes. Appeal to first base. Did not go. Marcus Butts, the catcher for Legacy. He thought Panasuk had went. Even count to Easton Panasuk. Get to that Sabres defense after this at bat. It's a swing and a miss, strike 3, first K of the day for Gavin Bryce. Here are the Sabres defensively. Marcus Butts, the catcher. Jamison Johnson starts at first. Second baseman is Drew Beasley. At short, it's Harrison Johnson. Lucas Vasey is at third. The outfielders in left, Isaac Lewis. In center, Jared Frank. And in right, Ben Watson. Next batter for the Magicians is Aiden Deal. Deal will watch ball 1. Deal got his tournament started with a single in the big first inning against Bismarck for Minot on Thursday night. Minot jumped out to a 4-0 lead, eventually putting up 14 against the Demons and winning by 10 runs in 6. (2-0) count from Bryce to Deal. Deal hits a foul ball to the netting behind home plate. For the Minot High crowd here at Corbett Field. Very well attended baseball game here in the Magic City. A great attendance for the whole tournament despite the October-like weather. Foul ball over the Magicians' dugout. Deal starting to time it up right. 2-2 from Gavin Bryce. He's gotten back-to-back foul balls. Deal's on him. Here's the payoff pitch. Bryce lets one go outside. Count is full. Regular season meeting between these two teams came on May the 11th. Minot took the first game 6-0. There's the full count pitch. Swing and a miss. Second K of the day for Gavin Bryce. Off to a good start in this first inning. Brings Kellen Burke up to bat. Minot won the first matchup between these two teams by a 6-0 score on this field. Carson Deaver supplied the Magicians with a 7-inning complete game, allowing 2 hits, striking out 7, no runs. But it was Legacy who gave Minot their first region loss of the season. First pitch to Kellen Burke, breaks into the zone for strike 1. In game 2, Legacy would score 4 runs in the 6th inning to take a 4-2 lead. Minot responded with 1, but it wasn't enough, with the Sabres winning 4-3. Burke gets a foul ball into the Corbett Field parking lot. And there's 2 strikes on him. Already a 2-strikeout inning for Bryce. Going to finish it off 1-2-3 with the Legacy Sabres in front by a run. Instead, it's popped up. It'll stay in the park. Marcus Butts underneath it, calling for it, and makes the catch. Sabres retire the Magicians in order in the top of the first. And the BNC National Bank scoreboard remains Legacy 1, Minot none after 1.
Whether it's getting an education, making priceless memories, learning to play, playing to learn, or simply getting where you need to go, the team at Ackerman Estvold has been behind these projects and countless others, developing critical infrastructure, valuable spaces, and even some good old-fashioned fun. Entrusted with the things you know, but delivering more than you may realize. Ackerman Estvold, trusted for decades and decades to come.
Welcome back to this broadcast of high school baseball on the PSP Network, brought to you in part by Minot State University. Over 100 areas of study at Minot State. You'll earn the degree for the career you desire. More than 96% of recent Minot State grads employed or continuing their education. MSU grads get jobs, period. Be seen, be heard, be you. And MSU. The Legacy Sabres have 1 previous West Region championship that they've earned in their program's history. That came back in 2021. They finished 2nd in the regular season. Went on to the state tournament that year. It was last year, though, in 2023, where the Sabres would win their first game at a state tournament. Big win in the consolation round. A win that keeps moving this program towards more and more success. Again, we mentioned in the first inning, they were picked in the preseason poll to finish number 1. Finished the regular season number 2, but tonight, chance to play for that number 1 spot. 1 ball and a strike from Adam Rodacher to Legacy's number 6 batter, Jamison Johnson. It'll be Johnson, Zietz, and Harrison Johnson due up for the Sabres in the top of the 2nd. Strike is called on Jameson, the right-handed hitting first baseman for Legacy. Payoff pitch from Rodacher. He recorded 1 strikeout to end the inning. Now gets a ground ball at third. Carson Deaver will come up throwing and retire Jamison Johnson for the first out of the 2nd. Also, I'd like to remind you this broadcast sponsored by Magic Towing as well, serving Western North Dakota. Remember, the phone number is 701-509-4011. Whenever you need a tow, there's no job too big or too small for Magic Towing. That phone number again, 701-509-4011. Rodacher pitching to Riker Zietz. Riker Zietz had a solid game against Jamestown as well. It wasn't the biggest against Williston. Early on, he started with a single and a run scored. Also in the quarterfinal round against Jamestown, he would get 2 hits. Again, that Jamestown quarterfinal game for Legacy wasn't the biggest offensive outburst for the Sabres this season. Just 2 runs against a 7-seeded Jamestown team. There's a 1-ball, 1-strike count here to Zietz facing Rodacher. To pop up, Burke running after it, but he's going to run out of room. Off the roof of the Corbett Field grandstand and back onto the field of play. And Zietz, he supplied 2 Legacy hits. The rest of the team against Jamestown would get 1. 2 runs on 3 hits, but the win in the quarterfinals over the Jamestown Blue Jays. Scoring 2 unanswered runs to advance to the semifinal round. Foul ball off the bat of Zietz. Payoff pitch from Rodacher. Breaking ball, strike 3. Watch it again on the Ryan Family Dealerships replay. Adam Rodacher, his 2nd strikeout of the evening. Curveball in the zone. Backwards K. 2 down for Harrison Johnson. Foul ball for strike 1. Johnson has been great defensively for Legacy this season at short. What can he do at the plate in the championship game? Field to first base, and Harrison Johnson did swing. Quick 2 strikes on the batter for Rodacher. Trying to match Legacy's 1-2-3 bottom of the 1st. The pitch up high, left by Harrison Johnson. Brings the count to 1-2. The Sabres scored 1 run on 2 first-inning hits. The run was brought in on the sac fly by Drew Beasley. Strike 3, and that's the 3rd K of the day for Adam Rodacher. The inning ends on the strikeout, back-to-back for Rodacher. Minot back to the plate in the bottom of the 2nd, trailing by a run.
What is performance? It's strategy, conditioning, precision, anticipating the unexpected, and executing. For some, it may be just a game, but in this field, there is no playing around. You need to give it your all. You need to give it the max. Ag Vision Max by Farmer's Choice. An all-in-one playbook for growers developed by agronomists specific to your goals. It's a precise guide to maximize your field's performance. Ag Vision Max.
At NCC, Northwest North Dakota is our backyard. The individuals and businesses who rely on NCC's services aren't just our customers. You're our neighbors, our friends, and our families. That's why we're committed to providing the high-quality internet, video, phone, and security systems you need to stay connected with the friendly, local service you deserve. NCC, making connections in Northwest North Dakota.
The middle of the Minot lineup due up in the bottom of the 2nd against Legacy starter Gavin Bryce, who sat down the top 3rd in order. Strike at a Panasuk, a strike at a deal, and Kellen Burke fouled out to the catcher Marcus Butts to end the 1st inning. Parker Ahan, Braden Nelson, and Carson Deaver due up. The home half of the 2nd for Minot. WDA Baseball championship game on the PSP network. There's strike 1 called. Low outside corner of the plate to Minot shortstop Parker Ahan. 1 strike pitch from Bryce, again going outside, this time a little bit too low. Counts even, 1-1. And also a collegiate baseball commit for next year. He'll be playing JUCO ball in the state of Oklahoma at NOC Tonkawa. Hits a fly ball here to left field, and it will be caught by Isaac Lewis. That's the 1st out of the 2nd inning. 4 up, 4 down for Gavin Bryce, as now he'll face Braden Nelson. This is the middle of a Minot lineup that can be so electric at sometimes throughout this season. Just putting hits together in hard hit baseballs one after another. You see it so many times watching the Magicians play. First pitch strike from Bryce. Kicking off this at bat against Braden Nelson. 1 strike offering. It's a swing and a miss. Well, Bryce's pitches, they've been to get ahead with the first pitch strike and then to try and get a chase. And then cards are in his hands with 2 strikes here against Nelson. Nelson hits a line drive to right field and keeps up his incredible hitting performance from yesterday. Braden Nelson had 3 hits against the Mandan Braves in the semifinal win. Really, 3 for 4 in that game. And he is the first Minot base runner of this championship, with Carson Deaver now batting from the right side. Bryce, long look at Nelson at first base. Now comes home. Deaver swings at the first pitch. It's a ground ball to first baseman Jamison Johnson, who will get the lead runner out at second. Not in time, though, as Deaver is safe at first. Deaver grounds into the fielder's choice, replaces Nelson at first base, and there's 2 outs in the second for the pitcher, Adam Rodacher. Adam Rodacher, of course, yesterday was the hero in the 9th inning for Minot in extras. A line drive base hit to right field. Scoring Parker Hand with the bases loaded as Minot advanced to the championship game with a 3-2 win over the Mandan Braves. Mandan came back today and qualified for the state tournament with a 9-6 win over Dickinson. One ball, no strike count to Adam Rodacher. There's a pickoff move by Bryce. Not in time. Deaver safe. Bryce comes back home again with ball 2. Another move to first by Bryce. Not in time. I think, if my memory is correct, over games this weekend, only one pickoff move has been successful. I think it was a legacy pickoff of a Jamestown runner. Rodacher to left field, and all the way back to the warning track goes Isaac Lewis, but he tracks it down, and the inning is complete. Minot gets 2 base runners, they strand 1, and Legacy leads 1-0 heading to the 3rd. This is the West Region Baseball Tournament on the PSP Network. Back after this commercial break.
Breathe in.
I can't believe I wrecked my car.
There are some things in life we can't control, but what's important is how we respond. At Jerome's Collision Center, they provide the highest quality of service, assuring the job gets done stress-free and making it feel like a breath of fresh air. And to give you peace of mind, they handle the insurance.
Are you even a therapist?
Don't worry about it. Jerome's, they're the experts. Jerome's.
This broadcast of high school baseball on the PSP Network is brought to you by Northern Plains Heating and Air, with over 25 years of experience as your heating and air experts and the factory authorized dealer for AeroSeal. There's no other choice to seal your heating and air game than Northern Plains. Find them online at northern-plains.com. Jared Frank is due up first for Legacy in the top of the 3rd, and then it's the top of the order for the Sabres. Top of the order that has the game's only run in favor of Bismarck Legacy. Jared Frank sends with the center field. Panasuk on the run. Then has to slow down before retrieving that fly ball off the bat of Jared Frank. 1 pitch, 1 out for Adam Rodacher in the top of the 3rd. And here comes Lucas Vasey up for his 2nd appearance at the plate. Grounded out to shortstop to lead off the game. Vasey was then followed by Marcus Butt's single. Butts would come around to score in the 1st, and that's how Legacy got the lead on the BNC National Bank scoreboard. With location on North Dakota, Minnesota, and Arizona, BNC National Bank provides you with banking and wealth management services for your business and family. Visit BNC Bank online at bnc.bank. That's a foul ball off the bat of Vasey. Count is 1 ball and a strike. The Legacy's starting third baseman. He bet one of the team bests a year ago at .340 at the plate as a junior. And a senior year campaign, a little bit of a decrease in batting average, but he's also picked up a bit of power. He'll be playing his college baseball at Jamestown. A lot of next level baseball players on the field here today in this West Region Championship game. And just wait till that State A tournament. There's going to be a lot of talent on display in Dickinson. This time Vasey rolls the ball to third. Deaver makes a play for Minot. 2 outs in the third inning for the Legacy Sabres. Here's Marcus Butts. We talked about him and where he's going to be playing baseball next year for the U-Mary Marauders. That connection runs deep between Legacy and U-Mary, and it starts with their head coach, Eddie Streeter, former player and coach at the University of Mary. He sent a number of his players since taking over as the Legacy Sabres head coach off to play in South Bismarck. Marcus Butts is hit by the pitch. There's a 2-out base runner for Legacy. So what can they do here in the third with 2 outs? Again, Logan Lawrence will courtesy run for the Sabres catcher. The next batter is Ben Watson. He got on base with a hit in the first, but was left there the rest of the inning. Everybody frozen there on Corbett Field, and now Rodacher fires the pitch for strike 1. Quick little mound visit here between the catcher, Kellen Burke, and his pitcher, Adam Rodacher. Well, after yesterday, 50 degrees, rain, 20-mile-an-hour winds. It's almost like July out here at Corbett Field. It's a real summer baseball feel, but temperature's still at 60 degrees, slowly climbing towards 70. It's going to the Memorial Day weekend. Clear skies for baseball tonight in Magic City. Watson grounds the ball to third. Deaver heads to second. Was it in time? It was. And the inning is complete. One more time on the Ryan Family Dealerships replays. We had to break on the PSP network. Minot still trailing Legacy 1-0 on the BNC National Bank scoreboard.
It's Tundra Month at Cedric Field Toyota. With more than 30 new Tundras to choose from, starting under $50,000, there's a Tundra to fit every lifestyle. Built in Texas and sold right here in Bismarck, North Dakota, the Tundra is more than just a truck. It's an experience. Step inside to discover comfort and cutting-edge technology with the very best safety features. From the rugged SR5 to the luxurious Capstone, there is a Tundra for every adventure. Just off I-94 is exit 161 in Bismarck. Cedric Field Toyota. Let's go places.
Shields Visa is more than just a card. It's the freedom to go. It's a gateway to explore and do more of what you love. Imagine where the Shields Visa can take you. So join us in discovering endless possibilities. Shields Visa. Together, we've got this.
2.5 innings complete for Corbett Field and Minot in this West Region Baseball Championship game. On the BNC National Bank scoreboard, Bismarck Legacy has a 1-0 lead over the Minot High Magicians. And Legacy starting pitcher Gavin Bryce has pitched very well. He's faced 7 batters, allowing 1 base runner on the, 2 base runners, allowing 1 hit. Braden Nelson got a 1-out hit in the last inning. Carson Deaver grounded the ball to first base where Nelson was thrown out. Deaver reached. So 2 base runners allowed for Legacy, but just 7 batters faced. Blaze Ostrom leads off the third for Minot by watching ball 1. Ostrom fouls off pitch 1-1. Well, between games, between Mandan and Dickinson in the state qualifier game and getting back up here to the booth for the championship matchup between Legacy and Minot. Ran into a familiar face. There's breaking ball for strike 2 from Bryce, the head coach of the Region 8 champions, Washburn Wilton Center Stanton Cardinals. Travis Stevens out here. He is got a Legacy connection. Previously coached with the Sabres baseball team. He's part of the, now I guess you could call it the Eddie Streeter coaching tree. There's a pop fly collected by the shortstop Harrison Johnson out in left field for the first out. He just earlier this week took the Cardinals to their first state tournament appearance since 2012. It's a coaching tree now, I guess, coining that term. It stresses the importance of defense. First pitch now to Trey Stewart. First time we've seen him at the plate. Defense is of top importance for this Legacy program. See, they're not a team to make too many errors defensively, which is why they're set up so well to score runs late in games, keeping them in games, low-scoring games where they can win it with offense if they need to, but they can win close games because they don't make defensive mistakes. Ground ball past the diving Jamison Johnson, and Trey Stewart has a one-out hit. For the second straight inning, the Magicians have a base runner with one retired. So Stewart's on base. And the top of the order is now up for Minot. Easton Panasuk struck out. He's 0 for 1 against Bryce. Vasey comes in at third, playing the bunt. Panasuk not one to shy away from bunting, no matter the situation. After a pickoff move to first, the first offering to Panasuk is a called strike. Bryce to the left-handed batters, which dominate Minot's order, keeping that ball out of their reach, but still in the zone and getting that first pitch strike. So important for a lot of pitchers. Another pickoff move to first, unsuccessful. Right-handed delivery misses well outside, butts the sliding catch. Aiden Deal due up on deck for Minot. At the top of the fourth, Legacy will send the middle of their lineup, Drew Beasley, Isaac Lewis, and Jamison Johnson up against Minot starter Adam Rodocker. Now, Minot does have one of their top pitchers, if not the best, on their rotation. Carson Deaver, he is available for this game after throwing 44 pitches on Thursday night against Bismarck High in a 3-inning start. Minot turned it over to their bullpen to carry him the rest of the way, and they won it in 6. Strike 2 to Panasuk. Evens the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes. So Deaver's available today if Minot needs him. Again, the West Region tournament a lot different than what we saw earlier in the week. The Class B Region 6 broadcast on the PSP Network. That's a swing and a miss. Strike 3. Panasuk goes down on strikes, and that is the third K of the day for Gavin Bryce. 2 outs in the inning. This West Region tournament, a lot different than Class B regionals, where the importance isn't so much on taking home the championship. Obviously, these teams care about this result of this game tonight. Taking the West Region championship, definitely some bragging rights going into next year. So there's ball 1. But when you take 4 teams to state, especially in the sport of baseball, and this is the same setup as there is in basketball. The tournament set up identical at the quarterfinal round, the semifinal round, the loser out, and then the 2 state qualifiers. There's a swing and a miss by Deal to even up the count 1-1. But it's in the same setup. It's different than basketball in the fact of the pitching. The pitch counts and who do you throw when do you need to throw your best pitcher or save your closer for these certain games, and predicting the next matchup. Here in Class A baseball, if you can win your first game, you're well on your way. We saw that with Williston. If you can win that first game, and they threw one of their top pitchers, Chase Collings. He's their ace. There's a ground ball to second, and that'll end the inning. More on that when we return in the fourth on the PSP Network. 1-0 game, Legacy in front.
Whether it's getting an education, making priceless memories, learning to play, playing to learn, or simply getting where you need to go, the team at Ackerman Estvold has been behind these projects and countless others, developing critical infrastructure, valuable spaces, and even some good old-fashioned fun. Entrusted with the things you know, but delivering more than you may realize. Ackerman Estvold, trusted for decades and decades to come.
Many of our clients come to us already accomplished in their lives and on the right track. However, whether it's in response to a life-changing event or you are nearing retirement, you can sleep well knowing that together we have planned for both life's opportunities and challenges. And no matter what happens, we are here to help guide you.
Lineup addition, starting pitcher Adam Rodacher out for the fourth inning of this West Region Baseball Championship game. Legacy in front by a score of 1-0. Continue our conversation from the bottom of the third about the different pitching approaches for coaches in this tournament and the example of winning your first game, setting yourself up on the right track, guaranteeing a game on Saturday. Williston will play in the first game of this tournament, went back at 11 a.m. on Thursday morning against Dickinson, the 6th seed in the tournament against 3rd-seeded Midgets. They put their ace out there, Chase Collings, and he gave them a complete game win. He pitched well, despite giving up 3 runs in the third. The rest shut out Dickinson. As Williston picked up the win, as there's a ground ball to lead off the inning. It's bobbled by Han at short. A rare error by the Minot shortstop. Puts the leadoff man, Drew Beasley, on first to start the fourth for the Sabres. But that put Williston into the next round, and I was talking to some members of the radio stations covering the games from Williston. They were here in Minot. He said it's going to be all on pitching, how far Williston goes in this tournament. The next pitch is taken to left field by Isaac Lewis for a base hit. 2 on and nobody out for Jamison Johnson. Legacy looking for an increase of their 1-run lead here in the fourth. And off to a good start with Jamison Johnson now batting. Talking, said Williston's going to be on pitching. Can they pitch the rest of the way? Well, against Legacy, ran into a couple of a bit of a rocky road there against the Sabres, giving up 7 runs. The offense nearly saved the Coyotes at the very end. But then again today, another good start. They shut down Bismarck, pitching equal innings between starters and relievers. They had Jaden Iba go 3 innings. Connor Ekblad finished the last 2, and they got the win over Bismarck. The offense came through in that game as well and put Williston to state. On the other side, you got other teams who their important game is day 2. There's a bunt by Johnson. Back to the pitcher, Rodacher. The throw to first is high, but the tag is made by Trey Stewart. Johnson, who seems to be hurt there on that collision, he's down in foul territory behind first base, holding his right ankle. He was running to first base and was met by Trey Stewart while Stewart was in the air, and whether Johnson rolled that ankle over the base or it was just the collision that has him ailing there at first. Training staff is out to check on him, as well as a member of the Legacy coaching staff. There's runners on second and third for Legacy. But again, for some teams, the pitching, the important game is the semifinal game to qualify for state. You saw Minot High throw out Braden Nelson in game number 2. And again, not to take anything away from a WDA championship game, but sometimes that important game is game 2. That's the must-win game where you throw your top pitcher or maybe your number 2. It's completely different from a Class B regional where the important game is the championship. It's the only game you can qualify for state in. Johnson's back up to applause from the Corbett Field crowd. He'll head back to the dugout. He's playing first base for Legacy today. See if he does return defensively for the Sabres in the next inning. The entire Legacy dugout comes to the entrance to fist bump Jameson. Give him some support. 1 out, 2 in scoring position for the Sabres, and Riker Zietz is the batter. First pitch from Rodacher to Riker Zietz. Ahead of it, strike 1. Earlier this year, the Minot High Magicians honored their 1999 state championship team. 25-year anniversary. It was during the doubleheader against Legacy, and Riker Zietz, his dad was part of that Minot State Championship team in '99. He hits a fly ball to left field. It'll bring home Legacy's second run. 2 RBIs for the Sabres, all on sac flies. This one goes out to left field. And Aiden Deal. Here it is again on the Ryan Family Dealerships replay. Sac fly by Riker Zietz, and Legacy extends their lead on the BNC National Bank scoreboard. It's 2-0. Their life's busy, that's why they'll make managing your money easy with locations in North Dakota, Minnesota, and Arizona. Also find them online at bnc.bank. Legacy 2, Minot nothing. Top of the 4th inning. The pitch to Harrison Johnson finds the zone. Johnson not a big fan of that call, but strike 1. Lewis, the lone base runner for Legacy, on second base. Johnson hit the foul ball. 2-strike pitch coming up from Adam Rodacher. Beasley, who reached on an error by Hand, did come around to score. It'll be Hand due up second for Minot, the batting half of the 4th for the Magi. Ground ball, Hand dives and stops that ground ball. The throw to first is not going to be in time, as Hand again did not field that one cleanly. He was over holding on Lewis at second base. He had to make a long run to get that ball in the hole on the left side of the infield. He was able to knock it down, but it will be an infield single for Harrison Johnson. Lewis stays at second base. And now the batter is Jared Frank. Rodacher starts with the ball outside, 1-0. Frank lifted the ball to center field and flew out in the 3rd. Now pitch left above the zone. Sabres pull off the double steal. Johnson to second. Isaac Lewis takes third as Burt could not get the ball. Well, he did get it out of his glove. It just ended up on the ground. 2-0 pitch to Jared Frank. Left up high, ball 3. Should Frank reach base with 2 outs in the 4th? It's Lucas Vasey up next, 0 for 2 in the leadoff batter. Rodacher from the full windup gets strike 1 on the board. Frank knew it, had the red light. Walked him. And the bases are full of Legacy base runners. Isaac Lewis stands on third, Harrison Johnson on second, Jared Frank at first, Lucas Vasey at the plate. But first, a Serve Pro mound visit by the Minot coaching staff with 24/7 emergency service and trained technicians using advanced technology and specializing in fire and water cleanup and restoration at Serve Pro. Bring you this mound visit. We'll talk with Rodacher. Each team has their conversation right there behind the pitcher's mound. Legacy talking to their base runners. Why not? Only just a one-on-one conversation from assistant coach Phil Shurik and the pitcher Adam Rodacher. A sunny Saturday evening here in Minot. These two teams have already qualified their positions in the NDHSAA Class A State Baseball Tournament next week, starting on Thursday in Dickinson. I've seen one score update from a semifinal in the EDC tournament. I guess I could look again. Fargo North is the first team I've seen that qualifies out of the EDC, as he beat West Fargo Horace in the semifinal round. And there's an important update from that tournament coming up next. Ground ball to Hand at short, and they will get a force out at third base to end the inning. The Sabres strand the bases loaded in the fourth. They did add a run, though, and they take a new lead on the BNC National Bank scoreboard. It's Legacy 2, Minot none. As we head to the bottom of the fourth on the PSP Network, it's a WDA Baseball Championship game live from Minot.
There is no place like the country club. 18 holes of immaculate golf, along with golf simulator, PGA staff, club fitting and lesson, driving range and practice green, pro shop, delicious food, endless fun in the pool, and activities for the whole family. Learn more and become a member today.
Nobody thinks about personal injury until it happens. But when injury strikes, so will your bills and the turmoil and everything you'll miss out on. It's a mess and you need someone to help it all make sense. That someone is Schweigert, Clamine, and McBride. We know the territory and the process, and we work smart and hard to get you results. It's easier to get back to normal knowing there's a team behind you. We're the ones the other side doesn't want you to call. We're on your side. We're Schweigert, Clamine, and McBride.
Welcome back to Minot in the WDA Baseball Championship game. The only Class A region to be playing a championship game this year, as the EDC hindered by numerous weather delays since their tournament was supposed to start on Tuesday. They had their championship game called off. So Fargo North, the one semifinal winner, beating West Fargo Horace 7-2, has qualified for the state tournament as the number 2 seed, while the winner of either Fargo Shanley and West Fargo Cheyenne, which should be going on right now or possibly even final, will be the other top 2 seed from the East. Shanley, the number 1 team from that region. They defeated Fargo South earlier today in the quarterfinals, 14-0. While West Fargo Cheyenne is the 3-time defending state champion. 1-1 count to Kellen Burke as we start the bottom of the 4th inning. Gavin Bryce continues to pitch well on the mound for Bismarck Legacy in this championship game. Shutout through 3 innings. The other games still in the EDC baseball tournament to play. Of course, there's state qualifiers left. It's really hard to even tell you who's playing who with kind of where that tournament's at. They had semi-final games and loser out games played during and before quarterfinal games. There will be state qualifiers later this evening at the EDC baseball tournament from different fields around Fargo. But Fargo North is in. So are Legacy, Minot, Mandan, and Williston. Ground ball rolled to second base, and Drew Beasley fields it and throws to first. Jamison Johnson back out there defensively for Legacy after walking off the field gingerly after taking a collision against Trey Stewart at first base. He's back. That's good to see. Parker Hand, 0 for 1 at the plate for Minot. Missing outside for ball 1 is Gavin Bryce. Bryce started off the first meet against Hand in this game with a called strike, low outside corner, and then went back to the same spot, just too far outside, even the count 1-1. Later on in the AB, got Hand to fly out to left field. Parker Hand, one of the highest batting averages you're going to see. .517 in the regular season. And a multi-hit game against Bismarck High. And at the plate in that game would go 2 for 2. Eventually Bismarck just said why we didn't pitch to him. Walked and then intentionally walked at the very end of a 14-4 win for Minot. And last night, Hand picked up 2 hits at the very end of that game, going 2 for 4. A triple in the 9th inning. To start it with 2 outs, he would come around to score the game's winning run. Here jammed, but still sends a ball deep to right field. A step in front of the warning track was Ben Watson, who makes the catch for Legacy. That pitch was right on the handle of Parker Hand's bat, but it still went 330 feet. Two outs for Braden Nelson. His hitting has been better and better and better as we've gone deeper in this West Region tournament. Ball one to Nelson. Starting pitcher yesterday from Minot, got the no decision after a 6-inning start. Well, he's going to get past Butts after a bounce in front of the right-handed batter's box. Nelson went 6 innings in his start on the mound yesterday. He left with the lead, left it up to Parker Hand. Hand would go 3 innings of relief, blowing the save, but still picking up the win. The losing decision went to Dylan Gierke, who also threw 3 innings of relief. Well, not fully 3 innings. 4-pitch walk to Braden Nelson. And there's a 2-out base runner for Minot. Magicians have put a runner on base in each inning since the first. Still looking for that first run in this West Region Championship game on their side. Legacy has put 2 up on the BNC National Bank scoreboard. 1 in the first, 1 in the fourth. Legacy 2 runs on 4 hits, no errors. Minot, no runs, 2 hits, 1 error defensively. The pitch to Carson Deaver. Check swing, but it's a called strike. Outer part of the zone has been there for pitchers consistently throughout this tournament, through all 10 games that I've seen at Corbett Field. 1-strike pitch to Deaver. Swings and misses at that pitch from Bryce. Also trying to keep tabs on the WDA softball tournament. Bryce and all of the Legacy fans, players, coaching staff, and support groups thought that was strike 3. Instead, it's ball 1. It's blown inside. Deaver's worked the count back even to 2 balls and 2 strikes. That WDA softball championship game between Minot High and Dickinson. Battle of top 2 teams there as well. That tournament's moved from Jamestown to Dickinson halfway through. Deaver with a ground ball to center field. Keeps the inning going for the Magi. And now it's Adam Rodacher. Yeah, the big RBI yesterday. RBI here would be not equally as big, but you get the picture. It's much needed. Surf Pro mound visit here by Coach Streeter for Legacy with 24/7 emergency service and trained technicians using advanced technology and specializing in fire and water cleanup and restoration. It's Surf Pro. Gavin Bryce, 3 2/3 innings of this start. He will stay in the game. Has allowed just 2 Minot hits, struck out 3. He's walked 1. Sorry, 3 Minot High hits. Did not add the last one by Deaver. Adam Rodacher, the next batter again. He's 0 for 1 with a fly out to left field. That ended the 2nd inning. Legs Ostrom on deck. He popped out to the shortstop. Talking about Rodacher's pitching stats earlier. At the plate, pitcher and outfielder is batting .241. He's walked 10 times. He's driven in 10 runs. That was just in the regular season. First pitch to Rodacher. Second meeting between pitcher and pitcher. Missing him high for ball 1 after the mound visit is complete. Gavin Bryce back to business. Nelson getting a big lead at second base. He's got to watch behind him. Harrison Johnson holding him on. 2-0 count to Rodacher. Rodacher hits it on the ground to second. But there is Drew Beasley for the third out. Bryce gets out of the most trouble he's been in all day. A 2-on, 2-out jam. It's 2-0 on the BNC National Bank scoreboard in favor of the Legacy Sabres. Back with more of the West Region Baseball Championship after these messages on the PSP Network.
Are you moving your business or your home across the town or across the country? We know it can be stressful. To ensure your possessions arrive on time, intact, and on budget, make your move with Jobbers Moving and Storage. Jobbers can help you with every aspect of your move. With our efficient step-by-step approach to move management, we can tailor a plan to suit your needs and schedule. With locations in Bismarck, Fargo, Minot, and Aberdeen, Jobbers Moving and Storage is your choice. Visit jobberswarehouse.com. It's Jobbers Moving and Storage.
The trick to throwing well is knowing where you want the ball to go. Like how the local bankers at First Western Bank and Trust take the time to learn about you and recommend the banking services like online banking or personal loans that keep your goals on target.
First Western Bank and Trust. You can bank on us.
Well, as always, we thank you for tuning in on the PSP Network tonight for this WDA Baseball Championship game. Bismarck Legacy a 2-0 lead over Minot after 4 complete innings from the legendary Corbett Field in Minot, North Dakota. PSP Network, I'd like to thank you also for keeping with us all year long. Another great year on the network, as we are closing in on the finish of the 2023-24 sports season. This will be the last broadcast of the spring sports season, and PSP Network will be down in Lemoore, North Dakota later this summer for the State Class B Legion Baseball Tournament. I bet that's going to be a fun time. Always is. One of the longer tournaments. Is it 6 days in length or 5 days in length down in Lemoore? Hope all the teams that qualify have some fun down in South Central North Dakota. Top of the 5th inning begins with a pop out to Trey Stewart at second base. It's by Orcus Butts. Butts now 1 for 2. He singled and been hit by a pitch. First pitch is strike to Ben Watson. 0-1 count from Adam Rodacher. Hit Ben Watson with that pitch. It's another hit batter. This game the second that Rodacher has been. Drew Beasley, sac fly, reach on an error, run scored. Productive day at the plate while he's 0 for 1. Watson ready to run on first. He's checked by Rodacher. First pitch running. The tag. Not in time. Successful stolen base by Ben Watson. And that was strike 1 to Drew Beasley. Runner in scoring position with 1 out for the Sabres. Here in the top of the 5th. And teams that run the base as well. That's an aspect of the game that also gets a little bit lost sometimes. Pop up to the pitcher's mound. Rodacher's there. On a slant with the catch. About earlier in this game, Legacy takes so much pride in their defensive ability, and they're one of the best teams at base running as well. I can think of a number of instances over the course of this season. Some teams that just have gotten into base running blunders, which they should put those in as errors on the scoreboard too, because they're costly, as well as defensive mistakes. Isaac Lewis batting with 2 outs. Legacy, why not add some more on the BNC National Bank scoreboard? They lead by 2. And with Watson getting into scoring position after the steal, want to benefit him for doing that. Lewis 1 for 2, strikeout and a single. He was left on third base in the last inning. Foul tip, strike 2. Payoff pitch from Rodacher. Fouled off again. Spinning pickoff move to second base. Won't get Watson. See, there's a program in Division III college baseball this year, Birmingham Southern College. They advanced to the D3 College World Series. Their school's closing at the end of the month. So we had a non-existent school in the College World Series, and here's ball 1. On a totally not related note, but for some reason, kind of making the connection here. Obviously, this is the last year that Minot North will be competing as a junior varsity team. Sentinels will be sharing the city of Minot as a Class A school next year. There's a base hit to right center field, plating a run by Isaac Lewis. Here it is again on the Ryan Family Dealerships replay. As running with 2 outs, Watson will score from second base, and the Sabres extend their lead to 3-0 on the BNC National Bank scoreboard. Your life's busy, that's why they'll make managing your money easy with locations in North Dakota, Minnesota, and Arizona. Visit BNC Bank online at bnc.bank. Pickoff move to Lewis at first. Won't get him. No tag even applied by Braden Nelson. 1 in the first, 1 in the fourth, 1 in the fifth for the Sabres. Next year, the Sentinels will begin varsity baseball play. Varsity sports in all sports next year. Already got a bit of varsity action in softball, tennis, golf, and track and field this spring. Good to see them on the field and on the BSB Network a couple of times. 1-1 count to Jamison Johnson. Runner goes. No throw from Burke. Lewis has a stolen base. Two balls and a strike to Jamison Johnson. Then he grounded into a sac bunt his last time up. Had a collision at first base, but he's back in the lineup and pops out to Nelson at first. Inning complete. Legacy adds another run on the base hit by Isaac Lewis to right center field. We head to break after 4.5 innings. It's Legacy 3, Minot nothing on the BNC National Bank scoreboard.
It's Ike Furniture World's 90th anniversary sale. Now's the time to celebrate, update, and redecorate. From furniture for every room to flooring that brings it all together, you'll find incredible anniversary savings on just what you want, just what you need. Step up to better sleep on a Sealy, Stearns & Foster, or Tempur-Pedic mattress, all comfortably priced. Plus, no interest for 5 years. Don't miss this one, the 90th anniversary sale, going on now at Ike Furniture World.
Whether you're looking for a full-service financial plan or planning for farm or business succession, Planning Team Financial Advisors is here to help you work toward achieving your financial goals. With locations in Bismarck, Garrison, and Center, our full-service team of professionals are dedicated to helping you work towards achieving your financial goals. Visit us online, planningteam.com.
Securities offered through LPL Financial, member of Finra SIPC. Investment advisory services offered through New Edge Advisors LLC, a registered investment advisor. New Edge Advisors LLC and Planning Team Financial Advisors are separate entities from LPL Financial.
This presentation of the WDA Baseball Tournament on the PSP Network is brought to you in part by Shields of Minot and Bismarck. Every sporting and imaginable fashion and footwear, proud supporter of the PSP Network's mission of promoting local athletes. Stay tuned on the PSP Network social media platforms at Network PSP on X and Facebook for upcoming schedules for next year. It's already that time. Make your plans for 2024-25. Line drive base hit for Blaze Ostrom. And that's the spark Minot might need. One pitch and a base hit to left field. What do we got on the Ryan Family Dealerships replay? Not much. Blaze Ostrom with a base hit. One on, nobody out for Trey Stewart. Then it's the top of the order for Minot. Stewart 1 for 1. He also has a base hit in this game. It was a 1-out hit back in the third. 3/4 swing for strike one. It's a sign from Coach Stenberg over in the third base box. One strike pitch from Gavin Bryce. In the dirt, it gets away from Butts. He doesn't know where it's at. Ostrom's going to take second base. It's right in front of Minot High's dugout. The umpires will talk because that one I think did touch in the Minot High dugout. So will Ostrom be given third base? They might say that Ostrom was already at second by the time that ball rolled out of play, and they might give him third. They'll keep Ostrom at second base. That's, I think, the right call there. So Ostrom advances on the wild pitch. A ball and a strike now to Trey Stewart. Minot has their first run of the game in scoring position. Gavin Bryce trying to accomplish what has not been done this season. Shut out the Minot High Magicians. Brings in ball 2 to Trey Stewart. Stewart flies a ball to the right field foul territory. Goes off the netting in front of the first base patio area, which is packed. An assortment of fans over there. Now a little visit between Coach Stenberg and home plate umpire. Marcus Butt's going to take the time to talk to his pitcher during this break. Two balls and two strikes on Trey Stewart. Not sure what the conversation was about there. Now back to the batter. Ball 3. Bryce was close, but not in the zone. Walks Trey Stewart. First two are on for Minot here in the 5th. And back out comes Coach Streeter with a Serve Pro mound visit. This might be a Serve Pro pitching change as well. 24/7 emergency service and trained technicians using advanced technology and specializing in fire and water cleanup and restoration at Serve Pro. On his way out to the mound, Coach Streeter some words to say to the home plate umpire. Still yet to take the ball away from his starting pitcher. And now he has. Gavin Bryce, a 4-inning start in this WDA championship game, and a good one as he holds Minot to no runs on 3 hits. He's responsible for 2 runners on base. He strikes out 3. What an outing. We'll have the pitching change and defensive substitutions as well for the Sabres when we return after the Serve Pro pitching change on the PSP Network.
When facing disaster, it's not just the things we lose, but the memories. But there's hope. ServPro, with decades of experience in Minot and Bismarck, is always ready. Our certified professionals don't just restore homes, they rebuild lives. Because to us, you're not just a client, you're family.
How would you like to turn this into this? With Shots Crossroads Fuel to Food Reward Program, you can. Here's how it works. Pick up a fuel tracker card from any of our C-store cashiers. Every time you fill up with gasoline or diesel, use the fuel tracker card to record your gallons. Once you reach 1,000 gallons, you'll be eligible for a $10 gift card to Shots Crossroads Restaurant. Start earning your rewards today at Shots Crossroads.
From the 26-yard line, nearing the ServPro red zone are the Demons already. Handoff, Hankey dances in the hole. Now he speeds and bursts outside, accelerates to the 20, 15, 10, 2 touches, 2 touchdowns.
Carter Hankey, this time they go left, and he just does what he does so well is he read the block. It wasn't off tackle, it wasn't off the guard on the inside, and he took his time, then he bounced to the outside, got a great little kick-out block, a touch block, and deep downfield for the Demons, helping him out.
Shields Visa is more than just a card. It's the freedom to go. It's a gateway to explore and do more of what you love. Imagine where the Shields Visa can take you. So join us in discovering endless possibilities. Shields Visa. Together, we've got this.
Relief pitcher in for the Legacy Sabres. First time they call to the bullpen in this WDA championship game. It's going to be their left-handed reliever, number 24, Nate Heel. Came in and extinguished the fire that was Williston yesterday in the 7th inning against Legacy in the semifinals. He got the final 2 outs of what would be a 5-run inning for Williston, and they tied it 6-6. He was charged with no runs, struck out 1, again got 2 outs. The pitch count was up to 10, so he has a daily maximum left to throw today. Is Heel as he faces the top of the Minot order in Easton Panasuk. Final line for Gavin Bryce, Legacy starting pitcher today. He goes 4+ innings, facing 2 batters in the 5th, striking out 3, allowing no runs on 3 hits. That is a good start for Gavin Bryce in this championship game. Setting up Heel here to come on in the 5th. Panasuk squares to bunt, late to pull back and hop out of the way of an inside pitch. Heel did pitch against Minot earlier this season. He started game 1 of the doubleheader, going 4 innings, allowing 4 runs on 7 hits, striking out 2, walking 1. And getting the loss. Panasuk pops up the bunt. It's caught by Johnson at first base. Big time play made there by Legacy's first baseman. Watch it again on the Ryan Family Dealerships replay. Panasuk pops up the bunt, and Johnson is right there in a flash. So Nate Heel will face Aiden Deal in the bottom of the 5th. Nearly hit Deal. One-oh pitch. First and second, 1 out, bottom of the 5th inning. It's going to hit Minot's batter, Aiden Deal, and load the bases for Kellen Burke. Tying run is on the base pass for the Magi. Brings Kellen Burke to the plate again. He had a batting average this regular season of .500. That's pretty good. 0 for 2 in this game so far. Last night against Mandan, Burke did not get a hit, although he drove the sac fly and was intentionally walked. Now would be a good time to pick up that hit. He has just one hit on the tournament. That came back against Bismarck High. 1-0 to Burke. Bases full of Magi base runners. Strike one called. Low outside to the right-handed hitting catcher for Minot, Kellen Burke, the junior. Multi-sport athlete himself. Inside pitch, 2-1. Burke, the batter, ahead in the count. Next pitch from Heel. Hit in the air, short right field, going back for it, and making the catch is Drew Beasley. Minot will not tag, and there's 2 outs now in the inning for Parker Hand. Can Legacy shut down the bases loaded jam and retire Parker Hand for a 3rd time in this game? First pitch out of the stretch from Hill. Nearly got a swing. Instead, Hand just watching out of the zone. 1-0. Bottom of the 5th inning. Minot trailing by 3 runs in this West Region Baseball Championship game. Minot has left base runners on in the 2nd. 1 there, 1 in the 3rd, 1 in the 4th, and they have the bases loaded in the 5th. Don't want to double that left on base total. Hand looking to drive in Minot's first run of the game. Watches ball 3. And if Heel doesn't throw a strike, then Minot's on the BNC National Bank scoreboard. Marcus Butts comes out to talk to his pitcher. Veteran leadership there of the senior Bismarck Legacy backstop. The 3-0. Walked Hand on 4 pitches. And Minot Highs on the BNC National Bank scoreboard. With location in North Dakota, Minnesota, and Arizona. Visit BNC Bank online at bnc.bank. On the BNC National Bank scoreboard, it is Legacy 3, Minot 1. Bases remain loaded now for Braden Nelson, who's been on a tear in this region tournament, getting on base and getting hits. Two outs, bases loaded. First pitch to Nelson is a ball. Heels missed the zone on 5 in a row. Trey Stewart at 3rd. Eden Deal at 2nd. Parker Hand at 1st. Logan Lawrence heading to the Legacy bullpen. Again, he threw a 1/3 of an inning in the 7th against Williston yesterday, but it was not a pretty one, as he allowed 5 Williston runs to score, and after another ball thrown by a heel, we got a Serve Pro mound visit. The Legacy bullpen has been their Achilles heel in this tournament, if there's one thing you could pinpoint, even after winning two games in this region tournament. In game 1 against Jamestown, they got a great start from Jamison Johnson. He was able to pick up the win. But then in game 2 against Williston. After a 6-inning start from Connor Graybo, Logan Lawrence came in and threw a third of an inning, allowing 5 runs on 5 Williston hits, blowing the save, blowing a 6-run lead in the 7th. And now Nate Heel, who came in and got 2 outs to curb Williston's comeback, inherits a tough situation as well here in the 5th and has walked in a run so far. Does find a strike after the mound visit. 2-1 count to Braden Nelson. And Logan Lawrence warming up for Legacy in the bullpen. He's another left-handed reliever for the Sabres. Nelson hits one on the ground to short. Johnson bobbles the transfer, and Nelson is thrown out. That ends the inning. Legacy's defense comes up big in the bottom of the 5th, limiting the Magi to just 1 run and stranding the bases loaded. Minot's left 6 on base through 5. On to the 6th inning on the PSP Network on the BNC National Bank scoreboard. It's a Legacy 3, Minot High 1 in the West Region Championship.
Whether it's getting an education, making priceless memories, learning to play, playing to learn, or simply getting where you need to go, the team at Ackerman Estvold has been behind these projects and countless others, developing critical infrastructure, valuable spaces, and even some good old-fashioned fun. Entrusted with the things you know, but delivering more than you may realize. Ackerman Estvold, trusted for decades and decades to come.
Are you moving your business or your home across the town or across the country? We know it can be stressful. To ensure your possessions arrive on time, intact, and on budget, make your move with Jobbers Moving and Storage. Jobbers can help you with every aspect of your move. With our efficient step-by-step approach to move management, we can tailor a plan to suit your needs and schedule. With locations in Bismarck, Fargo, Minot, and Aberdeen, Jobbers Moving and Storage is your choice. Visit jobberswarehouse.com. It's Jobbers Moving and Storage.
Welcome back to this broadcast of high school baseball on the PSP Network, brought to you in part by Planet Pizza. Call now at 701-852-1700 to place an order. Serving the Magic City for over 25 years, there's no pizza like it at Planet Pizza. Top of the 6th inning for Legacy, led off by Riker Zietz. 0 for 1, also into a sac fly. It'll be Zietz and Harrison Johnson and Jared Frank. It's Adam Rodocker in the 6th. And both of these teams know that they will be having their seasons extended at the Class A State Baseball Tournament, playing tonight for a championship in the WDA. 1 ball and a strike to Legacy's designated hitter Riker Zietz. Zietz will hit a ground ball the other way to Nelson at first. Underhand flip to Rodocker to record the first out of the inning. Well, Minot got their first run of the game in the 5th, so there won't be a game this season before they head to state where they've been shut out. It was a great start on the mound by Legacy's right-hander Gavin Bryce. He went 4 innings today for the Sabres. And that 1 run, it won't be charged to either pitcher, or at least an earned run won't be charged to either pitcher. It was a runner that Bryce was responsible for, but tossed a great outing today. Nate Heel came on and got the 3 outs in the 5th. Gets out of a bases loaded jam, and we'll see whether he comes out for the 6th or Legacy turns to their pitcher warming up, currently Logan Lawrence, for the 6th and possibly even the 7th. Rodocker misses the zone. 2 balls and a strike to Legacy shortstop Harrison Johnson. Johnson on a line to center field. Panasek plays it on a hop. Wasn't able to catch up to it. A line drive that drops just behind the Corbett Field logo for Harrison Johnson, his 2nd hit of the game. 2 for 3 day for Harrison Johnson. Now comes Jared Frank. He's 0 for 1. He walked his last time up, which loaded the bases for Lucas Vasey. Vasey would ground into a fielder's choice, 6-5. Parker Hand to Carson Deaver to record the final out of that 4th. Legacy did score a run that inning. Took a 2-0 lead. Since then, 1 run apiece in the 5th. Back-to-back pickoff moves from Rodocker. Johnson safe both times. Now the pitch. Frank goes to left field. Well hit, but caught. Aiden Deal makes the grab. He was racing back to the fence, and he was just able to catch up to that fly ball from Jared Frank. Frank heading back to the dugout. Again, how did that ball not drop for extra bases? Fourth time up for Lucas Vasey. He's 0 for 3. There's a called strike from Rodacher. One strike on Legacy's leadoff batter. Ground out to short, ground out to third, and then that fielder's choice, which was hit to the shortstop, Parker Hand. 3 runs, 5 hits for the Sabres today. No errors for Minot. 1 run, 3 hits, 1 error committed defensively. Ball and a strike. Another pickoff move to first. Minot in the 7th. Deaver, Rodacher, Ostrom due up. It was Blaze Ostrom that started the 5th inning, the scoring inning for Minot. With a single, he would come around to score on the bases loaded walk to Hand. Payoff pitch from Rodacher. Kim set in the stretch. Johnson will stay. And that's ball 2. Vasey was a good eye. He was at 4, ball 2. Yesterday against Williston, Lucas Vasey was Sport Clips MVP, going 3 for 3 at the plate. Drove in 2 runs, scored twice. Turn and move to first base. Rodacher still can't get Harrison Johnson. Runner goes this time. Vasey to left center field. Panasek has a good read on it. Makes the catch, inning over. Magicians back into the dugout, ready to hit in the bottom of the 6th inning. They're going to need 2 more runs in the last 2 innings. And it looks like it will still be Nate Heel for the 6th on the mound for the Sabres. Back with more baseball after this commercial break on the PSP Network.
For decades, Nodak Insurance Company has been serving our state's residents in good times and challenging times. We come together for the greater good. From simple acts of kindness to company-wide efforts that make a difference in our community. It's who we are, rooted in North Dakota and ready to serve when it matters most. Nodak Insurance Company, agents with answers.
Darren Johnson, Cody Olson, and Scott Wilkins, your agents with answers in Mandan.
Shields Visa is more than just a card. It's the freedom to go. It's a gateway to explore and do more of what you love. Imagine where the Shields Visa can take you. So join us in discovering endless possibilities. Shields Visa. Together, we've got this.
Roger Ward Moving and Storage is a proud sponsor of the PSP Network. They've been proudly helping the region with their moving and storage needs as well since 1942. Find them online at RogerWardMovingandStorage.com to schedule a move or to find a quote. Roger Ward Moving and Storage. On to game. We're on game number 10 from Corbett Field of this West Region Baseball Tournament. One of them was played in Bismarck yesterday, a 13-inning game, and hypotheticals that came to the ballpark with today. What if that game would have been played at Corbett Field? How long would we have been at the ballpark yesterday with the regularly scheduled quadruple header? Would have been 1 a.m.? I don't know, but we will never know. Bismarck won that game in 13 innings against Century, 1-0. Lost today to Williston in the first 8 qualifier, 14-2 and 5. The Coyotes qualified for the state tournament for the first time since 2019. They're back at the state tournament. They'll be the number 4 seed representing the West region. Mandan in the second game today beat Dickinson 9-6. They'll be the number 3 seed from the West and match up with Fargo North in the first round. 2-0 count, bottom of the 6th in this West Region Championship game, deciding seeds number 1 and 2 of that state tournament in Dickinson, starting on Thursday at DC B&T Ballpark. Carson Deaver with a line out to center field. Grab made by Jared Frank. So with Deaver retired, the next two batters due up for Minot in this inning, Adam Rodacher and Blaze Ostrom. Rodacher 0 for 2. Ostrom 1 for 2. He has a single and a run scored his last time up. He led off the 6th inning. Sorry, the 5th inning. Rodacher pops up a foul ball. Out of play. Heel misses inside for ball 1. 1-1 count to Rodacher. He's thrown 6 innings on the mound for Minot. Will he come out for his 7th? That is to be seen. Now a 2-1 count to Rodacher. Pull side for the left-handed hitting pitcher. Playing deep of the Sabres defense. Oh, and Rodacher is hitting the ear. Right on the helmet. It was the second Magician batter to be hit. Legacy's been hit twice as well. So that is how it's started for Minot on the base pass this inning. It's a courtesy runner in for Minot. That's Tegan Schindler in for the pitcher. Rodacher leading myself to believe that he will come out for the 7th inning as Minot's pitcher. 1 strike to Ostrom. Blocked by Butts for ball 1. Ostrom this season playing in his 15th game. Sorry, 16th game when he counted yesterday. He's made 24 at-bats, batting .333. The 1-1 pitch, line to center field. Frank makes another catch. Schindler has to return to first base, and there's 2 outs for Trey Stewart, who's reached base twice. 1 for 1 with a walk. Very cool car driving by in the background. Trey Stewart with 2 outs in the 6th. Watches strike 1. And Legacy in the 7th inning will have Butts, Watson, and Beasley due up. Some great hockey players due up for Legacy. Another stop by Marcus Butts. Again, talking with his pitcher. Calm him down here in this region championship game. Lawrence still warming up in Legacy's bullpen. Might get called upon for the save today. This time pitch doesn't break enough. Stays out of the zone. 2 balls and a strike to Trey Stewart. And Stewart singled in the 3rd inning. Walked and was left on 3rd in the 5th. Base hit to right field. Schindler's running to 3rd. Long relay will not be in time. He keeps one hand on the base. And the Magicians again have 2 runners on. Here's the last play on the Ryan Family Dealerships replay. At Ryan Dealerships, the commitment and respect for their customers is as strong today as it was 50 years ago. Experience the difference when you visit one of their 5 locations in Minot and Williston, or shop online at driveryan.com. The hit by Trey Stewart, a big one, his 2nd of the game. He's reached base 3 times, and now Easton Panasuk 0 for 3 in the game. They're turning around here in the 6th. The tying runs at first base. Well, Minot put him in motion with 2 outs in the 6th. You don't want to waste a base runner, especially get that 3rd out on the bases. Stewart will stay put at first. Panasuk struck out twice and popped up a bunt in the 6th inning that was caught by Jamison Johnson. It hasn't been Panasuk's greatest day at the plate today, but he has time to turn it around. The bottom of the 6th inning with his team trailing by 2 runs in the region championship. Grounds the ball to short. Playing it on a few hops is Harrison Johnson. He's going to make the quick play at second base in time, and we head to the 7th inning. Legacy 3, Minot 1. Magicians strand another runner on base. It's been the story of this game. Legacy pitching out of jams. As we head to the top of the 7th on the PSP Network, the BNC National Bank scoreboard reads Legacy 3, Minot 1.
What is performance? It's strategy, conditioning, precision, anticipating the unexpected, and executing. For some, it may be just a game, but in this field, there is no playing around. You need to give it your all. You need to give it the max. Ag Vision Max by Farmer's Choice. An all-in-one playbook for growers developed by agronomists specific to your goals. It's a precise guide to maximize your field's performance. Ag Vision Max.
It's crunch time at Corbett here in Minot, North Dakota at the WDA Baseball Tournament Championship game. The Bismarck Legacy Sabres have had the lead the whole way, since scoring 1 run in the top of the 1st. They added to it with a run in the 4th and a run in the 5th. Minot responded at the bottom half of that 5th inning with 1 run. However, for the majority of the game, and even in that inning, Minot has had runners on base, but they've left them there. 7 left on base for the Magi today. The 7th inning begins with a ball to Marcus Butts. Adam Rodacher out for a complete game. Butts will then fly out to center field in Easton Panasuk. Adam Rodacher has thrown well for Minot today. There's no arguing that. 6 1/3 innings. He's allowed 3 runs on 5 legacy hits. He's struck out 3. No strikeout since the 2nd inning. Turning on an inside pitch was Ben Watson. Hits a foul ball the other way over the patio area on the first base side. Rodacher has walked 1. He's also hit 2 more. Another pop-up foul. 2 of Legacy's 3 runs have been driven in on sac flies. The other was a RBI single by Isaac Lewis in the last scoring inning for the Sabres, the 5th. 2 strikes to Watson. And another one off the handle that's going to find the outfield. Pitching inside Watson was Rodacher, but Watson wins with the base hit. 1 out base runner for the Sabres and Drew Beasley. 2nd hit of the day for Ben Watson. He's reached base 3 times, scored once. Drew Beasley, the Legacy 2nd baseman. He's 0 for 2. Strike 1 called. Brought in Legacy's first run of the game with a sac fly. The 2nd out of the 1st. Reached on an error and scored in the 4th. And in the 5th inning, popped out to the pitcher's mound. 1 strike pitch from Rodacher. 2 checks to first base. Stride home, ground ball to Hand at short, steps on second, throws to first, and the inning is over. A quick defensive inning for the Magi, and now it's time for the bats. There's no other choice. Minot needs 2 in the bottom of the 7th to force extras and 3 to win a region championship.
From the 26-yard line, nearing the Serve Pro red zone are the Demons already. Handoff, Hankey. Dances in the hole. Now he speeds and bursts outside. Accelerates to the 20. 15, 10. 2 touches. 2 touchdowns.
Carter Henke, this time they go left, and he just does what he does so well is he read the block. It wasn't off tackle. It wasn't off the guard on the inside, and he took his time. Then he bounced to the outside, got a great little kick-out block, a touch block, and deep downfield for the Demons, helping him out.
Breathe in.
I can't believe I wrecked my car.
There's some things in life we can't control, but what's important is how we respond. At Jerome's Collision Center, they provide the highest quality of service, assuring the job gets done stress-free and making it feel like a breath of fresh air. And to give you peace of mind, they handle the insurance.
Are you even a therapist?
Don't worry about it. Jerome's, they're the experts. Jerome's.
Serve Pro pitching change for the Bismarck Legacy Sabres with 24/7 emergency service and trained technicians using advanced technology to combat fire and water cleanup and restoration. It is Serve Pro. And the new pitcher for the Sabres is their hard-throwing left-handed closer, Logan Lawrence. Again, yesterday was just not his day on the mound, but it's a new one today for the Sabres as he went a third of an inning against the Coyotes, allowing 5 runs and blowing the save against Williston. However, the Legacy Sabres were able to rebound in the bottom half of that 7th inning to walk off Williston and get to this region championship game and give Logan Lawrence an opportunity to redeem himself with a save in the championship. He'll face the middle of the Minot lineup. It's as good as it gets in this area of North Dakota. Aiden Deal, Kellen Burke, and Parker Hand. Get ready for a fantastic finish here at Corbett Field. Lawrence takes the mound. He relieves Nate Hill of his pitching duties. Hill goes 2 innings in this game, allowing 1 run. However, it was unearned to him. Walked in a run that was held responsible for Gavin Bryce. So scoreless outing for Hill in relief. Keeping the Minot bats quiet today. They've just had 4 hits at the plate. 7 runners left on base for Minot. The 0-1 pitch to Aiden Deal is a ball. Lawrence, the team's closer, throws kind of that somewhat sidearm delivery. Deal with a pop-up. It might stay in the yard. In foul territory, left field side it does, but it's not going to be caught. There were 3 black jerseys there to try and track down that foul ball. You had Vasey, the third baseman, Johnson, the shortstop, and of course the left fielder, Isaac Lewis. But none could catch up to it. A long strike 2 off the bat of Aiden Deal. Payoff pitch from Lawrence. He's already back in the stretch. Defense barely even set up on the left side. Deal grounds a ball to Vasey at third. He's going to play it fair. No, they're going to call it foul. See if we got any of it on the Ryan Family Dealerships replay. Vasey. Looked like that one bounced fair. But they're going to call it a foul ball. Watch it again. Play back on the Ryan Family Dealerships replay. Back to baseball. 1-2 again to Deal. He's been late on 3 foul balls. Now watch his ball 2. Will Lawrence go back to the fastball here? You got to imagine. He does. Past the barrel of Aiden Deal. What a way to start out this relief effort for Logan Lawrence. Gets the strikeout of Aiden Deal. His first strikeout of the game, of course, and his first out. Now it's on Kellen Burke and Parker Hand. They batted a collective plus 500 in the regular season. They are a combined 0 for 5 in this region championship game with 1 walk. Burke grounds the ball to first. Johnson has it in the glove. Steps on first base. The Sabres need 1 more out. Can they retire Parker Hand for a third time in this game. Parker Hand has not gotten a hit in this matchup either. A rarity. Strike one called. Breaking pitch for strike two. Watch it again on the Ryan Family Dealerships replay. I think we've got time for it. Maybe not. No, we're not. Lawrence, payoff pitch in the WDA championship game. Nearly got a swinging strike three. Butts asking any umpire for help. Not going to get it. Hand checked his swing. 1-2 the count. Hand back in the box. Batting from the left side, the shortstop. In a 3-1 game. Ground ball. And it's a base hit. He keeps the hit streak going. On the Ryan Family Dealerships replay here. Hand with a ground ball right back where it came from. Past the pitcher's mound and into center field. There's just no keeping that kid off the base pass. Braden Nelson, the top hitter for Minot in this region tournament. At the plate, Minot's at the part of the lineup that they want. Strike one to Nelson, comes back with ball one. Marcus Butts, the talented catcher. You can put him up there as one of the best in the West region. Watching Hand if he takes off. Nelson grounds a ball in the left field. Past both the diving Vasey and Harrison Johnson. 2 on with 2 out for Carson Deaver. There it is again on the Ryan Family Dealerships replay. For 50 years, Ryan has been a trusted name for car buyers in western North Dakota. Shop their entire inventory at driveryan.com. Is one of their 5 locations in Minot and Williston. Hand on second, Nelson at first. 2 outs, bottom of the 7th inning. Tying run is on the pass for Minot. First pitch to Carson Deaver is a ball. Minot's assistant coach is asking if they want a pinch runner for Braden Nelson. And they will go for it. The pinch runner for Minot is Tyson Rosiska. We haven't seen him all tournament. Now he is here in the championship game. Rosiska running at first with a 1-0 count. Pitch to Deaver. Strike one on the outer part. One from number 1, Logan Lawrence. It's a foul ball, and he's again 1 strike away. Adam Rodockers due up next for Minot. He delivered the walk-off single last night in the 9th. It only gets bad if Deaver can get on base. Ball 2. Deaver batting from the right side. Lawrence, left-handed arm. Breaking pitch, strike 3, region champs, Bismarck Legacy. Logan Lawrence puts yesterday's performance behind him. A blown save against Williston in just a third of an inning. Giving up 5 runs, and today shuts down Minot High in the 7th to pick up the West Region Championship. Their final score on the BNC National Bank scoreboard, Bismarck Legacy 3, Minot 1. We'll be back to recap it in the Planning Team Financial Advisors Shots Crossroads postgame show on the PSP Network.
We've changed our name, but we haven't changed the DNA of who we are. we still offer the best product at the best price with the same people. For over 25 years, we've been your only choice for tires in the local area, providing all major brands under one roof at a fair price for your family's budget. Plus that excellent service after the sale with free rotations, free alignment check, free flat repairs with our exclusive Plus plan. That tradition continues today. Looking for tires you can trust? Choose us. Trusted Tire and Auto.
When it's time to choose your team, you want to pick the best.
I picked Carson Wentz. I picked Hunter Lipke.
Where'd you come from? I was in football just like you.
Always choose people you know and trust for your team, like your community bankers at First Western Bank and Trust. You can bank on us.
For decades, Nodak Insurance Company has been serving our state's residents in good times and challenging times. We come together for the greater good, from simple acts of kindness to company-wide efforts that make a difference in our community. It's who we are, rooted in North Dakota and ready to serve when it matters most. Nodak Insurance Company, agents with answers.
Darren Johnson, Cody Olson, and Scott Wilkins, your agents with answers in Mandan.
You have built an amazing life by working hard and doing your job well. Delivering financial advice is what we do well. At Ameriprise Financial, our job is to use our skills, experience, and research to help you become more successful in today's economy. What we want you to walk away from each encounter with is satisfaction in knowing that together, we've done what we can to help you work toward a better future.
The Bismarck Legacy Sabres win their second WDA title in program history, their first since 2021, with a 3-1 victory over the Minot High Magicians in the WDA Baseball Championship game tonight. Here's how it happened. As part of our planning team, financial advisors, Shots Crossroads post-game show game recap. And a reminder that Shots Crossroads is your post-game headquarters. Order online at shotscrossroads.com for their delicious menu that includes the famous number 99. Team buses are always welcome at Shots Crossroads. Well, all tournament long, these two teams have been one of the best when it comes to pitching, and we saw that on full display tonight. Minot goes with Adam Rodacher, Legacy with Gavin Bryce, and Gavin Bryce was so good early on in this game in his 4-inning start. A 1-2-3 first inning. He allowed a base hit and a reach on fielder's choice in the second, but left a runner on base there. In the third, again, a one-out single to Trey Stewart, but other than that, struck out Easton Panasuk and got out of the inning with Stewart staying on first base. Then in his final, what would be his final inning, complete inning of work, the fourth, he would walk Braden Nelson, give up a single to Carson Deaver, but leave two more Magicians on the base pass. And then in the fifth inning, came out, started the fifth, gave up a single to Blaze Ostrom, but a walk to Trey Stewart and had to be pulled at that point. But Gavin Bryce, 4 innings of scoreless baseball. There was 1 run charged to him, unearned on the bases loaded walk by Nate Heel. So no earned runs for Gavin Bryce in this game. He would strike out 3 Magicians batters in a 4-inning win for Gavin Bryce on the mound today. As for Minot, their starting pitcher Adam Rodacher went a full 7 innings. He allowed 3 runs, striking out 3 Legacy batters and walking 1. But it was the runs in the first inning for Legacy on a sac fly, in the fourth inning on a sac fly, and the 5th inning on an RBI single by Isaac Lewis that put the Sabres on the board, scoring 3 runs in this matchup today. Again, Minot would score a run in the bottom of the 5th in response to Legacy's run in the 5th on a bases loaded walk to Parker Hand, who was just named your WDA Senior Athlete of the Year right there against Marcus Butts of Legacy. So Hand takes home the Senior Athlete of the Year award, but Legacy takes home the region championship after Logan Lawrence comes in after a performance yesterday that would be hard to describe. A third of an inning, giving up 5 runs to Williston, blowing a 6-run lead, but he comes in today and pitches a save against Minot. He allowed 2 hits with 2 outs in the 7th, but got Carson Deaver looking for strike 3 to end the game, and that's how the WDA championship game went down. A 3-1 Legacy win over the Minot High Magicians here at Corbett Field in Minot. As part of your planning team, financial advisors, Shots Crossroads post-game show game recap. As for our awards, the Sport Clips MVP of this matchup, Gavin Bryce, was fantastic as a pitcher, but the offense was supplied and helped by Ben Watson. A single in the first inning. He was hit by a pitch and scored later on in the game, and also singled later on in the game in the seventh inning. Ben Watson went 2 for 2 at the plate. He's a good nominee for player of the game. Isaac Lewis went 2 for 3, but we're going to give it to Ben Watson today. 2 for 2 at the plate. He helped move around Marcus Butts to score that first run of the game. Again, Gavin Bryce, solid in his pitching outing. And of course, Logan Lawrence as well, the save. He's a huge nominee. This was a hard individual award to give out to Legacy. They played a great all-around game today in the West Region Championship game, but I think Ben Watson, his play at the plate today, as well as in right field, really did it for Legacy. He'll take home your Sport Clips MVP of the Game award. Check it online with hairstyles today at sportclips.com or on the Sport Clips app. As for the Jobbers' move of the game, well, it was that seventh inning for Logan Lawrence. Got a strikeout of Aiden Deal, got Kellen Burke to ground out to first base, but then gave up a 2-strike base hit to Parker Hand and then Braden Nelson again, but he stuck with it after what happened yesterday to come back and record that final out, striking out Carson Deaver to end the game in the seventh. Had to put Logan Lawrence on a different level of confidence today. As that's going to be your Jobbers' move of the game. The strikeout of Carson Deaver finishing out the save for Logan Lawrence and the Legacy Sabres in the WDA Championship game. Once again, your final score from Corbett Field, it's Legacy 3, Minot 1. And to recap you on who will be heading to the state tournament, Legacy is the number 1 seed from the West. Minot will be the number 2 seed from the West. Mandan the number 3, and Williston the number 4. What an exciting West Region Baseball tournament broadcast to you on the PSP Network. We did 10 of the 11 games this week, finishing out a 16-game week for myself, Owen Patterson, on the call for 2 tournaments here from Corbett Field, but they were all great games and great tournaments. Well, Bismarck Legacy takes home the West Region Championship here from Corbett Field with a final score of 3-1 on the BNC National Bank scoreboard. And that does it for our coverage of high school sports this season. The 2023-2024 spring sports season has come to a close on the PSP Network. We'll see you later this summer in Lemoore, North Dakota for the Class B State Legion Baseball Tournament. I'm Owen Patterson from Corbett Field, repeating your final score for the final time. The Bismarck Legacy Sabres take home the West Region Championship 3-1 over the host team of this tournament and number 1 seeded Minot High Magicians. Best of luck to the Sabres, Magicians, Braves, and Coyotes in the state tournament next weekend from Dickinson. Until then, I'm Owen Patterson saying good night, everybody.
This presentation on the PSP Network is proudly brought to you by PSP Network. It's game day.
Whether you're looking for a full-service financial plan or planning for farm or business succession, Planning Team Financial Advisors is here to help you work toward achieving your financial goals. With locations in Bismarck, Garrison, and Center, our full-service team of professionals are dedicated to helping you work towards achieving your financial goals. Visit us online, planningteam.com.
Securities offered through LPL Financial, member of FINRA Civic. Investment advisory services offered through New Edge Advisors, LLC, a registered investment advisor. New Edge Advisors, LLC, and Planning Team Financial Advisors are separate entities from LPL Financial.
How would you like to turn this into this? With Shaw's Crossroads Field to Food Reward Program, you can. Here's how it works. Pick up a Field Tracker card from any of our C-Store cashiers. Every time you fill up with gasoline or diesel, use the Field Tracker card to record your gallons. Once you reach 1,000 gallons, you'll be eligible for a $10 gift card to Shaw's Crossroads Restaurant. Start earning your rewards today at Shaw's Crossroads.